I wake up one day and ding, my automatic training system kicks in. And I'm not talking about a slow crawl here, we're talking about training speeds that just double like it's no big deal. Seriously, I went from zero to hero in what felt like a blink. At first, I thought practicing martial arts would be a total slog. But nope, with this system, it's like I'm cramming decades of training into a single day. I mean, who wouldn't want that? And let's not even get started on alchemy. I used to think making potions was complicated. But now? If I can't whip up a pill in time, it just gets a little stale. No biggie. So buckle up, this journey is all about leveling up, mastering skills, and having a blast while doing it. I woke up with a jolt, coughing up blood. Pain ripped through my body. Where was I? The last thing I remembered was the assassination. Jumping from that building. Certain death. Memories flooded back in a rush, stabbing at my brain. This body, it also belonged to someone named Su Lang. But this wasn't my world. This was Blue Star, but 2,000 years in the future. A blue star ravaged by natural disasters, where humans had become warriors, fighting for survival against monstrous beasts pouring in from rifts in reality. My predecessor, this other Su Lang, was born into a good family. Both his parents were martial artists, respected members of the Red Maple City stronghold. But fate was cruel. He was cursed with a body incapable of cultivating martial energy. Useless. Trash. His parents had spent everything trying to cure him, to no avail. Then, they died on a hunting expedition outside the city walls, leaving him alone and vulnerable. People who once called him young Master Su now spat insults. His parents' death seemed to give everyone permission to hurt him. The last of his memories were the most painful. Beaten, humiliated, left lying in the street. He died as he lived, weak, worthless, forgotten. And now I was stuck in his broken body. What good was my second chance if I was doomed to be powerless? Hey! Worthless trash! Open up! The roar from behind the door made my blood run cold. It was Chu Gang, a bully who lived across the hall. While my parents were alive, he was all smiles and fake respect. Now, I was his favorite target. The memories slammed into me again, insults hurled at my dead parents, garbage piled in front of our door, ambushes in the stairwell. Every day, the torment grew worse. This time, he'd gone too far. Rage boiled inside me. This Su Lang may have been too timid to fight back, but I wasn't. I grabbed the black tang sword from the wall, ignoring the pain that shot through my body. I would make him pay. But the moment I stood, agony crippled me. My legs buckled. Damn it! I gasped, my vision blurring. The pounding on the door intensified, turning into vicious kicks. Hold on, just a little longer, I thought, my fingers digging into the floor. I had to find a way out of this. Then, a voice echoed in my mind, as if from a dream. Ding! The one-click training system has been bound. Activating, 1%, 12%, 56%, hope surged through me. Maybe, just maybe, this wasn't the end. What? System! Su Lang's eyes widened fiercely. He is familiar with various types of novels, how could he not know what kind of heaven-defying existence the system is? Anyone who gets the system will take off all the way, stand on the pinnacle of life, have countless beautiful women, and live a happy life. This is too timely. What should I be afraid of with the system? Su Lang opened his mouth wide in horror. If not for the injury, he would have laughed wildly. 99%, 100%, the system is activated. Ha ha. Activated. The prompt sound in his mind was incomparably beautiful, and Su Lang trembled with excitement. System. Tell me how you use it. Host, unfortunately, the system currently does not have any functions. The system's reply made Su Lang smile instantly stiff, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. No function? Su Lang stared at the shaking door. Then how do I turn it around? There is nothing more desperate than giving hope and shattering his hope. By the way, the system replies with the word current. That is to say, Su Lang's expression changed, and hope immediately rekindled in his heart. How can a system have functions? He was extremely uneasy at this time. If the requirements for obtaining the function were too strict, then he would be finished. Host, you only need to spend 10 gold coins to activate the first function. It can be activated with money. That's great. Su Lang's eyes were ecstatic. He immediately endured the pain, reached out and took out a bag from under the pillow. The former parents knew that they hunted beasts outside every day, and the luck was unpredictable, so they left the money. Pour out all the coins inside, a total of 16 gold coins, which is not a small sum of money for ordinary people. Chu Gang, Why are you waiting for me? Su Lang grinned and let out a low and excited laugh. System, activate the first function. Ding! Consume 10 gold coins, the Sea of Cultivation is opened, and the one-click cultivation function is activated. Ding! The main practice Boundless Heart Sutra has been detected, and the one-key cultivation function is activated. Ding! Congratulations on activating the first function. You get the bonus function attribute panel. You can observe the detailed attributes of yourself and the enemy. In an instant, a mysterious black space appeared in Su Lang's mind, in which there was a white villain with a similar profile and appearance to Su Lang, sitting cross-legged and practicing. There is a large amount of golden airflow in the white little man's body, which is constantly running around the sky according to the Boundless Heart Sutra, and the speed is extremely fast. As soon as Zhou Tian started running, Su Lang felt that a large amount of spiritual energy was rapidly entering his body. In addition, there were also medicinal properties that had been deposited in the body after taking the rare medicinal materials, which also burst out like crazy, rapidly advancing his cultivation. In an instant, half of the white people turned golden. At this time, a lot of more detailed information came to mind, allowing Su Lang to immediately understand all the features of the one-button cultivation function. After the one-button training started, Su Lang started 24-hour automatic training. When the white villain turned golden, it was the time of breakthrough. And his training speed is equivalent to the top-level flawless aptitude, and he can run a week every minute. The speed of this kind of perverted cultivation is more than 1,000 times that of the mortal aptitude. If there is no external force, it takes more than 30 years to complete the body quenching with the Fanping qualification, while the flawless qualification can be completed in just 10 days. And the metamorphosis of the one-key cultivation function is not only that. Because, the rest of the warriors only spend 5 or 6 hours a day in meditation. Even if you work harder, you can only really practice for 12 hours a day at most. Because they also need to practice moves, go out to practice, cultivate and study, deal with chores, exercise at night. These take up a lot of time and effort. But Su Lang can automatically practice 24 hours a day, and the practice time alone has doubled. That is to say, I can finish quenching my body in 5 days at most, so abnormal. Su Lang was immediately stunned. He knew that the system was a very perverted existence, but one-key cultivation, such a simple, crude and perverted function, was still too shocking. And this is the first function, and there are more functions waiting for me to activate. Su Lang was so excited that he shivered and took a deep breath before suppressing the urge to laugh wildly. At this time, host, the Sea of Cultivation is full, is there a breakthrough? The extraordinarily wonderful system prompt sound made Su Lang tremble with excitement. Can this break through? It's too fast. Su Lang was overjoyed and immediately ordered, System, give me a breakthrough. In an instant, Su Lang's body was hot, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Primary body tempering realm, here we come. Su Lang rolled over and got out of bed, feeling that his body was completely different from before the breakthrough. In terms of appearance, the previous Su Lang was seriously injured, weak, and his face was as white as a dead man. But now he has recovered from his injuries, his face is ruddy, his body is tall and straight, his eyes are like lacquer, and his divine light is shining. Suddenly, he changed from a half-dead sick child to a handsome guy. Ho-hoo! Su Lang couldn't help but threw a few punches. The wind was howling. This kind of power is already stronger than the body that I exercised in various ways in my previous life, and I have just entered the tempering body. It's a wonderful feeling to have power. It's like you're in control of your own destiny, and it makes you feel confident in an instant. Boom boom boom. Waste Su Lang, if you don't open the door, I will kill you. The sound of kicking the door became more and more intense, and Chu Gang's scolding became even more unbearable. Kill me? Jia 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 jia. Su Lang looked at the roaring and dusty door with a thick sneer on his face. Although Chu Gang is domineering, he is just an ordinary person, not even the primary body tempering. And Su Lang was a killer in his previous life, and at this time he was promoted to body tempering, so he was still afraid of an ordinary person? 7 boom boom boom. Dog bastard, still don't open the door? Chu Gang's vicious voice came from outside, and the door was kicked and deformed, as if it would shatter in the next moment. Stop kicking! Su Lang closed the window, yelled loudly, and opened the door with a sneer. Standing outside the door was a thin, bald, tan man. This person is Chu Gang. Dama, it took so long to open the door? Chu Gang pushed open the door impatiently and squeezed in through the crack of the door. What did you yell just now? Ah! Su Lang smiled coldly, raised his hand and swiped towards Chu Gang's face full of flesh. Snapped. A loud slap echoed in the stairwell. Chu Gang was slapped in the face by Su Lang and turned for half a circle, staggering to support the wall. His entire right face was numb. How dare you hit me? Chu Gang covered his hot face and looked at Su Lang in disbelief. Because the body quencher was still unable to emit aura fluctuations, Chu Gang thought that Su Lang at this time was still the same waste as before. In his opinion, Su Lang really ate the gall of a bear and a leopard. And the reason why he was hit was completely careless and was attacked. I want you to die. Chu Gang rushed to the crown in anger, and he threw his hand and punched Su Lang fiercely. This punch used 12 points of Chu Gang's strength to directly take the key point of Su Lang's temple. If an ordinary person gets such a punch, he will definitely not die or be seriously injured. Boom! The dull sound came, and Su Lang easily grabbed Chu Gang's fist. How can it be? Just as Chu showed an unbelievable look, Su Lang folded down fiercely. Click! The bloody stubble suddenly pierced the flesh and was exposed to the air. Ah! The arm was broken into 2 sections. Chu Gang couldn't bear the severe pain, and suddenly let out a shrill scream. Aren't you going to kill me? Su Lang threw away Chu Gang's severed arm, and slapped him hard again. Snapped! This time it was the left side of the face. Chu Gang was directly knocked to the ground, his face was swollen, his bald head turned into a pig's head. Ah! My hand! Chu Gang's face was distorted, clutching his broken arm and moaning constantly. The previous arrogance had long since disappeared. It's only one hand, can't stand it? Su Lang closed the door and looked down at Chu Gang condescendingly. How can you endure the pain of breaking your limbs like this? Su Lang! Stop it, stop it. Chu Gang was horrified when he heard that Su Lang was about to break off his limbs. Stop? He. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he stepped on Chu Gang's head. I don't even think about how you insulted me before. I admit I'm wrong, but let me go if you don't want to die. Chu Gang shook his head violently. I tell you, I have joined the Broken Axe Hunting Group. All members of the Broken Axe Hunting Group have a tattoo on their earlobe. Look at my earlobe. I tell you, if you dare to touch me, you will end up miserably. Chu Gang didn't know why Su Lang suddenly became stronger. But he knew that Su Lang was a turbid body, and it was absolutely impossible for him to follow the path of a martial artist. If you don't enter the way of a warrior, you will always be an ordinary person, and no matter how strong you are, you can't fight against the Broken Axe Hunting Group with a warrior. Therefore, he had no fear, and was sure that Su Lang would be frightened. Broken Axe Hunting Group? Su Lang's eyes were cold, his toes twisted fiercely. Chu Gang screamed immediately, and his face became twisted. The Broken Axe Hunting Group is a notorious gang in the neighborhood that does everything for rape and looting. Su Lang clearly remembered that the 2 bullies who beat him badly had tattoos on their earlobes. Okay, Broken Axe Hunting Group. The hatred of humiliation, the hatred of murder, the 2 hatreds added together. Su Lang's heart was full of hatred, and he used his strength again. Ah! Su Lang, didn't you hear me? Let me go. When Chu Gang saw Su Lang getting worse, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Let go of me, we will clear our grievances. It's not that simple to clear up both grievances and grievances. Su Lang sneered, with murderous intent in his eyes. In addition to the care my parents took for you in the past, and the bullying you insulted me in the future, you have to use your life to clear this grudge. No! Su Lang, I was wrong. After all, Chu Gang was a rubbish who bullied the soft and feared the hard. Seeing that Su Lang had killing intent, he was immediately panicked and lowered his head to beg for mercy. Humph! Su Lang suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and took a black tang saber from the side wall. Don't kill me, I know I was wrong, I apologize. As soon as Chu saw Su Lang move the knife, he was instantly terrified. You know that you can't kill people in the city, this is an iron law. If you kill me, you will be finished. The iron law is for the weak to obey, this is the consensus. Su Lang smiled coldly, and slowly drew out his sharp blade. Young Master Su, please spare my life. I don't want to die. The panic in Chu Gang's heart gradually turned to despair, and tears and snot flowed down instantly. It's not impossible to spare your life. Su Lang pressed the cold blade against Chu Gang's neck, and cut a line of blood. Tell me everything about the Broken Axe Hunting Group, its background, location, number of members, and strength. I said. Don't do it. Being held against the key by the long knife, Chu Gang was so cold that his hair was about to stand up. I just joined the Broken Axe Hunting Group, I don't know what the gang's background is. I only know that the gang leader is a formal martial artist, and the 2 deputy gang leaders are all quasi-martial artists, very strong. The rest of the members range from primary body quenching to peak body quenching, and there are a lot of ordinary people like me. The old nest of the Broken Axe hunting group is in the Golden Fruit building. I have only entered the Golden Fruit bar on the periphery. I don't know the core location. I also know that there is a hunting stronghold of the Broken Axe hunting group outside the city, in the F-rank Wind Wolf area. That's all, I said it all, don't kill me. Chu Gang finished speaking in one breath, trembling all over with fright, and tears streaming down his face. There are two members of the Broken Axe hunting party. Su Lang explained the physical characteristics of the two bullies and asked, do you know each other? I know. Chu Gang nodded in horror. One is called Do Zhong, and the other is called Kai Feng. They are both in the body tempering period and have been based outside the city for a long time. They came back yesterday, and I happened to be with them for a night at the Golden Fruit bar. But I don't know why, they left early this morning, and they brought a group of people with me. I was too low level to participate, so I came back. Very good. Su Lang nodded, and with a swoosh, the tang knife was sheathed. When Chu Gang saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body was covered in sweat, like a stray dog just picked up from the water. But at this moment, Su Lang Jia smiled and moved the foot that stepped on Chu Gang's head to his other intact arm. Su Lang! What are you doing? Chu Gang's pupils shrank suddenly, and his voice was terrified. No! Su Lang turned a deaf ear to Chu Gang's begging for mercy, and slammed it down. Crack! Ah! Chu Gang let out a shrill scream like killing a pig, tears streaming down his face. It's not over yet. Su Lang smiled lightly, and then moved his foot to Chu Gang's thigh. Okay, all limbs will be cut off. Please, Master Su. Don't want. What? Not long after Chu Gang screamed a few times, he passed out in a coma. Fortunately, Su Lang had closed the doors and windows earlier, and the good sound insulation materials in the Reiki era prevented Chu Gang's screams from being heard, otherwise it would have caused trouble. What a relief! Looking at Chu Gang, whose limbs were broken, Su Lang showed a cheerful smile, and immediately pulled a chair and sat down. He didn't forget that after activating the first function, the ability attribute panel was also included. This function is good. The corner of Su Lang's mouth ticked. With this function, you will be able to know yourself and your enemy, and you will be safe in 100 battles. System, open the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, primary body quenching, attack level, primary body tempering, defense level, primary body tempering, movement level, primary body tempering, endurance level, primary body quenching, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, activated system function, one-click training function, level 1, quality is still a turbid body, but it doesn't matter, I can cultivate without qualification. Su Lang looked at the panel and moved his gaze to the column of mastering cultivation techniques. The Boundless Heart Sutra? After a while, Su Lang found information about this exercise from his predecessor's memory. It turned out that this turned out to be the most advanced major cultivation technique on Blue Star. It stands to reason that according to the unspoken rule that advanced exercises will be monopolized and blocked, it is impossible for Su Lang to know this exercise. In general, unless they are close relatives or direct disciples, the powerhouses may not pass on their exercises until they die. It is very dangerous if one's own practice is penetrated by the enemy's weakness. Second, people are selfish, and they definitely don't want their good things to spread everywhere. If one's own cultivation method is obtained by someone with higher aptitude, wouldn't it be surpassed soon? Soon to be stepped down from the top? At that time, what status, what kind of financial power and beauty will be lost? Therefore, the powerhouses have a very serious monopoly on high-level exercises, and even the spread of low-level exercises has been severely restricted. But the reality is that not only Su Lang, but every human being in the world knows the Boundless Heart Sutra, even children know it. Because 1,000 years ago, a human hero braved the world and made this most powerful major practice method public, so that the whole world can benefit endlessly. Since then, other major exercises have gradually been eliminated, and everyone has begun to practice the Boundless Heart Sutra. It's a pity that the disclosure of advanced exercises is just such an example. Su Lang felt a little regretful, and then continued to look down along the attribute panel. His eyes suddenly lit up. Level 1? Could it be possible to upgrade with one-click cultivation? Host, the one-click training function can be upgraded. Level 2 requires 100 gold coins, and the training speed is twice the base speed. Level 3 requires 1,000 gold coins, and the training speed is 4 times the base speed. Level 4 requires 10,000 gold coins, and the training speed is 8 times the base speed. Level 5 requires 100,000 gold coins. I fork. In this way, if you keep leveling up, wouldn't the training speed reach dozens, hundreds, or thousands of times the basic speed? My cultivation for 1 year is equivalent to others' cultivation for decades, hundreds, thousands of years. Lying noisy, developed and developed. Su Lang was so overjoyed that he got up from the chair with a bum. He really wanted to upgrade the function to an advanced level now, so that he could break through quickly. When the time comes to destroy the Broken Axe hunting group, it will be easy to avenge yourself. But soon Su Lang found that he had no money to upgrade the function at all, and now he only had 6 gold coins left. This is 94 gold coins away from being upgraded to level 2. Money, money, money. I need money. Su Lang paced up and down the room. I don't have money, what should I do? Suddenly, Su Lang's eyes fell on Shu Gang. Although this guy is definitely poor, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. With this idea in mind, Su Lang dragged Shu Gang to the opposite house, and then scoured his body and home. 1 silver coin and 62 copper coins? Poor madman. Looking at the change in his hand, Su Lang slammed down the door of Chu Gang's house. Back at his home, Su Lang began to worry again. It is impossible to earn 94 gold coins to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in a lifetime. Can only think of other ways like this. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lang had a flash of inspiration and thought of 2 ways. The first is to sell the house. Although Su Lang's house is ordinary, it is also worth 20 or 30 gold coins. Although I was homeless after I sold my house, as long as the system was upgraded, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to become a more advanced warrior? When the time comes to buy a house, it is not a large villa covering a few acres without even looking at it. The second method is to go to the Hall of the Warrior Alliance to receive the primary body tempering allowance. The Warrior Alliance was established thousands of years ago by warriors to resist the invasion of beasts. It has developed into an official organization today, and its scope covers all the bases, large and small, with super powerful dominance. In order to stimulate people to continuously cultivate and become stronger, and to resist beasts to protect their homes, the Martial Arts Alliance has launched generous benefits for martial artists. Any ordinary person who is promoted to primary body tempering can go to the Warrior Alliance to receive a stipend of 10 gold coins as training capital. And every time you break through a small realm, you can go to the Warrior Alliance to receive a subsidy, and the higher the realm, the richer the reward. For example, if the primary quenching body breaks through to the intermediate quenching body, you can get 20 gold coins. In addition, the martial artist can receive some allowances every month. Of course, it cannot be compared with the amount received by breaking through the realm. This perk is amazing. Su Lang was very excited. First go to sell the house, then go to collect the allowance, and then go to the F-rank Wind Wolf area to see the broken stronghold of the Broken Axe hunting group. As soon as he said it, Su Lang immediately began to pack up and salute. Because the house was simple and there was nothing to bring, Su Lang soon carried a backpack and went out with Tang Dao. After leaving the community, Su Lang found a nearby shop that bought second-hand houses and sold the house for 25 gold coins. Because the shop is very familiar with the community where Su Lang is located, they even omitted the process of house inspection, which is a lot more convenient. Carrying 31 gold coins, Su Lang got on the Reiki bus and hurried to the Martial Artist Alliance building. After the catastrophe, the technology tree collapsed, and most technological products were useless, and traditional cars were one of them. Neither gasoline nor electric vehicles can be used. However, 2,000 years is enough for mankind to develop a new means of transportation, the Aura car. It's just that the Reiki car is extremely expensive, and the operation and maintenance costs are also very high. It is difficult for even a formal warrior to own a private Reiki car. As for catching beasts as mounts? That's impossible. Countless people have tried for thousands of years, and no one has succeeded. The Reiki bus kept advancing, while Su Lang sat in his seat and stared at the white man in the one-button cultivation space. At the first taste of the sweetness of the breakthrough, Su Lang's eyes were reluctant to leave the white villain for a moment. Looking at the golden airflow that is constantly running, and feeling the aura that is constantly pouring into the body, it is simply not too cool. Half an hour later, the Reiki bus arrived at the Martial Artist Alliance building. This is the Martial Artist Alliance building? It's really impressive. Su Lang got out of the car. Rao was very knowledgeable and was shocked by the building in front of him. This building is like a black crystal casting, very tall, several times higher than the Dubai Tower in the impression. Its area is also extremely wide, completely like a giant peak. The Martial Artist Alliance building is the base of the Martial Artist Alliance. There are not only various offices, but also various shops, training rooms, practice rooms, and so on. And Su Lang is going to the office dedicated to receiving allowances. This office is located on the ground floor of the building, also known as the Martial Artist Alliance Hall. It is very spacious and resplendent. People come and go in the hall, and there are no less than 100 reception windows alone. These reception windows are divided into levels, and the warriors of the corresponding realm look for the corresponding window to do things. And higher-level warriors have the privilege of using lower-level windows first. In this era when martial arts are respected and great power is attributed to individuals, privilege is everywhere. Body temporer window. Here, Su Lang looked around and walked to the left. Body quenching is the lowest level of a martial artist. There are many people who come to receive allowances, and there are long queues in front of each window. Su Lang joined a team and waited. There are too many people, and from time to time, there are official warriors with juniors who use privileges to jump in the queue, and the speed of the team is even slower. Su Lang waited for 3 full hours before it was his turn. Hello. Su Lang handed the ID card to the heavy makeup woman behind the window. What level of allowance do you receive? The heavy makeup woman asked in a numb tone. Primary quenching body. Su Lang responded with a smile, then touched the spar next to the window, and the spar lit up with a white spot. This kind of spar can accurately determine the strength of a warrior, and the body quenching state is displayed as white light spots, and the level is determined by the number. Ha! It's really a primary body quenching. The heavy makeup woman was surprised, and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes when she looked at Su Lang. Cough, please hurry up. Su Lang caught the trace of contempt, and his face suddenly turned cold and a little unhappy. Su Lang? You are only 20 years old until you are at the primary level. Are you a mortal or a waste? While speaking, the heavily makeup woman took 10 gold coins and placed them under the window. She did not hide her voice, and everyone around her heard it. It's so big that the primary body is quenched. It should be a waste product. It's a waste of resources to come to receive allowances for this kind of rubbish qualification. That's not it. Don't even think about breaking through to the realm of warriors in this life. Advanced body tempering is sky high. Yes, even if you receive a few years allowance, you will not necessarily break through to the intermediate level. Immediately, someone sneered. Ah! Su Lang sneered, you guys are not too young, aren't you also tempered? Can that be the same? An equally young man with braids pulled his collar and shouted, I'm a prospective warrior, can you compare to this trash? Wow, so young as a quasi-martial artist, stronger than the peak of body tempering, genius. Yeah, this is a warrior reserve, it's incredible. Handsome guy, what's your name, are you short of errands? The surrounding body quenchers suddenly exclaimed, and looked at the braided man enviously. Do you see it? The braided man raised his chin and looked at Su Lang with incomparable contempt. This is the realm where you have to work hard all your life. Su Lang glanced at it, and the braided man's attribute panel suddenly appeared. Name, Yangshi, race, human, qualification level, middle grade, boundary level, quasi-warrior, attack level, quasi-martialist, defense level, quasi-martialist, movement level, quasi-martialist, endurance level, quasi-martialist, mastering the exercises, boundless heart sutra middle grade? Garbage. Su Lang rolled his eyes. The mid-grade aptitude was 300 or 400 times worse than his flawless cultivation speed. Compared to him, it is truly rubbish. Yoa, talk back. Yangshi stepped forward and patted Su Lang on the shoulder and laughed. Yes, you are a genius, a born waste. Ha ha. Su Lang sneered, since you say I'm a waste, why don't we make a bet? Bet? I like it. Yangshi clapped his hands. What are you betting on? I'll accompany you. Su Lang said indifferently, just bet how long it will take me to break through from the primary to the intermediate level, and the bet is 50 gold coins. Okay, I bet. Yangshi sneered, I bet you can break through from the primary level to the intermediate level in 10 years. If you do, come to the north of the city and find me Yangshi, and I'll give you 50 gold coins. If you can't do it, I won't embarrass you. I stripped off and ran around the Martial Artist Alliance building 3 times, shouting I'm a genius while running, so that everyone can get to know you, okay? Okay, that's a good idea. Getting naked and yelling I'm a genius? That's exciting, good idea. Yes, when I think of that scene, I can't help but want to laugh. The people watching the lively around were booing. None of them believed that Su Lang would be able to break through to the intermediate level of body quenching within 10 years. Everyone is sensible and started to practice, while Su Lang is in his 20s and has practiced for more than 10 years before the primary body tempering. How can it take a shorter time to break through a more difficult realm? How? Do you dare to gamble? Yang Shi smiled contemptuously. He also had this idea, so he proposed this gamble. Why don't you dare? Su Lang laughed. However, the stakes have to be changed. If you lose, not only do you have to give me 50 gold coins, but you also have to strip off and run 3 laps around the Martial Artist Alliance building, shouting I am a genius while running. How about that? Okay, that's it. Yang Shi's face was full of victory, and after speaking, he was about to return to the team. Hold on. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand. What? Repented? Yang Shi sneered. It's too late to regret it, Su Lang genius. No no no. Su Lang smiled lightly. I don't think the verbal agreement is formal enough. It is safer to sign it in black and white. What? Yang Shi was stunned, and immediately looked around, signing the sign? Could it be that he really thought he would win? Yeah, this is too ridiculous, and you still sign it? Meeting this Su Lang, I have a long experience. He is a waste of talent. He dares to bet with a prospective warrior, and now he has to sign it. It's a big joke in the world. Oh, what are you laughing at? People are so serious, they will definitely win. More and more people are watching. Everyone's faces were either incredulous or full of sneers. No one thought that Su Lang could win. Well, since you are so serious, I will mercifully promise you. Yang Shi smiled and spread out his hands, came to the window, and said to the heavy makeup woman, Beauty, borrow a pen and paper. Okay, no problem. The heavy makeup woman's attitude towards Yang Shi is different, that's called a flattery. She took out the pen and paper and handed it to Yang Shi, and pretended to carelessly rub Yang Shi's fingers with the back of her hand. Ha ha. Yang Shi laughed and took the pen and paper to write down the bet. After signing the name, he handed it to Su Lang. It's up to you, our genius. The surrounding people burst into laughter when they heard this. Ah. Su Lang smiled noncommittally, took the pen and paper and signed his name. That's how the gamble ended. Yang Shi didn't even read Su Lang's name. I'm waiting for you to fulfill the punishment, huh? In the same case, I'll give it back to you. Su Lang smiled lightly. I'm also waiting for you to fulfill the punishment, and it's now. What? Yang Shi and the onlookers were stunned when they heard the words, and they all sneered. At this time. System, give me a breakthrough. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and there was a burst of fluctuations unique to his breakthrough. Because the medicinal properties accumulated in Su Lang's body have not yet been absorbed, his cultivation speed at this time is still faster than that of a genius with flawless aptitude. And it has been 3 or 4 hours from the breakthrough to the primary body quenching, and the white villain has already turned golden. If not for a few words with this Yang Shi, Su Lang would have broken through before. Ha? What does it feel like? It seems that the waste material has broken through to the intermediate quenching body? No way, what are you kidding? Su Lang's breakthrough was obvious, and the onlookers knew it well, but they didn't want to believe it, because it was incredible. What the hell? Yang Shi also looked at Su Lang blankly, his face full of disbelief. Hey, I am willing to admit defeat. Su Lang waved the agreement in his hand with a smile on his face. Please bring the 50 gold coin bet, then strip off and run around the Warrior Alliance building 3 times, shouting I am a genius while running, and let everyone know. No you. No, it's impossible. How could you break through the intermediate quenching body so quickly? Yang Shi's face turned blue and white, and he said sternly, you must be cheating. What method did you use to simulate the fluctuations during breakthrough? Cheating? Keep your dog eyes open. Su Lang sneered and put his hand on a spar by the window, and 2 white spots of light suddenly lit up on the spar. 2 light spots. It's really an intermediate level tempering body. This Su Lang is clumsy. He has long been able to break through to the intermediate level of body tempering. Lao Jiao, then why did he come to receive the primary body quenching allowance at this time? Whoever comes to receive the allowance happily without breaking through the primary body quenching, how can he hold back? Fake it. But the fluctuations that he exuded before were indeed breakthrough fluctuations. I have seen this kind of fluctuations a lot, and I can't see it wrong. That is to say, he really just broke through to the intermediate level of body tempering. Yang Shi was planted. Yeah, Yang Shi is really unlucky to encounter such a thing. But if Yang Shi didn't ridicule others, it wouldn't be such a mess. Ah, that's what I said. Everyone was talking in disbelief, and all kinds of eyes fell on Yang Shi. Master Reserve Warrior, are you going to break your promise to get fat? Su Lang sneered at Yang Shi. Please give me a bet of 50 gold coins, and then fulfill the second bet. Grass. What if you break through the intermediate tempered body? It was only at the age of 20 that I broke through to the intermediate level of body quenching, that is, a mortal grade. In front of me, Yang Shi, Su Lang is still a waste, Don't look for it. With heartache and shame, Yang Shi took out a spiritual stone from his pocket, smashed it on Su Lang's chest, and left without looking back. As for stripping naked and running 3 laps around the Martial Artist Alliance building, shouting "I'm a genius" while running, he has no face to do it, and he doesn't dare to do it. Otherwise, not only will his own reputation be ruined, but the entire Yang family will be ridiculed. At that time, Yang Shi's end would be miserable. Therefore, he would rather pay Su Lang a low-grade spirit stone worth 100 gold coins than fulfill the second gambling contract. For the sake of this spiritual stone, please spare you for the time being, and don't let me touch you again. Su Lang looked at Yang Shi's leaving figure and sneered dismissively. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang turned to look at the heavy makeup woman in the work window. "Hey, old witch, give me the allowance and ID card for the intermediate body tempering." This incident was provoked by this heavy makeup woman. Although Su Lang earned 100 gold coins, she was still very upset. Humph! The heavy makeup woman threw 20 gold coins and Su Lang's ID card out of breath. "It's just a mortal aptitude, and you've offended young Master Yang, you're dead, get out of the way and don't block the back. TSK, this attitude will die sooner or later." Su Lang showed sarcasm, packed up the spirit stones, gold coins and ID cards, and quickly left the hall of the Warrior Alliance. It seems that Yang Shi has some identity. Walking on the road, Su Lang turned the spirit stone in his hand. Lingshi is a strange energy spar, a treasure of heaven and earth produced after the recovery of spiritual energy, and an important resource for warriors to cultivate. In addition, Lingshi can be cut, ground at will, and later cut into standard sizes as high-end currency. Under normal circumstances, spirit stones are circulated among warriors and powerhouses of higher realms. The spirit stones are also divided into quality grades, namely low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. The low grade spirit stone is worth 100 gold coins, and the exchange ratio between each grade above it is 100 times. The spirit stone in Su Lang's hand is a low grade spirit stone. When I convert this half of the spiritual stone into gold coins, I will have 161 gold coins, enough to raise the 1 key cultivation function to level 2, When he thought that his cultivation speed would be twice as fast as that of a genius without lack of aptitude, Su Lang was so excited that he wanted to scream in the sky. Suddenly, "Host, the system can provide free currency storage, exchange, and withdrawal functions." What? Su Lang was instantly surprised. In this way, he saved a lot of trouble and also saved a lot of handling fees. System, immediately convert this spiritual stone into gold coins. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the spirit stone in his hand suddenly disappeared. In the upper left corner of the mysterious black space, there is an additional money symbol, followed by 100. Ding! The exchange is successful. Would you like to deposit the remaining gold coins in the system? Deposit. Su Lang nodded, the gold coins on his body disappeared immediately, and the number behind the money symbol became 161. It's already 161 gold coins. Su Lang licked his lips excitedly. System, upgrade the one-click training function for me. Ding! Consuming 100 gold coins, the one-key training function is upgraded to level 2, and the training speed is increased to twice the base speed. On the white villain in the mysterious black space, the speed of the golden airflow instantly became twice as fast as before. This surging aura, so fast. Feeling the aura constantly pouring into his body, Su Lang couldn't help opening his arms, his face full of intoxication. After the training speed was doubled, the originally expected time of less than 5 days was immediately shortened by half. In just a little more than 2 days, Su Lang will be able to accomplish the goal that most people need to strive for decades, to be promoted to a formal martial artist. It feels so good. Seeing the white villain gradually turning golden in the black space, Su Lang couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. Immediately, Su Lang asked in anticipation, System, at this speed, how much time does it take for me to break through to advanced body quenching? Host, you can break through to advanced body tempering in just 4 hours. 4 hours is just 1 afternoon. Su Lang was extremely happy. When I find the hunting base of the Broken Axe hunting group, I will almost be able to break through. Now that the house is sold, Su Lang has nowhere to go, so he simply decides to step on the spot. With a very happy mood, Su Lang took the number 1 Reiki bus to the city gate. Most of the people who take the number 1 bus go outside the city to hunt. Only after entering the body tempering realm can they dare to hunt F-rank beasts in the area closest to the barrier. Therefore, most of the cars in this car are in the quenching state, and Su Lang is mixed in the car, and he is inconspicuous. After more than half an hour, the Reiki bus arrived at the terminal. At this time, the number of people in the car has been reduced by half, and it can be seen that even if the body is tempered, not everyone dares to go out hunting. After getting out of the car, Su Lang saw an extremely tall barrier. This barrier towers into the sky, comparable to the Warrior Alliance building, more than 2,000 meters high. Its thickness is also very amazing, completely like a thick mountain spanning the ground. And a large number of formations are also engraved on the barriers. These formations are not only defensive, but also attacking, which are very powerful. However, from the degree of defense of this barrier, it can be inferred how powerful the beasts in the outside world are. Following a group of people who went out of the city, Su Lang came to a hall. This hall is also affiliated to the Martial Artist Alliance and is called the City Tower Hall. The Tower Hall has functions such as selling map information, recovering beast materials, natural materials and earth treasures, selling medicines, weapons, and armors. In addition, the streets outside the Tower Hall are filled with private stalls selling various items. Su Lang became interested and walked around the street to look around. Sell the map, sell the map. A middle-aged man with a primary body tempering shouted to Su Lang, the latest version of the map was only updated the day before yesterday, young man, get a copy. Then have one. Su Lang needs a map right now, otherwise he will be blind when he leaves the city. Hey, 1 gold coin for the benefit. The middle-aged man handed over a map, and his face was full of laughter. 1 gold coin? Do you think I'm stupid? Su Lang shook his head speechlessly. 1 silver coin, love to sell it or not, there are many people who don't sell it. 9 With that said, we're going to the next stall. Oh, little brother, don't go. The middle-aged man smiled stiffly. 2 silver coins, the lowest. 2 silver coins will do, too. Su Lang stopped and threw out 2 silver coins, but I want to inquire about one thing. You say, I will tell you everything I know. The middle-aged man smiled and handed the map to Su Lang. Su Lang took the map. Let me ask you, do you know the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold in the F-rank Wind Wolf district? The stronghold of the Broken Axe Hunting Group? I definitely know that. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Young man, this is your first time here. Okay. Su Lang nodded happily. Tell me about this stronghold. Then let me tell you. The middle-aged man said, the F-rank Wind Wolf area was originally a good hunting location, which is very suitable for our body temperers. But then a rare herb appeared in this place, so it was occupied by the Broken Axe Hunting Group. The Broken Axe Hunting Group is notorious for being vicious and vicious. No one is allowed to hunt and collect herbs except their members. Someone who ventured in to hunt for herbs was killed by them. Later, this incident caused dissatisfaction among many people. Some people sued the Warrior Alliance, but they were suppressed for some reason. I heard that the Broken Axe Hunting Group has a backstage, and the backstage is very strong, but I don't know which force it is. So, what about the stronghold of the Broken Axe Hunting Group? Su Lang asked thoughtfully, are there warriors guarding you? That's not it. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. After all, it's only an F-rank area, and the guards are in the realm of quasi-warriors. But because the Broken Axe Hunting Group has a strong backstage, even the official warriors would not dare to provoke them easily. What's more, if there are official warriors going to their area, they won't be hostile, but will entertain them. Hey boss, how do you sell this knife? A voice came in, and the middle-aged man hurriedly greeted the guests. A quasi-martial artist? Su Lang murmured and left the booth. System, how long does it take for me to be promoted to an official martial artist? From mid-level body quenching to full-scale martial artist, it takes 4 breakthroughs to cross the 3 small realms of advanced body quenching, peak body quenching, and quasi-martial artist. For the vast majority of people, even if it takes a lifetime, they may not be able to complete these 4 breakthroughs and become an official martial artist. Host, you only need 51 hours to break through to a warrior. This is too slow. Su Lang pursed his lips, showing dissatisfaction. After enjoying the refreshment of the minute-by-minute upgrade, but now it has to wait for dozens of hours. Of course Su Lang is not satisfied. I don't know how many liters of old blood they would vomit if others found out. How about a quasi-martial artist? How long will it take? Su Lang asked. To eradicate the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold, it needs to be crushed by the martial artist realm, but to come and go freely, kill 2 people, a prospective martial artist is enough. Host, you only need 25 hours to break through to a quasi-warrior. It's still a little long. Su Lang frowned. He didn't want to take revenge overnight. However, how to quickly increase the strength? Correct. Su Lang's expression changed. I can take the medicine pill. Before, he was able to enter the primary body quenching in minutes because of the medicinal power. Once you take the medicine pill, you can greatly increase the speed of cultivation. After the spiritual chi was revived, a large number of heaven and earth treasures were bred on the blue star, and medicinal materials were one of them. Through the magical alchemy method, medicinal materials can be turned into medicines and elixirs with various effects. Healing medicine is one of them. However, medicines are very precious, often worth a dozen silver coins. And the pills are even more expensive. The lowest level pills cost 1 gold coin. That can be equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary body quencher. Go to the tower hall first. Su Lang entered the lobby with a map. Although the price of the items sold in the hall of the tower is slightly higher than that of private sales, the price is clearly marked and the quality is fidelity. Hello, I want to buy medicinal pills. Su Lang came to a medicine pill sales window and said straight. This is the price list, you choose. The staff handed Su Lang a brochure. Things that can increase the speed of body quenching are the body quenching pills, the strengthening body pills, the bone forging pills. The best is the body quenching pills. Taking a body quenching pill can improve the efficiency of body quenching, and the effect lasts for about 2 hours. The quality of body quenching pills is different, the physical condition of the users is different, and the effect of improving efficiency is also different. Seeing this, Su Lang secretly shook his head. Each time you take one pill, the effect only lasts for 2 hours? The time for ordinary people to quench their bodies is counted in years, and the cost effectiveness of 2 hours is too low. Even if you buy it, it is a complete waste of money. Fortunately, it didn't take long for me to break through. Sighing and sighing, the medicine pill still has to be bought, and Su Lang began to look at the medicine pill price. Body tempering pill, second order low grade, 5 gold coins. Body tempering pill, second order middle grade, 7 gold coins. Body tempering pill, second order top grade, 12 gold coins. Medicine pills are divided into 1 to 9 grades, and they are divided into 6 grades according to the strength of the medicine: waste, low grade, middle grade, high grade, extreme grade and perfect. Among them, the top grades are already very rare, the top grades are occasionally surprised, and the perfect quality medicine pills appear only once every few years. The best is the top grade, 12 gold coins, equivalent to half a sweet. Su Lang clicked his tongue when he saw it, but, it's just money, it will come back after all the money is gone. Give me 5 high-grade body-quenching pills. As Su Lang said, he handed the booklet back to the staff. However, his words fell into the ears of the people around him, and there was a burst of discussion. What? I heard right? This guy wants 5 high-grade body-quenching pills? This young man has 5 high-grade body-quenching pills as soon as he opens his mouth. Are you kidding me? That's an elixir worth 60 gold coins. Can this guy get it? Does he not know what gold coins are? Everyone looked at Su Lang as if they were looking at another silly roe deer. Are you sure you want 5 high-grade body-quenching pills? The staff also asked in disbelief. If a martial artist does this, he will not be surprised. But this guy in front of him has no spiritual energy fluctuations, so he is definitely not a formal martial artist, and he is wearing cheap items, and he does not have a single piece of armor. In this way, it looks like a primary intermediate body quenching thing. Can you get 60 gold coins? 60 gold coins is a lot? A bunch of poor ghosts. Su Lang glanced at everyone disdainfully, took out 60 gold coins from the system, and handed them to the staff. Lao Jiao, he really took out 60 gold coins. A local tyrant, you can actually spend so much money during the quenching period. Wandering around, this guy must be a son-in-law. TSK Tisk, it's a full 60 gold coins, and you don't even blink your eyes. The passers-by who were despised by Su Lang were so shocked that their jaws dropped. This is the elixir you asked for, sorry. The staff handed the medicinal pill to Su Lang and smiled apologetically. Well, this attitude is much better than that old witch. Su Lang showed a satisfied smile, then stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth, turned around and walked outside. And his move once again attracted a terrified discussion from the crowd. This guy. He just ate it so casually? Shouldn't such an expensive medicinal pill be taken after bathing and burning incense to adjust the state? Yeah, and he just left. Bad luck refining. If you don't refine the medicinal pills, wouldn't that allow the medicinal power to flow away? My God, is this guy a monster? Why do I think he's a lunatic? Almost everyone looked at Su Lang's back in stunned eyes. At this moment, Su Lang turned his head and smiled. Master, I'll eat it as a jelly bean, can't I? Puff. A thin primary body quencher in the corner shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The rest were also dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. In fact, how could Su Lang treat the hard-earned medicinal pills as jelly beans? It's just that no matter what posture he is in, whether he is walking, sleeping, eating, or looking at beautiful women, the one key cultivation function is helping him to exercise automatically. Then, the medicinal power will be refined naturally. This training speed is really fierce. Walking on the road, the aura around Su Lang huffed into his body. The white villain in the mysterious space was submerged in gold at a speed visible to the naked eye. System, how long does it take for me to break through to a quasi-martial artist? Su Lang asked. Host, you only need 10 hours to break through to a quasi-martial artist. More than doubled? And 5 medicinal pills can last for just 10 hours. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction. It seems that these 60 gold coins are not in vain. The effect of the body-quenching pill is very good, but Su Lang has not considered taking the pill to maintain the doubled state. Because that is too expensive, it costs 144 gold coins a day. The cost of 7 days is enough to upgrade the system function to 1 level, but the training speed is permanently doubled, and it is clear at a glance which one is cost-effective. The cultivation base is waiting for a breakthrough. Now it's time to look at the map. Su Lang took out the map, unfolded it, and immediately saw a large number of crisscrossed areas and various labels. The overall map is divided into 6 colors: white, green, orange, red, dark purple, and black. They represent the urban area, the F-level ferocious beast area, the E-level ferocious beast area, the D-level ferocious beast area and the C-level ferocious beast area. The strength of the beast and the realm of the warrior correspond one by one. The F-rank beasts that are equivalent to the body-quenching realm are simply killing them incessantly. There are also countless E-class beasts that are equivalent to the martial artist realm. There are also D-level beasts that are equivalent to the martial artist level and C-level beasts that are equivalent to the military commander level. It is said that B-level beasts appeared in the Red Maple City stronghold before, which almost destroyed the entire stronghold base. As for the A-level beasts, the Red Maple City stronghold has never appeared, and once such a powerful beast appears, it represents the disaster of the city's destruction. Legend has it that there are S-rank beasts above the A-rank, and that existence is enough to destroy the world, but no one has ever seen it. In addition, the beasts are generally active in the area of the corresponding level, but the possibility of high-level beasts entering the low-level area is not small. Many people died because they encountered high-level beasts in low-level areas. On the map, the entire Red Maple City stronghold is marked as a white area. Outside the city, a large circle around the barrier is green, which is divided into various irregular areas. These green areas are relatively safe F-level areas, where the Wind Wolf area is located. Got you. Su Lang narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous aura. Snapped. Suddenly, he was lightly tapped on the shoulder. Who? Su Lang frowned and turned around, his eyes fixed on the coming person like a knife. A bearded man with a mid-level body tempering state. Don't get excited. My name is Tan Zicheng. Tan Zicheng smiled. I see you are studying the map. Are you going to hunt outside the city? None of your business? Su Lang asked indifferently. Are you really going to hunt? I'm not saying that outside the city is not only dangerous, but also troublesome. Tan Zicheng laughed and said, I'm here to be a guide, help people, carry weights, run errands, and ask for a living allowance. Do you need it? How much? Su Lang glanced at Tan Zicheng and smiled noncommittally. Only 50 silver coins. Tan Zili set up Ma and said, you don't have to worry about everything except the battle. If you need me to participate in the battle, you will have to pay extra. I just need a guide. Su Lang nodded, come with me and leave the city after dinner. Immediately, Su Lang walked to a restaurant, and Tan Zicheng nodded and followed. The restaurant's dishes are very rich, including dishes made from all kinds of beast meat, and even vegetables containing spiritual energy. Su Lang ordered a large table and spent 10 silver coins. It's so hearty. Tan Zicheng was excited. I have never eaten such a sumptuous meal, thank you so much. Eat? Su Lang smiled lightly. After the wind swept away the clouds, Su Lang and Tan Zicheng returned to the hall of the tower. After a while, the two came to the outside of the barrier through a long and narrow passage. This is the world outside the city. What appeared in front of Su Lang was an endless hill, and the place where the heaven and the earth met was a terrifying primitive jungle. No matter how far away, there are giant peaks that are vaguely rushing into the sky. They are like giants standing on the ground, majestic and majestic. Go to the F-class Wind Wolf area. Su Lang handed the backpack to Tan Zicheng, holding only the black long knife. F-rank Wind Wolf area? That's the site of the Broken Axe hunting group. Tan Zicheng's expression changed, and he observed Su Lang's earlobe vaguely. Su Lang smiled lightly. I heard that they are very domineering. Just go and see, they won't cause trouble. That's good, that's good. I'll show you the way. Tan Zicheng's face loosened, and he smiled. You have found the right person. I happen to know a shortcut to Fenglang district. It only takes 4 hours to walk there. After all, Tan Zicheng walked ahead and led the way. The road outside the city is very difficult to walk. There are potholes and slopes everywhere. From time to time, you can see the bones of various white beasts. Halfway through the journey, when he came to a gloomy forest, Tan Zicheng suddenly stopped. Why don't you go? Su Lang asked while holding Tang Dao. There are beautiful mountains and rivers here, but it's a good place to bury your bones. Tan Zicheng turned around slowly, with a sneer and cruelty all over his face. I think so. Su Lang laughed. Actually, I saw you as early as when I bought the medicine pill in the tower hall. You already knew there was something wrong with me? Tan Zicheng sneered. Then you dare to take me out of the city? Could it be that you think you are our opponent? Brothers, come out and kill the sheep. Ha 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 ha. I wonder how fat this sheep is. The guy the boss is looking for must have some wealth. Stay alive, this kid is tender and tender, I will kill him alive later. For body-quenching men rushed out of the woods and surrounded Su Lang with Tan Zicheng. I'm not sure if you have a problem. Su Lang didn't change his face, and said lightly, but, it's best if there is no problem, and I'm not afraid if there is a problem. Not afraid? Is this a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers? Nor is it afraid that the wind will flash its tongue. Boy, open your eyes and see, we have 2 intermediate-level tempering bodies and 3 primary-level tempering bodies. Are you ready to take care of them? It's really outrageous. When you know each other, you hand over the knife in your hand. I'll give you a good time. The group of robbers were surprised and sneered. Young master, you really don't cry when you don't see the coffin. Tan Zicheng slowly pulled out a sharp dagger. Before killing you, thank you for your body tempering pill and that sumptuous lunch. Do you know why I treat you to such a sumptuous meal? Su Lang's eyes were full of smiles. If you have no problem, it will reward you. If you have problems, it will be your meal. Breakout meal? Tan Zicheng's eyes revealed murderous intent. What a big tone. Come on, save me alive. The other 4 body-hardening robbers immediately rushed towards Su Lang with a grin. Do you really think you've got me? Su Lang pulled out his long knife with a snort and shouted angrily, give me a breakthrough. In an instant, there was a wave of fluctuations unique to his body-quenching breakthrough. Originally, it only took 4 hours for Su Lang to break through to advanced body quenching, but after taking the medicinal pill, it took less than 2 hours. And from eating, going out of the city all the way to now, it has already passed 2 hours. The sea of Su Lang's cultivation has already overflowed. Whether or not to break through is just a matter of thought. Of course, on-the-spot breakthrough is as simple as eating and drinking for Su Lang, but it is completely incredible for Tan Zicheng and others. Is it a breakthrough volatility? Damn, he broke through the advanced tempering body. How is it possible? How can you break through at this time? I haven't seen him practicing from the beginning to the end, and he has been walking all the time. How could he break through? Tan Zicheng and others were shocked and horrified, and everyone's scalp was about to explode. To fight against high-level body quenching with an intermediate-level body quenching, not to mention hitting a stone with an egg, is also beyond your own power. But at this time the arrow had to be sent on the string. The 5 had already made a move, and there was no turning back. The 2 sides face each other in an instant. Death to me. Su Lang slashed horizontally, without any fancy moves. Do not. The 2 primary body tempering stage saw the sharp Tang Dao getting closer and closer, and the pupils suddenly shrank like needles. But Su Lang's speed was so fast that they didn't have any time to dodge at all. Puff! The sword light flashed, and the 2 were headed. In different places, blood spurting wildly. However, Su Lang's knife was still unabated, and he slashed at Tan Zicheng's dagger. Ding! A metallic tremor resounded through the jungle, and Tan Zicheng's dagger turned into a thin line and flew into the sky. Go to hell! Another mid-level body-hardening robber took this opportunity to slash Su Lang's neck with a sharp knife. Do you think I can only use knives? Su Lang sneered, his figure twisted, and a back whip kicked the robber out. The remaining primary body-quenched body closed his eyes and rushed forward, and Su Lang's body was easily dodged. Come on! Tan Zicheng saw that the situation was not good, and immediately turned around and fled. Can you run away? Su Lang moved and chased after him. The power of the advanced body tempering period gave him the speed and explosiveness of a cheetah. Tan Zicheng is only an intermediate level tempered body, how can he outrun Su Lang? However, Su Lang caught up in a few seconds and cut off both legs. What? Tan Zicheng let out an incomparably shrill scream, and blood spurted out from the broken legs like a water gun. Su Lang kept walking, turned back like a swallow in the air, and frantically chased and killed the remaining two robbers. The strength of the two robbers was not as good as that of Tan Zicheng, and they were solved with two swords. Hey, it's time to take care of you. With a smile on his face, Su Lang walked slowly to Tan Zicheng's side, who had both broken legs. No! Don't kill me, please spare my life. As long as you get around me, I can do anything, please. I beg you to be merciful, I am old and young, all. I am all counting on me. Tan Zicheng looked at Su Lang, who was condescending and holding a blood-stained tang knife, and instantly trembled with fright. I'm all counting on you to kill innocent people to feed them, right? Su Lang's smile didn't change, his wrist turned over, and the bright red long knife slashed like thunder. Do not! Tan Zicheng burst into tears and let out a tragic howl before he died. Shoo! The tang knife is sheathed. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and began to search for the spoils. What Su Lang didn't expect was that these guys who were only in the body tempering realm had found a total of 85 gold coins and several silver and copper coins. The weapons of the four were worth 5 or 6 gold coins together. How many body tempering stage warriors have to be robbed? What a shame! Su Lang spat fiercely at Tan Zicheng's corpse, then picked up his backpack and continued to rush to the Broken Axe hunting group's stronghold. The path Tan Zicheng chose was indeed a shortcut, and it was very safe and secluded. 2 hours later, black and red thorns appeared not far away. The bloodthirsty thorns unique to the F-rank Wind Wolf district are here. Su Lang gradually slowed down, trying to hide in the shadows and move forward. Although the Broken Axe hunting group will definitely arrange sentries around the stronghold, the people who will be driven out to send sentries are definitely low-level guys, and Su Lang is not afraid at all. Carefully avoiding the thorns, Su Lang slowly dived towards the center of the F-class Wind Wolf area. But soon, Su Lang noticed something was wrong and stopped. Ha! Why is there no one? And I haven't even seen one of the most common wind wolves. By the way, Chu Gang said before that Do Zhong and Kai Feng returned to their base in the morning for some reason, and took a group of people with them. Based on the situation here, it is very likely that something happened to the stronghold of the Broken Axe hunting group. After some analysis, Su Lang's brows slowly stretched out. Look at it first. Su Lang took a step forward and danced lightly between the shadows. Finally, 5 minutes later, a tall arrow tower appeared in front of him. On the arrow tower stood a primary body tempering warrior who was taking a nap. It's him! A cold light flashed in Su Lang's eyes. He recognized the identity of the man on the arrow tower. This man was one of the 2 bullies who beat his predecessor to death, Kai Feng. Vengeance for murder. Su Lang squinted his eyes, filled with murderous aura, and immediately pulled out the tang knife and touched the arrow tower. Thanks to the experience of being a killer in his previous life, Su Lang successfully dived under the arrow tower and climbed the stairs. At this time, Kai Feng was still holding onto the railing, unaware that the danger of death had gradually come. What? After a long hatch, Kai Feng took out his mechanical watch and looked at the time, suddenly feeling refreshed. There are 10 minutes before the shift, so be sure to have a good time. When he thought of the ordinary women who were at the mercy of the stronghold, Kai Feng felt hot all over. But at this moment, he suddenly found a sharp blade slowly sticking out from under his chin. At the same time, there was a chill on the neck. To die. In an instant, all the hairs on Kai Feng's body stood up, and the heat in his belly was instantly annihilated. Kneel down and don't make a sound if you want to live. Su Lang's ice-cold voice sounded from behind Kai Feng. Kai Feng couldn't help trembling all over, and then fell to the ground tremblingly. Good. Look up and see who I am. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and turned to Kai Feng with a sneer. Kai Feng raised his stiff chin and looked at Su Lang. The next moment, his eyes burst out, and he was full of horror. This person. Didn't he just get beaten to death yesterday? How would it appear here? And how did he come to the arrow tower? Is he not an ordinary person? How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Su Lang grinned, revealing a strange and cruel smile. Are you a human or a ghost? Kai Feng was terrified, his whole body trembled like a sieve, and his upper and lower teeth clacked. It doesn't matter. Su Lang's smile remained unchanged, the important thing is that you are going to die. With that said, Su Lang moved his wrist, and the sharp blade cut a bloodline on Kai Feng's neck. No. Don't kill me. I have no choice but to. Kai Feng felt that his neck was about to be cut open, and he was so frightened that he kept begging for mercy. If it weren't for Su Lang's tang knife on his neck, he would have kowtowed. I have to? Su Lang raised his brows. Did someone instruct you? Yes, it is the task assigned by our deputy gang leader. Seeing the hope of surviving, Kai Feng quickly replied, otherwise, we wouldn't dare to do anything in the city, and we would still do such a heavy hand. Why did he want you to do something to me, an ordinary person? Su Lang frowned. His predecessor's parents had no enemies at all during their lifetime, and they didn't leave anything worth coveting after their death. I don't know that either. Kai Feng grimaced, we are completely following orders, please forgive me, 7 Humph. Su Lang snorted noncommittally, I'll ask you one more question, did something happen to your base? You, how do you know? Kai Feng was shocked to hear that. What happened in their stronghold did not leak out at all. After all, it was related to a precious medicine. Sure enough, tell me what's going on. Su Lang's mouth curled into a smile, I'll spare you a dog's life if I'm satisfied. Leaking secrets will also die. Kai Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. If you don't say it, you will die now. Su Lang picked up the tang knife, and the bloodline on Kai Feng's neck burst open, and a bunch of blood flowed out. Don't! I said. Kai Feng trembled with fright, and said tremblingly, we found a 5 main medicine plant in our stronghold, but there is a pair of E-level wind wolves guarding it. The guards and masters in the stronghold have gone there. After he finished speaking, Kai Feng had a gloomy expression on his face. He knew that once the people in the gang knew about the leak, endless torture would await him. Tier 5 main medicine? Su Lang's eyes lit up, that's a precious medicinal ingredient that can refine 5th-order medicinal pills. The higher the rank of the medicinal pill, the value increases by 7, 8 times, or even 10 times. Even the lowest rank 5 medicinal pill is worth 7 or 800 gold coins. And the treasure medicine that is the main ingredient of the medicine pill, its value occupies at least half of the medicine pill, that is, about 400 gold coins. This is an unparalleled allure for Su Lang, who urgently needs money to upgrade the system function. Tell me, where is the position of the Tier 5 main medicine? Su Lang smiled and asked Kai Feng gently. It's in the Hulu Valley just west of the stronghold. It takes more than half an hour, Zeidig Dia. Kai Feng said tremblingly, I already know this, please let me go. One last question. Su Lang asked seriously, when did the masters in the stronghold leave? Well, they just left not long ago. Kai Feng nodded, and immediately widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. Aren't you going to take advantage of this? You are an ordinary person, and it is entirely by luck that you can subdue me. If you dare to go to the stronghold, you will definitely die. Ordinary people? Yes, half a day ago. Su Lang smiled lightly. Half a day ago? Kai Feng stared at his eyes full of fear and shock. Have you broken through to tempering body? But you're only a beginner, don't worry about it. Su Lang moved his knife, tell me about the structure of the stronghold, and I'll let you go. Yes, Kai Feng's eyes flickered for a while. Then quickly began to describe the structure of the stronghold building. He spoke in great detail, and even revealed a secret passage leading to the interior of the stronghold. Although most of the masters in the stronghold have gone to deal with the quasi-E-rank Windwolf, in Kai Feng's opinion, those intermediate-level body-tempering bodies left behind in the stronghold are not something that the primary body-tempering body Su Lang can deal with. If Su Lang really entered the stronghold, he would definitely have no return, and he couldn't even escape. That's all, look, can you let me go? Kai Feng said all the information about the stronghold, and then looked at Su Lang eagerly. However, although he was eager on the surface, secretly there was a sneer in his heart and the excitement of imminent revenge. Just let him think about breaking his head. He never imagined that Su Lang was already a high-level tempered body at this time. Moreover, in about an hour or so, it will be able to break through to the peak body tempering. With such strength, in the absence of stronghold guards, he can run rampant without restraint. Well, I'll keep my promise and spare your life. Su Lang retracted the Tang Dao from Kai Feng's neck and smiled with satisfaction, revealing his shiny white teeth. Then I say goodbye, and I am grateful for the grace of my life. Kai Feng was surprised, and hurriedly thanked him, then turned around and ran away. Wait! Su Lang's mouth twitched and stopped Kai Feng. Did I let you go? This, you said to spare me. Kai Feng cried out in his heart, and his body trembled again. I intend to spare your life, but the death penalty can be avoided, and the living crime cannot escape. Su Lang held a knife flower, and a faint sneer was drawn on the corner of his mouth. If you want to go, leave a pair of hands behind. This Kai Feng was one of the culprits who directly killed Su Lang's predecessor. How could Su Lang forgive him so easily? Leave your hands. You broke your promise. Kai Feng was shocked when he heard the words, and immediately said angrily, everyone is also a primary body tempering body. I was only controlled by you before, and then I let you slaughter. After all, I am also a person who has hunted beasts. You are a rubbish who has just left the city. I really think I am afraid of you. Ha ha ha, are you not afraid of me? Su Lang laughed. Then why were you kneeling on the ground just now? You bastard. Kill me. Kai Feng was embarrassed and angry, gritted his teeth, pulled out a short sword from his waist, and stabbed Su Lang sharply. You did it first, don't blame me if you die. Su Lang sneered, his wrist flipped, and the blade was in the air. Immediately, the sharp blade light flashed away like thunder, and Kai Feng's anger instantly froze. This is impossible. Kai Feng Man opened his mouth in horror, and then a large amount of blood spurted out of his neck, and his body collapsed. Until his death, he didn't understand why Su Lang became so powerful. Isn't it good to hand over your hands obediently? Su Lang shrugged his shoulders, squatted down to clean Kai Feng's finances, and rushed to the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold. The old nest of the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold is now empty, which is a good opportunity to raid the house. You must know that the strongholds often trade with each other, and they often purchase valuable materials in the hands of the scattered people, so there is definitely not a small amount of money in reserve. Even the lowest F-rank stronghold is absolutely amazing. According to the information provided by Kai Feng, Su Lang bypassed more than a dozen arrow tower posts and came to the center of the Broken Axe Hunting Group's stronghold. The stronghold of the Broken Axe Hunting Group did not build any hard barriers. Because almost every 10 years or so there will be hordes of vicious beasts attacking the city. At that time, these strongholds are simply vulnerable and destroyed directly. So most of the F-class strongholds are tied up erect side by side with huge, smooth logs, forming a crude city wall. Following the city wall, Su Lang quickly found the underground passage in Kai Feng's mouth. Kai Feng's words can't be trusted, so be careful. Su Lang opened the entrance to the underground passage and cautiously touched it. It was dark and damp in the dark passage, but fortunately, the Su Lang killer was experienced a lot in this environment, so he could handle it with ease. Carefully walked through the dark passage, during which no danger was encountered. But when he was about to reach the exit, Su Lang heard a movement. This secret passage is guarded. Su Lang looked surprised, then Kai Feng really cheated. Immediately, Su Lang walked slowly to the exit, and the guard was above his head. Intermediate tempering body. Su Lang glanced at the guard, then rushed out. Who? The guard showed his vigilance, but before he could see the figure of the person coming, he felt a flash of sword-light flash before his eyes. In an instant, the guards were so frightened that their scalps exploded. He tried his best to dodge to the side, but to no avail. The icy blade cut into his throat, and the endless pain swept through his body, depriving him of all consciousness. Next, slowly putting down the guard's body, Su Lang rushed to the next place where someone might be guarded based on the information provided by Kai Feng. As for searching for corpses, you can wait until the battle is over before searching. After all, now is the best time to assassinate, so you can't miss it. Soon Su Lang found the second, third, fourth guards, and killed all these rabble. Everything was easy. Gradually, Su Lang could not find any members of the Broken Axe Hunting Group. I was killed by me? Impossible. Su Lang twitched the corners of his mouth, showing a hint of stunnedness, but at this moment, strange voices came over. A woman's voice? More than one. Su Lang raised his brows and touched the direction from which the voice came. After killing a patrolling member of the Broken Axe Hunting Group halfway, Su Lang came to a house. The voices of those women came from here. Even through the doors and windows, Su Lang could feel the lewd smell inside. Combining with Kai Feng's self-talk before, Su Lang didn't have to think about it and knew that there must be many women who were specifically for members of the Broken Axe Hunting Group to vent. These guys are really bad with sores on the tops of their heads and pus on the bottoms of their feet. If they kill them all, they won't kill the wrong one. Su Lang raised his brows, and immediately flew up and kicked the door straight open. What? Mara coin, who disturbs the good deeds of labor and capital? Which idiot, mad? I was so frightened that the labor and management were almost dead. An unsightly scene appeared inside the gate. The three naked men looked at the door angrily, and 7 or 8 women screamed, their numb and painful eyes filled with fear. The flower-armed big man headed by the 3 is a high-level tempered body, and the other 2 are intermediate-level tempered body. And one of the intermediate level body tempering is precisely Do Jong, who beat Su Lang's predecessor to death. Oh, I'm really sorry to disturb the three uncles. Su Lang glanced at the little white man who was about to turn completely golden, squinted and walked into the door, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Who are you? He doesn't have a tattoo on his earlobe, not ours. Come on, who are you? How did you get in? Where are our people? The three big men were in a bad mood, pushed the terrified woman's door aside, and looked at Su Lang with great vigilance. Your people? Of course they were all killed by me. As for who am I? A sneer appeared on Su Lang's face. Do Jong, you don't know me so soon? You are, Su Lang. Do Jong was stunned as if he had seen a ghost. No, weren't you half killed by us yesterday? You are just an ordinary person, why are you here? It's annoying to keep asking me these questions. Su Lang rolled his eyes, then looked at the big man with flower arms at the head. Tell me, where is the wealth of the stronghold? As long as I am satisfied, I can spare your life. Spare my life? The flower-armed man sneered. Are you sick in your head? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Su Lang shook his head, the tang knife was unsheathed, and he rushed out a little under his feet. Such a speed, advanced body quenching. Do Jong's eyes are going to explode, and he can't believe that someone can be promoted from ordinary person to advanced body tempering in one day after killing him. What are you afraid of? 3 fights in 1 fight, come on. The flower-armed man snorted in disdain, picked up the big knife on the side, and rushed towards Su Lang. When the women saw the 3 murderous men besieging Su Lang, they were both frightened and pity. They knew that it would be better if Su Lang died directly, but once he fell into the hands of Do Jong, life would definitely be worse than death. It's so disgusting. Seeing the 3 naked men fling birds at him, Su Lang frowned, revealing deep disgust. At this moment, the majestic big sword of the flower-armed man has been cut down severely. Ha ha ha, go to hell. Do Jong and the 2 also slashed at Su Lang's shoulder with a machete. System, breakthrough. Seeing that the blade was enlarged in front of him, Su Lang let out a low voice and slashed down. A violent breakthrough surged out, and Su Lang felt his body was hot, and a terrifying force was transmitted to Tang Dao. What? The 3 of them only had time to flash a thought, and Tang Dao came first and slashed at the big sword headed by the big man. Boom! The invisible force pressed down like a mountain, and the big knife instantly burst into a huge gap. The big man's mouth cracked, blood was pouring. He staggered back more than 10 meters in horror, and sat down on the ground. Su Lang didn't even look at the big man with flowery arms, his body threw forward and became short, his waist twisted, and the light of the Tang Dao slashed through the waists of the 2 of them like a lightning bolt. The ferocious expressions of the 2 of them suddenly solidified, and then the 2 faces were gradually covered with pain and began to distort. What? My ex, gone. It hurts, it hurts. Lots of blood. Do not. The 2 people in Do Jong were in such pain that they shrunk to the ground like shrimp, rolling over and wailing. The women on the side were stunned to see all this, their faces were full of disbelief. The expected scene did not appear at all, and on the contrary, it turned out that 3 vicious men were defeated by Su Lang's sword. Those 3 vicious, devil-like big men were defeated. Emotions such as fear, shock, doubt, joy, etc., made all the women not know what to express. They just stared at Su Lang sluggishly, their bodies trembling, tensing, and convulsing due to intense emotions. It's really noisy. Su Lang frowned and killed the 2 Do Jong with 1 knife and 1 chicken. How dare you kill the members of my broken axe hunting group? You are dead. The anger in the heart of the flower-armed man sitting on the ground was overwhelming. The broken axe hunting group has dominated this stronghold for 3 years, and no one has ever dared to rush into the stronghold to kill members. But the person in front of him actually killed 2 of them without blinking an eye. He was really bold and unscrupulous. Only your broken axe hunting group is allowed to kill, and others are not allowed to kill your broken axe hunting group? Su Lang sneered and threw off the blood on the blade, and pressed towards the big man with flower arms step by step. How awesome. Stop. You stop. The flower-armed man finally panicked, he knew that he was definitely not Su Lang's opponent. Moreover, after fighting for so long, no one came to support, which means that the people outside must be all over. At this time, he was the only member of the broken axe hunting group left in the entire stronghold. Why should I stop? Give me a reason. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth, and the footsteps sounded like a claw hammer, smashing hard on the heart of the flower-armed man. Facing the great terror of life and death, the flower-armed man raised a deep fear in his heart. Are you too scared to speak? What a waste! While speaking, Su Lang raised the Tang Dao. The cold light on the blade was erratic, like a poisonous snake that devoured people. Wait, wait, wait! The flower-armed man was extremely frightened, and immediately said, "There is a lot of wealth in the stronghold, I know where it is." Accustomed to a life of freedom and freedom every day, how could a man with flower arms be willing to die? Very good, I only need gold coins and silver coins, hurry up, don't try to delay time. Su Lang's words broke the fluke in the heart of the flower-armed man. Okay, I said, all the gold coins in the stronghold are in Lord Guardian's. The flower-armed man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then quickly said everything. It turned out that the financial power of this stronghold was in the hands of the quasi-warrior guarding it. Gold and silver coins are also locked in the giant safe in his room. A smile appeared on Su Lang's face. I'm not sure if what you said is true, so what? The flower-armed man had a bad premonition and couldn't help shivering. Su Lang didn't answer, just smiled faintly and slashed with a knife. What? The big man with flower arms only felt his legs cold, and a sharp pain swept his body instantly, causing him to almost faint in pain. If you lied, Su Lang looked down at the big man with flower arms, I'll come back and kill you myself, if you didn't lie. Having said that, Su Lang smiled at the sluggish women, tie him up, if I don't come back within 5 minutes, he will be handed over to you. If you are lucky today, you will be able to leave this devil's nest alive. No, I swear I didn't lie. The flower-armed man woke up from a semi-conscious state and shouted shrill, you promised to spare my life. I didn't say they would spare you. Su Lang smiled non-committally, and said to the terrified women, the opportunity for revenge is just around the corner, what are you waiting for? If you don't even have the courage to take revenge, then it's better for me to help you out. The women who had been abused shivered with fear, and then they remembered the various bullying they had suffered, and the hatred in their hearts gradually surged. I'm coming. Finally, a woman stood up tremblingly, her teeth were shaking, but the hatred and killing intent in her eyes were almost overwhelming. I'm coming too. The second woman stood up, followed by the third, the fourth, and the last 8 women all stood up. They picked up the ropes, chains, and mouthballs that had been used to bind them from the ground to bind the flower-armed man firmly. You can play for a while, but don't let him die easily. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction, then left an encouraging smile and turned to leave. After closing the door of this house of sin, there was a faint scream of a big man with flower arms killing a pig. Retribution. Su Lang smiled lightly and rushed to the guard's residence. This stronghold is not big, and after a few minutes, Su Lang arrived at his destination. The gate of the guardian's residence was closed, but this could not stymie Su Lang at all, knowing that unlocking was a necessary skill for a qualified killer. After a while, Su Lang successfully opened the door and got in. Who? A woman's voice came from inside the room. Immediately afterwards, a woman in blue appeared in Su Lang's field of vision. This woman is a primary body temperer, with a good appearance, some bruises on her face, and her eyes are full of fear. When she saw someone who was not expected, and there was no tattoo on her earlobe, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Are you a kidnapped woman? Su Lang looked at the woman in blue in front of him lightly. The woman in blue was very excited. Well, who are you? How did you get in? Can you take me away? I'll get out of here, and so can you, but not now. Su Lang smiled and said, do you know a safe, the one where the guards store gold and silver coins? I know. I also know his password. He said it unconsciously when he was drunk. Seeing that the woman in blue had hope of leaving, she was instantly very happy and nodded frequently. You still know the password? That's great, take me there. Su Lang was also pleasantly surprised. He had never touched a safe in this era, and he had no confidence in opening it. At this time, it would be too easy to have a password. The safe is here, the password is. While speaking, the woman in blue turned around and led the way at a fast speed. After more than 10 seconds, a mechanical password safe as large as a wardrobe appeared in front of Su Lang, which was very heavy and firm at first glance. Su Lang entered the password, opened the safe with a bang, and was blinded by a flash of gold and silver. The woman in blue standing by the side also looked straight, so many gold coins, it was beyond her imagination. Great, great. Su Lang looked at the piles of gold coins and silver coins in front of him, and was ecstatic. I don't know if it's enough to upgrade the system. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang grabbed a handful of gold coins and deposited them directly into the system. In the mysterious black space, the number behind the gold coin icon suddenly changed to 26. The woman in blue on the side watched the gold coin disappear into Su Lang's hands, and was shocked and dumbfounded. Being able to put away items out of thin air means that you have a space ring, but a space ring can only be owned by a military commander-level boss. A person who can have a space ring during the body tempering period, how terrifying is the background? Thinking of this, the woman in blue looked at Su Lang with awe. Su Lang didn't know what the blue-clothed woman was thinking. He smiled, one after another, deposited all the coins into the system, and exchanged them all into gold coins. The number behind the gold coin icon changed from dozens to hundreds, and finally to 1568. It's already over 1,000, ha ha ha. Su Lang clenched his fists excitedly, screaming in his heart, "System, quickly upgrade the one-key cultivation function for me." Ding! Consumes 1,000 gold coins, the one-click training function is upgraded to level 3, and the training speed is increased to 4 times the base speed. Ding! Host, congratulations on getting the activation permission for the new function. It only takes 10 gold coins to activate. 2 system prompts in a row made Su Lang so happy that he almost flew up. Especially the latter one, new features. The first function is so perverted, how can the second function still be worse? System, activate the second function for me. Without hesitation, Su Lang chose to activate immediately. Ding! Consume 10 gold coins, the Heart of Martial Arts is activated, and the one-click martial arts function is activated. Ding! Congratulations on activating the second system function. You have obtained the bonus function Million Magic Furnace, which allows you to practice all the exercises in the world. As soon as the system prompt disappeared, Su Lang felt a shock in his mind, and information about the one-key martial arts function emerged. At the same time, a white villain suddenly appeared in the mysterious black space. This white man is still the outline of Su Lang, but unlike the first white man, it is standing. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the second white villain in the mysterious black space, Su Lang couldn't help laughing wildly. At this moment, he has fully understood all the characteristics of the second function, that is to automatically practice the exercises other than the main exercises. In this era, the cultivation method is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the main training method, specializing in improving the realm of cultivation. Now everyone is cultivating the Boundless Heart Sutra. The second part is to focus on techniques such as attacking, killing, defense and self-cultivation. These exercises can be roughly divided into 3 categories, namely body forging exercises for the body, weapon exercises for practicing weapons, fists and feet, and attribute exercises for manipulating various extraordinary energies. According to the degree of preciousness, it is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced and top. It is said that there are more mysterious exercises above the top, but it is only said. In fact, according to Su Lang's understanding, the cultivation realm is equivalent to the level, and the second most of the power laws are equivalent to skills and moves. Cultivation is mainly based on aptitude, and the mastery of skills and movements depends on understanding and hard work. To practice any of the second major exercises, one must have sufficient understanding. If you have high understanding, you need to spend less hard work. If you lack understanding, you can only spend a lot of time and energy to make up. But no matter what, it takes time and effort to practice. Moreover, even the primary exercises are staggeringly expensive, and they are simply not affordable for ordinary people. In addition, even those wealthy young masters would not choose to practice the second most of the exercises during the body tempering period. Because compared with the direct promotion of the cultivation realm, the price/performance ratio is extremely low. Originally, Su Lang also planned to practice the second most of the exercises after he became a martial artist. But this time is different. With the one-click martial arts function, he can automatically practice martial arts 24 hours a day, anytime, anywhere. System, how to enable the one-click martial arts function? Looking at the motionless little white man, Su Lang's heart was itchy like a cat's paw scratching. Host, you only need to place a practice technique to activate the one-click martial arts function. At present, the one-button martial arts function is level 1, and the martial arts speed is the basic speed. One exercise can be placed, and it can be replaced after placement. It has been detected that the host has the Guiyuan body forging technique. Do you want to place it? Su Lang was taken aback for a moment. He had no impression of this returning Yuan body refinement art. But soon he found this exercise from the memory of his predecessor. It turns out that this is the most basic primary body training method, and almost every formal martial artist has to practice it, and it comes from his predecessor parents. It's just that because the predecessor couldn't cultivate, naturally he couldn't practice martial arts, and in the end he had no choice but to leave it behind. System, place it for me immediately. The corner of Su Lang's mouth opened a big smile. Ding! Guiyuan body forging art has been placed, and the one-click martial arts function is activated. In an instant, in the mysterious black space, the second standing white man moved. It is constantly doing various body forging movements in Guiyuan body forging art, and its posture is abnormally standard. Anyone who sees it can't pick out a single flaw. At the same time, Su Lang felt a steady stream of warm currents pouring out of his limbs. Although these warm currents are so subtle that they are almost impossible to check, they add up to a lot. In just a few breaths, Su Lang felt that his body had strengthened a little. This speed is definitely at the level of a monster genius. Su Lang suddenly widened his eyes full of shock and ecstasy. Don't look at Guiyuan body forging art is just a primary exercise. In fact, it is a body forging exercise that has experienced more than 1,000 years of innovation and renewal. Although it is very moderate and common, it is not easy to practice, and it is difficult for most people to get started. According to the degree of mastery of the exercises, people are divided into 4 levels: introductory, minor, major, and complete. Reaching the perfection level means that you have mastered the exercises and you can use them at your fingertips. But the average person needs to invest a lot of energy and time even if they practice the Guiyuan body forging art to the beginning. For example, the parents of the predecessors practiced hard every day for more than a month before they reached the entry level. But at this time, the one-button martial arts function has such a remarkable effect after only a few breaths are turned on, which shows how abnormal this function is. This function is really awesome. Su Lang was so excited that his whole body trembled. The function is only level 1 now, and the speed of martial arts can be improved after the upgrade. And according to the system prompts, more exercises can be placed after the upgrade. At that time, I will be able to have all kinds of magical skills, hang and beat everything, and it is refreshing to think about it. You must know that the practice of the second most of the exercises is very difficult. Generally, a martial artist can practice 2 or 3 exercises to the Deshang level in his lifetime. But what about Su Lang? According to such a perverted practice speed, a few dozen exercises are simply not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth. And the most important thing is that others need to work hard to practice martial arts, but Su Lang can sit back and enjoy it. This is one of the coolest things in the world. At this moment, Su Lang licked his lips and asked excitedly, "System, how much does it cost to upgrade the one-click martial arts function?" One-click martial arts function is so perverted, how could he forget about the upgrade? Host, the gold coins consumed to upgrade the one-click martial arts function are the same as the one-click training function. It takes 100 gold coins to upgrade to level 2, and the speed of practicing martial arts is twice the base speed. It takes 1,000 gold coins to upgrade to level 3, and the speed of practicing martial arts is 4 times the base speed. It takes 10,000 gold coins to upgrade to level 4, and the speed of practicing martial arts. When the one-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 3, the host can get the activation permission for the next function. I fork, system, you are really amazing. Just after the system notification ended, Su Lang widened his eyes with excitement. It only takes 100 gold coins to upgrade the one-click martial arts function to level 2. At this time, he has 568 gold coins, which can be upgraded to 1 level. Moreover, the remaining 468 gold coins are only more than half away from 1,000 gold coins, and the activation of the third function is almost at hand. Quick, system, upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. Su Lang did not hesitate at all, and immediately issued an upgrade order. Ding! Consuming 100 gold coins, the one-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 2, and the martial arts training speed is increased to twice the base speed. In an instant, Su Lang felt more warm currents gushing out of his limbs. He could even clearly feel that his strength, defense, movement and endurance had improved to a certain extent. At this time, ding! Guiyuan body forging technique has reached the entry level. Laojiao, you're getting started so soon. Su Lang's expression changed, and the shock on his face was hard to hide. Immediately afterwards, he thought about it and exhaled his attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, peak tempering, attack level, peak tempered body plus, defense level, peak tempered body plus, movement level, peak body tempering plus, endurance level, peak tempering plus, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Guiyuan body forging art, elementary, beginner, activated system function, one-click training function, level 3, one-click martial arts function, level 2. Hey, there's a plus sign for attack, defense, and movement endurance, which is a lot of money. Su Lang couldn't help but let out a low and excited laugh. When this is over, I'll go back and find more exercises to practice. After a long time, Su Lang finally calmed down his excitement and regained his light expression. At this time, he remembered that there was a woman standing next to him. Su Lang turned his head and saw that the woman in blue was looking at him with a dull face. Don't look, let's go. Su Lang waved his hand, turned around and left. Ah. Oh. The woman came back to her senses and quickly followed. She looked at Su Lang in front of her and wondered why Su Lang's face had changed so much before, as if she had encountered something great. It's just that even if her imagination is bursting, she can't imagine that Su Lang will practice a practice method to the entry level in 1 or 2 minutes. Soon, Su Lang took the beautiful woman to the outside of the house where Do Zhongzhong and the others were beheaded before. There are some women in there who are sympathetic to you. Su Lang pointed at the door of the house and said, you are also a primary body tempering body anyway, so let's take them out of this devil's lair, and I will give you the safest route. Then, what about you? You won't take me with you? The woman in blue was all counting on Su Lang to protect her. Hearing Su Lang's words at this moment, she immediately became anxious. Me? What about me? Let's go. You won't be able to leave if you want to leave when the stronghold comes back. Su Lang smiled non-committally, then took out the map and drew the route, threw it to the woman in blue, turned around and left. The women that Su Lang had experienced in his previous life were gone, and he wanted to let him lose the willow and saddle for a remnant who met by chance, delusional. He is not a dog licker, but an emotional killer. The woman in blue looked at Su Lang's resolute back, and could only sigh, dispelling the thoughts in her heart. Immediately, she came to the front door, preparing to take some women who were sympathetic to leave here. Crunch, the door opened. What? 9. The woman in blue uttered a terrified scream. Behind the door were 3 tattered corpses and 8 women who looked like evil ghosts. The scene was extremely bloody, almost like sure hell. After Su Lang handed the map to the woman in blue, he did not leave the stronghold. Most of the experts in this stronghold went to hunt quasi-E rank wind wolves. The wind wolves that can reach the quasi-E level are definitely the wolf kings. They are often surrounded by dozens or hundreds of low-level wind wolves. It is not an easy thing for everyone in the Broken Axe hunting group to hunt them down. Even if everyone in the Broken Axe hunting group is fully prepared, they will definitely be exhausted after winning the battle, and that's a good opportunity to take action. And Su Lang himself needs time to improve his cultivation realm. After the one-button training function was upgraded to level 3, his training speed soared to 4 times that of an unqualified genius, and it only took 2 hours to break through to the quasi-warrior level. And the Broken Axe hunting group and the others counted the time for rushing, rectifying, exploring, fighting, and returning, which is definitely far more than 2 hours. Therefore, Su Lang intends to scavenge the stronghold first, and then wait for the rabbit. 10 minutes later, Su Lang scoured the bodies and dormitories of the members of the Broken Axe hunting group, and got a total of 89 gold coins. In addition to this, there are many beast materials, medicinal materials, ores and other items, but these things cannot be stored in the system and can only be temporarily thrown aside. Adding the remaining 468, I already have 557 gold coins. Su Lang showed a bright smile. In this way, we are one step closer to upgrading the one-key martial arts function to level 3 and enabling new functions. After searching the staff's body and dormitory, Su Lang returned to the residence of the Stronghold Guard. Although the gold coins in the safe have been taken out, there are public funds from the Broken Axe hunting group, and the private collection of the Guardians has not yet been searched. After some searching, Su Lang harvested another 123 gold coins, and there were already 680 gold coins in the system. And this is not the most exciting thing for Su Lang. I didn't expect that in addition to gold coins, I could find a practice method. Holding a thin book, Su Lang sat on the chair excitedly and flipped through it. This exercise method is called Ghost Moonsword Technique, which is a primary weapon exercise method. Su Lang speculates that it was prepared by the Stronghold Guard for him to break through the official martial artist. TSK, although it is a primary weapon technique, it is also much more esoteric than those sword techniques in my previous life. Furthermore, this exercise is obviously more mysterious and more difficult than Guiyuan body forging art. Once practiced, the benefits will definitely be greater. Su Lang praised it, and soon, he read it completely. Ding! The primary exercise Ghost Moon Saber technique has been detected. Do you place it? Just finished reading, the system prompt came. Lao Jiao, I just read it once, and I didn't study it carefully at all, so I can put it away? Su Lang's eyes lit up in surprise. In this way, in the future, for the mysterious exercises, he only needs to read it once to start the automatic practice, and he does not need to spend any thought at all. After the excitement, Su Lang pondered, system, how long does it take for Guiyuan body forging art to reach the Xiaocheng realm? Host, it will take 24 hours to reach the Xiaocheng level. It only takes 1 or 2 minutes to get started, but it takes 24 hours to get to Xiaocheng. It's really hard. Su Lang sighed with emotion and immediately said, "System, replace Guiyuan body forging technique with Ghost Moon Saber technique for me. If you continue to automatically practice Guiyuan body forging technique, it will take a day to reach the minor level. But if you change to Ghost Moon Sword Art, you will definitely be able to reach the Xiaocheng level in a short time." So now it is replaced by Ghost Moon Sword Art, and the benefits are significantly greater. Ding! The practice method is changed to Ghost Moon Sword technique. When the system prompt came, Su Lang's thoughts moved and he came to the mysterious black space. I saw an illusory long knife in the hands of the white villain who was doing various body forging movements. It held a long sword and continuously practiced the Ghost Moon Sword technique. His knife training movements are very smooth and natural, and it is as pleasing to the eye as art. Su Lang just sat on the chair and waited quietly. After 2 minutes. Ding! Ghost Moon Knife Technique has reached the entry level. Su Lang felt a shock in his mind, and a lot of understanding about Ghost Moon Saber technique was imprinted into his soul, making his mastery of this technique directly enter the entry level. As expected of the level 2 one-click martial arts function. Su Lang smiled slightly, then flipped his wrist, and a lightning-like sword light burst out instantly, and instantly retracted and returned to its sheath. If it wasn't for a terrifying knife mark on the thick wall, everything would be as if it had never appeared before. This attack power can already crush the peak-quenching body. Looking at the terrifying knife marks that almost penetrated the wall, Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and called out the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, peak tempering, attack level, quasi-martialist, defense level, peak tempered body plus, movement level, peak body tempering plus, endurance level, peak tempering plus, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Guiyuan body forging art, primary, introductory, Ghost Moon Sword technique, primary, introductory, activated system function, one-click training function, level 3, one-click martial arts function, level 2. Sure enough, the attack realm has reached the quasi-martial artist level. When I break through to a quasi-warrior, I will be able to crush opponents of the same level in all aspects. This feeling is so wonderful, so refreshing. Su Lang felt his own strength, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually expanded. Although he is a killer, what he likes most is to beat the enemy from the front, crying and begging for mercy. Now I'm just waiting for one-click cultivation to improve my realm. Su Lang poured himself a cup of tea and drank it leisurely. At the same time, in the west of the stronghold, outside the Hulu Valley, 15 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were ready to go. Among the 15 people, there are 2 quasi-warrior masters, and the rest are peak body tempering and advanced body tempering. The tactics are all clear, let's go. The headed guard of the stronghold was dressed in red suits, with a tiger's mouth-long knife on his waist, and walked into the Hulu Valley with a big wave of his hand. The rest followed closely behind, ready to fight. Soon, an angry wolf howl came from the Gourd Valley. Obviously, the members of the Broken Axe hunting group were discovered. After the first wolf howl, there were continuous wolf howls in the valley, and even long howls came from around the Gourd Valley. Quick! Go in! A quasi-martial artist shouted and rushed forward, and the rest of them also flashed their weapons and swarmed up. When the wind wolves in the valley saw the members of the Broken Axe hunting group, they all rushed up with blood-red eyes. In an instant, the two sides confronted each other, and the sounds of wolf howling, roaring, slashing, and scolding continued. 2 hours later. Host, the sea of cultivation is full, is there a breakthrough? With half-squinted eyes, Su Lang suddenly opened his eyes, bursting with astonishing light. To him, this system prompt is even more wonderful than the X sound of the best stunner. System, give me a breakthrough. Su Lang chose to break through without hesitation. In an instant, a huge warm current circulated throughout the body, making the muscles and bones stronger and stronger. Properties panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, boundary level, quasi-warrior, attack level, beginner warrior, defense level, quasi-martialist plus, movement level, quasi-martialist plus, endurance level, quasi-martialist plus, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Guiyuan body forging art, primary, introductory, Ghost Moon Sword technique, primary, introductory, activated system function, one-click training function, level 3, one-click martial arts function, level 2. What the hell? Looking at the attribute panel, Su Lang suddenly jumped up from his chair. He never expected that his attack level had reached the official martial artist level. Although there is a minus sign at the back, it is also a real official martial artist level. The difference between the realm of a quasi-warrior and the realm of a warrior is the difference between heaven and earth, and the difference between clouds and mud. Even if more than a dozen quasi-warriors besieged and killed a formal warrior, the final result is definitely that the quasi-warrior was crushed and killed. Yeah, as long as I don't meet an official warrior, then I'm invincible. Su Lang gave a big smile. Even if I meet a warrior, I still have the strength to retreat. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of shouts from outside. Quick, open the door. Boss sure is injured. What about the special people? If you don't open the door, the labor and management will take your skin off. Open the door, there are still injured brothers waiting for treatment. Rude scolding kept coming. Don't think about it, I also know that the members of the Broken Axe hunting group who hunted the quasi-E rank Windwolf have returned. I've waited so long, revenge, and the truth. There was a sneer at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, and then he walked quickly to the gate of the stronghold. Which bastard is on duty at the gate today? Still not opening the door? Malacoin, my brother is dying. Cue the members of the Broken Axe hunting group outside were even more angry at this time. Obviously their situation was not optimistic. Come on, I'm sorry that something happened just now. Su Lang shouted a few times behind the door, and then opened the heavy door to a gap. Is something wrong? If my brother is gone, you will really have something to do. A big man scolded and squeezed into the crack of the door with a displeased face. Little bastard, don't you open the door a little? Saying that, the big man squeezed into the door and saw Su Lang with a smile on his face. You are. When the big man saw Su Lang's face, he suddenly wanted to question in surprise. But before he finished speaking, he felt a flash of snow in front of him, followed by a chill in his neck, and he lost consciousness. Peak-quenching body, vulnerable to a single blow. Su Langtang swung his sword, and the blood on the blade spilled into the sky. Maid, what are you talking about? Just then, a member of the Broken Axe hunting group pushed the door open. Immediately, all the members of the Broken Axe hunting group saw Su Lang holding a long knife and a headless corpse with blood spurting from its neck. This is... The base has changed. An enemy. What? One person. Including the two prospective warriors, everyone looked at Su Lang in disbelief. They couldn't believe that someone dared to come and break the tiger whiskers of the Axe hunting group and wiped out their stronghold. They couldn't believe that the one who destroyed the stronghold was actually a body quencher who had no spiritual energy fluctuations. They couldn't believe that after destroying the stronghold, this body temper did not escape, but instead waited for them to come back and killed people in front of them. This is so incredible, so incredible. When everyone in the Broken Axe hunting group stared at Su Lang in shock, Su Lang was also looking at this group of people. Counting those killed just now, there were a total of 14 people, and all of them were injured. One of them was still lying on a stretcher. Obviously, the loss was not light under the claws of the wind. Xia Tengbao, who is your excellency? Why do you want to get along with my Broken Axe hunting group? The big guardian man in red attire took a deep breath, suppressed the stormy waves in his heart, and asked in a cold voice. Boss, why tell him so much? Let me kill him. Yeah, Boss Tong, let's fuck him. Humph. Tang Bao snorted coldly, waved one hand, and everyone closed their mouths. Su Lang, did you know? Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and said lightly. What? Su Lang? Isn't Su Lang supposed to be dead? Tang Bao looked startled, and immediately said, No, you should be here to avenge Su Lang. You dare to provoke my Broken Axe hunting group, you are really bold. If you have the courage, there must be someone behind you, right? Tell me, which force gave you this courage? As soon as these words came out, Su Lang knew that this Tingbao must have something to do with the death of his predecessor. It's just that this person has never seen his face, or has seen it and forgot. Sorry, I'm Su Lang. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders and looked at Tang Bao with a playful face. How about it, isn't it surprising and exciting? Are you Su Lang? This is impossible, he is obviously an ordinary person. Tang Bao looked at Su Lang coldly. Forget it, I provoke my Broken Axe hunting group, whoever you are, you have to die. Ha, so arrogant, so domineering. Unfortunately, just the few of you, I can kill it with a snap of my fingers. Su Lang raised his head and laughed loudly. With a flick of his thumb, a bright sword light rushed out of the scabbard. The yellow-haired child is shameless. Tang Bao sneered and pulled out his long knife. I want to see how you kill me with a snap of your fingers, give it to me. Let's go together. I'm going to skin him and drink his blood. Stay alive, this thin-skinned and tender meat is rare. The other 12 people showed cruel eyes, and they all pulled out their weapons and rushed towards Su Lang. For a time, swords and swords shadowed, and the forest was as cold as snow. In the eyes of the Broken Axe hunting group and others, Su Lang was so young and had no spiritual energy fluctuations, so he was at most a quasi-martial artist. They even killed 2 quasi-E-rank wind wolves and killed dozens of low-level wind wolves. With such a powerful strength, it is not easy to deal with a young quasi-martial artist. However, when Su Lang made his move, their thoughts were instantly overturned. Ghost Moon, plunder! In the face of more than a dozen people rushing up, Su Lang took a step forward, the knife moved with him, and the blood appeared. In an instant, the heads of the Broken Axe hunting group were separated, and 2 of them were seriously injured. Not good. He's so strong. You can kill with a snap of your fingers. Really cut 3 people in a row. The rest of the Broken Axe hunting group members turned pale in shock, and their cruel smiles were instantly replaced by panic. Ghost Moon sword technique? Tang Bao's pupils also shrank suddenly. Could it be that he found my exercise and practiced it successfully? Do not. What a joke, how can he practice successfully with his body tempered? I've been thinking about it for a whole year and I can't perform a single move. But he showed it, what the hell is going on? Tang Bao's face was sluggish, and he was completely messy at this time. I like how you look unexpectedly. Su Lang sneered and pulled a knife, throwing off the blood on the knife, making his cold glow reappear. He's just a quasi-martial artist, don't panic, follow me around and kill him. Tang Bao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he knew that Su Lang was strong, he did not think that Su Lang was strong enough to destroy them all. As long as Su Lang can't kill everyone in a short time, he will be slowly entangled and besieged. Fight! Avenge the brothers! Under the leadership of Tang Bao, the remaining 7 people killed Su Lang together. As the main force, Tang Bao and another quasi-warrior rushed to the front, killing Su Lang in half a breath. One of them held a long sword, and the other held a long sword, and they were fierce and attacked Su Lang directly. Ghost Moon, behead! Su Lang kept walking, and when his wrist was flipped, Tang Dao slashed diagonally down, pulling out a piece of snow. Boom! Dingying! The sound of 2 gold and iron clashing came out at the same time, and the sound of swords and swords was extremely mournful. Under the attack of Su Lang's martial artist level, Tang Bao and the other person were simply unable to parry. At the same time, the terrifying invisible force was transmitted from the sword, causing half of their bodies to go numb and unable to make quick movements in a short period of time. This is absolutely impossible. Tang Bao was stunned, unable to believe that his strength, which had been immersed in the realm of quasi-warrior for many years, was not the enemy of a young man. Another prospective warrior from the Broken Axe hunting group was also extremely horrified and unbelievable. However, the facts are in front of them, and if they refuse to believe it, they can only accept it. Ghost Moon, Nai! At this moment, Su Lang fired his knife again, and the throats of the 3 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were cut off, and the blood was gushing out. Invincible, let's go! Seeing this scene, both Tang Bao and Tang Bo were frightened and immediately retreated. Want to leave now? Ghost Moon, shun! Su Lang sneered proudly, took a step forward, his figure spanned several meters, and slashed at Tang Bao. So fast! Tang Bao looked at the gradually enlarged blade, and was so frightened that his scalp was about to explode. He instinctively raised the long knife to block it in front of him, but the deadly knife light suddenly folded and slashed straight into his waist and abdomen. Puff! The blade pierced into the flesh, bringing out a piece of scarlet. Tang Leopard's eyes were wide open, and the endless pain almost drained his strength, causing him to stagger out of balance. Boss Tang! The boss is defeated, what should I do? Run! One who can run is one. The remaining 3 members of the Broken Axe hunting group saw that Tang Leopard was seriously injured, and immediately lost their minds. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of the quasi-warrior, they began to flee in all directions. Don't go! Come back! Tang Bao's eyes showed despair, and he fell to the ground. He never imagined that these guys who were usually called brothers and sisters would be so selfish and have no loyalty at the critical moment. Do you want them back? I'll help you. When Su Lang was sarcastic, his body was already chasing the escaping quasi-martial artist. With his quasi-warrior plus movement level, he caught up with the quasi-warrior in just 3 breaths. Death to me! The quasi-warrior felt the needle glow on his back and was horrified, and immediately turned around and swung his sword. Dingying! The long sword screamed, and a head flew high. The other 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group who were fleeing saw that the would-be warriors were all beheaded with one knife, and they were so frightened that they froze and pissed. One person was even more frightened, his legs weakened, he fell to the ground, and then prostrated on the ground and kept kowtow to Su Lang. Still? Su Lang looked indifferently at the last big man of the Broken Axe hunting group who was still running away, his voice so cold as if it came from the bottomless abyss. The last big man of the Broken Axe hunting group who was running away shuddered and stopped involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, he turned his body extremely stiffly, and knelt down tremblingly. Very obedient, not bad. Su Lang smiled slightly and walked towards the pale-faced Tang leopard. As Su Lang's footsteps got closer, Tang Bao was wet with cold sweat in an instant. Tell me, why did you kill me? With a wave of Su Longtong's knife, it pressed against Tang Bao's eyebrows, and several hairs were cut off by the blade and drifted away with the wind. Are you really Su Lang? Tang Bao's voice trembled so much that he could hardly hear it. Su Lang nodded and said, yes, tell me why you want to kill me, and I can give you a treat. I still don't believe it, you were Su Lang. Tang Bao shook his head in disbelief, and then laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. What if you are really Su Lang? I'm going to die anyway, why should I tell you? Ha ha, after I die, someone will definitely avenge me. The background of the Broken Axe hunting group is not something you can fight against. You bastard, kill me, come on. Tang Leopard seemed to have overcome his fear, his eyes were blood red, he stared at Su Lang closely, gnashing his teeth and cursing. Ha, this is forcing me to use those cruel craftsmanship. Su Lang looked down at Tang Bao, okay, then I will fulfill you. After speaking, Su Lang smiled and cut a knife on Tang Leopard's face lightly, slicing out a fish scale like flesh. What are you doing? Although the wound was small, Tang Leopard had a very bad feeling. However, Su Lang no longer answered his question at all, but focused his attention on the blade. Ling Chi's craftsmanship. Once it is not cast well, the target will die. What? Don't want. Stop. Kill me. Forgive me, kill me. A few minutes later, Tang Bao screamed in horror. At this time, his face, neck, and shoulders were covered with a large number of fine wounds. Blood leached out of the wound, making him look like he was covered in hideous red-edged scales. In fact, the physical pain is second, and the most tormenting is the fear and anxiety in the heart. The knife dangling in front of him was like a picky poisonous snake, wondering where the next bite should be. It's just the beginning, can't stand it anymore? Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and sneered, unfortunately, once it starts, it can't be stopped, no. I'll tell you what you want to know. Please give me a treat and stop torturing me. Tang Leopard is like a whining stray dog, and he can't see the stubbornness from before. The two big men of the Broken Axe hunting group who were kneeling beside them were also scared to death, their bodies trembling like they were sifting chaff. Well, for your poor sake, Su Lang was talking, but his hands kept moving. I'll do it while listening to you. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you a treat. No. No, well. I said. Tang Bao was already incoherent. The reason why I want to kill you is because of your parents. Your parents became Yijiakiching not long ago, and they were sent to the very dangerous D-level ferocious beast area to carry out a mission, and finally died in Huangquan. According to the Kiching agreement, the Yi family needs to compensate each person with 2,000 gold coins. This gold coin would have fallen into your hands. But this money is not a small amount, and you are just an ordinary person, so? Sixth young master took a fancy to this money, then the order came to me, and I arranged for 2 men to kill you. I see. Su Lang withdrew the Tang Dao with an indifferent expression. Although he was very calm on the surface, the hatred in his heart was already surging. Why did the former parents want to be Yi Jiakiching? It's not to make more money, so that his body can step into the way of the warrior. The Yi family, however, sent them to the D-level fierce beast area of the martial artist level, killing them. Not only that, but in the end, in order to compensate for the money, we cut the grass and roots, and really eat and wipe, and the bones don't spit. Yi family, what a Yi family! Su Lang swung his knife sharply, cutting off Tang Leopard's neck. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and looked coldly at the 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group kneeling on the ground. Please spare my life. Please forgive me, I will be your dog from now on. The 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group still have the temperament of a gangster. They buried their heads in the dust and kept saying begging for mercy. Go and collect all the valuables before me. Su Lang's faint voice came, don't play tricks, otherwise you will be worse than Tang Bao. There are still many materials and resources in the stronghold, worth at least 500 or 600 gold coins. Su Lang does not intend to let them go. Yes. Let's go. The 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group were both pleasantly surprised and fearful. They hurriedly got up from the ground and began to collect valuables. Su Lang stood there, silently recalling the information about the Yi family. There are 4 major forces in the entire Red Maple City stronghold, each of which has a military commander-level powerhouse, and the Yi family is one of them. The other three major forces are the Warrior Alliance, Yu family, and Bao family. The Broken Axe hunting group has such a background, and it does have arrogance. If it was an ordinary martial artist, I am afraid that I would not dare to kill Tang Leopard. But for Su Lang, even if the King of Heaven came, he would still kill him. And the Yi family, as the culprit, has also become the target of Su Lang's revenge, especially the sixth young master of the Yi family. It's a pity that there are not enough gold coins, otherwise the upgrade system will take revenge every minute. Su Lang's eyes flashed coldly, and then he asked, System, how long will it take for me to advance to the martial artist level? Host, you can be promoted to martial artist in just 5 hours. 5 hours, this is the power of the medicine pill. Su Lang calculated that he has now eaten the 4th body-quenching pill, plus the 5th pill. The potency can only last for 3 hours. It seems that you still need to buy an elixir. Su Lang found a stone and sat down, waiting for the 2 members of the Broken Axe hunting group to collect items. 10 minutes later, a lot of items appeared in the open space in front of Su Lang. Among them, there are a lot of ferocious beast materials, not only the wind wolf, but also other F-rank ferocious beasts. In addition to the medicinal materials and ores, the most precious is the Tier 5 main medicine that Tang Bao and others have just obtained. Bring these things. Su Lang waved his hand, hurry up. Yes, yes. The 2 men of the Broken Axe hunting group hurriedly said yes, and then put everything on a cart. You did a good job. I hope you can be a good person in your next life. Su Lang nodded indifferently, and then slowly pulled out Sun Han's tang knife. Do not. The 2 big men were shocked physically and mentally, and their eyes showed despair. Ghost Moon, plunder! The light of the knife disappeared in a flash, and it converged into its sheath. Immediately, Su Lang pushed the cart towards the entrance of the barrier. That's right, he just wants to sell these things. Although selling these things will inevitably take risks, but relative to the income of nearly 1,000 gold coins, this risk is simply insignificant. What's more, as long as the strength is strong, what trouble can't be solved? A few hours later, it was already late at night. Su Lang hid the cart in a hidden wood. After making sure that he would not be found, he walked towards the entrance of the barrier. A big man was guarding the entrance. When he saw Su Lang, he just nodded slightly and let Su Lang go in. Through the long and narrow passage again, Su Lang came to the lobby of the tower and found a window for purchasing materials and treasures. But Su Lang had just passed by when a man suddenly ran over and stood in front of him with a smile on his face. Hey, hello. The man looked like a profiteer, and he didn't give a shit. Looking at your murderous aura, I'm afraid there's something wrong with what you're dealing with. Oops, don't be in a hurry to deny it. I've seen people like you a lot, so I won't get it wrong. Let's just say it, I'm from Yinbala. We buy and sell all kinds of beast materials, natural materials, and treasures. The key is to only make transactions, and we will never ask a word about other things, and we will never reveal customer privacy. Our hidden treasure building is headquartered in Dongshan Stronghold, and we have done business in more than a dozen surrounding strongholds, and our reputation is absolutely trustworthy. Su Lang's expression changed. Immediately after a search in his memory, he really found the information about the hidden treasure pavilion. However, because his predecessor did not have a second door, he only heard his parents talk about it once. If it wasn't for this person from the hidden treasure pavilion, he would not have remembered it. What's the name? What's the price? Although Su Lang was not afraid of trouble, it would be better if he could clean up his head and tail. Hey, you can call me Lao Qian. Seeing Su Lang's interest, Lao Qian smiled even brighter. Our purchase price is 80% of the price of the tower hall, and we will receive the goods at the door to ensure that there will be no worries in the future. 80%? That's fine. Su Lang nodded lightly. My things are worth nearly 1,000 gold coins, please prepare. More than 1,000 gold coins? No problem. Lao Qian smiled and nodded. Let's go, the goods are outside the city, right? Come to me to inspect the goods, and I'll go back to the city to give you money if there is no problem. Seeing that Lao Qian agreed so easily, Su Lang felt even more relieved. Soon, the 2 went out of the city to the hidden woods and found the cart. Ouch, there is also a Tier 5 main medicine, not bad. Old Qian skillfully flipped through the materials on the cart, and finally said, these things are worth 900 gold coins, and I'll give you 720 gold coins. Su Lang frowned. This was 100 or 200 gold coins less than expected. Seeing that Su Lang hesitated, Lao Qian said, since it's your first time trading with us and you have a Tier 5 main medicine, how about giving you 750 gold coins? Make a deal. Su Lang nodded, he didn't want too much ink. Okay, then go back to the city to trade. When the deal was reached, Lao Qian smiled happily. Just put these things here, and I will arrange for someone to receive them. Let's go then. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction. Although the price was a little less, the service of Yinbao Pavilion was really good. Soon, the two entered the barrier, and Lao Qian went to the hall of the tower to get 7 low-grade spirit stones and 50 gold coins and hand them over to Su Lang. I've been here, looking forward to the next deal. Lao Qian stretched out his hand and shook Su Lang's hand, then turned around and went to work. Hey, now there are 1430 gold coins, and the one-click martial arts function can be upgraded. Su Lang couldn't help but smile, but he still bought a top-grade body-quenching pill with 12 gold coins before leaving the tower hall. Walking on the road, Su Lang thought, system, convert all these spirit stones into gold coins, and deposit all the gold coins. Ding! The exchange is successful, the deposit is successful. In the mysterious black space, the number behind the money symbol has once again risen to 4 digits 1418. System, upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. Without hesitation, Su Lang ordered immediately. Ding! Consuming 1000 gold coins, the one-click martial arts function is upgraded to level 3, and the martial arts training speed is increased to 4 times the base speed. Ding! Host, congratulations on getting the activation permission for the new function. It only needs 100 gold coins to activate. The wonderful system prompt made Su Lang's soul fly with joy. Call. Su Lang was so excited that he let out a sigh of relief. System, activate new functions. Ding! Consume 100 gold coins, the clone dispatch function is activated. Ding! Congratulations on activating the third system function, you have obtained the bonus functions Perfect Plunder, Clone Perception, and Item Transfer. Ding! The current clone dispatch function is level 1, which can send a clone that is exactly the same as the host to fight. It takes 24 hours to reunite after the clone dies. Ding! Host, congratulations on successfully activating the 3 functions. The system has opened a storage space for you, and you can store items indefinitely. A series of system prompts made Su Lang's face sluggish. Immediately afterwards, there was a turbulence in his mind, and a purple villain gradually condensed in the mysterious black space. The outline of this little purple man and Su Lang were carved out of the same mold. It stood behind the 2 little white figures, motionlessly waiting for dispatch. At the same time, information about the clone dispatch function poured into Su Lang's mind, making him understand everything about this function in an instant. First of all, this clone has exactly the same combat power as Su Lang. Needless to say, this is already very perverted and very defiant. You must know that clone exercises are extremely rare and have exceeded the scope of top-level exercises, not to mention military generals and military commanders. Even martial kings are difficult to possess. Moreover, even if those powerhouses have cultivated their clones, they are often only 1/10 of the strength of the deity, or even lower. What's even worse is that Su Lang's clone can ignore space barriers and be dispatched to any place where Su Lang has a specific impression. For example, the Hall of the Warrior Alliance, the F-level stronghold of the Broken Axe Hunting Group, the Tower Hall, the Trading Street, the restaurant. Wherever Su Lang is seen, the clone can be dispatched to a specific coordinate in an instant. Moreover, Su Lang can gain the perception of the clone, and wherever the clone has seen, it is the place he has seen. That means that wherever the clone has been, it can be dispatched again instantly. In addition, the Perfect Plunder function gives Su Lang and his clones a 100% explosive rate. Any objects killed by Su Lang and his clones, the objects directly possessed by them, whether they are valuable materials on the body, space rings, or things in the Shumi space, will be classified as loot, plundered and stored in the storage space. Middle. This storage space is also perverted, and it can store items indefinitely. You must know that space treasures can only be possessed by military commander-level masters, and their space rings are a few cubic meters. Compared to Su Lang's storage space, this is simply rubbish. Finally, the item transfer function is also very useful. With it, Su Lang can transfer items to and from the clone, which can be used in many times. The function of this system is simply amazing. With this function, I can send clones to hunt and earn gold coins. And when you encounter an enemy, you can send it out to besiege, greatly enhancing your combat power. Su Lang recovered slightly from the shock, and then he was so excited that he kept gasping for breath. The third system function is really perverted. The only disadvantage is that the avatar's intelligence is too low. The clone at this time can only fight or execute some of the simplest commands. Even to speak, Su Lang had to give orders to say some simple words. However, this does not affect the combat power of the clone at all. I can't wait to see this clone. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and he quickly found a hotel and opened a room. Crack! The door was locked. Hiss, Su Lang took a breath and sent the clone out with a thought. Silently, a naked man appeared in front of Su Lang. It appeared very naturally, as if it should have been there. TSK tisk, Su Lang looked around the clone, and kept making a TSK in his mouth. This clone is exactly the same as him, and even the number of hairs is the same. The only difference is the eyes, to be precise, the divine light in the eyes. Unlike Su Lang's clear and divine eyes, the avatar's pupils were full of confusion and killing intent. Great, great, Su Lang couldn't help clapping his hands in admiration. If this is seen, I am afraid that he has some special hobby. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang retracted his avatar and went to the clothing store outside. He plans to buy some clothes for himself and his clone. After all, the clone looks the same as himself. If he stays naked all the time, it will damage his image. After some selection, Su Lang bought several sets of black hooded robes. Before leaving, the boss also gave Su Lang a few white masks and showed a smile of "I understand you." Needless to say, the boss must have thought that Su Lang was going to do something shameful. Su Lang didn't care, and went to a weapons store to spend 10 gold coins to buy a high-grade ordinary tang knife, which was used as a weapon for his clone. Above the ordinary weapons are the primary spirit soldiers. Su Lang glanced at the weapon when he was choosing the weapon. The price of a full 3,000 gold coins made him secretly stunned. With this money, I might as well upgrade the system functions. Su Lang pouted, then left the weapon shop and returned to the hotel. Come, put it on. Under Su Lang's command, he put on clothes and a mask. TSK, there really is a killer style. Looking at the avatar in black robe and white face, Su Lang smiled with satisfaction, and immediately thought about it, sent it out, and accepted the perception of the avatar. Somewhere in the F-rank Wind Wolf area, the black robe clone appeared silently. Immediately afterwards, there was a tang knife in its hand, which Su Lang sent to it through item transfer. At this moment, there was a rustling sound not far away, and a gray-white giant wolf emerged from the bushes. This gray wolf with sharp claws and a huge body is the F-rank beast, the Wind Wolf. Roar! When Feng Lang saw the black robe clone, he immediately roared and rushed up with red eyes. This Wind Wolf is extremely ferocious, but the black robe clone is exactly the same as Su Lang's strength, and it can compete with the existence of formal warriors. Shoo! A flash of knife light flashed, and the huge head of the Wind Wolf flew into the sky, and his body fell to the ground. The next moment, the body of the Wind Wolf disappeared out of thin air. Su Lang is here. Ding! You get Wind Wolf Claw *4, Wind Wolf Fang *4, Wind Wolf Flesh *10, Wind Wolf Fur *1. Su Lang hurriedly glanced at the storage space and found that the Wind Wolf's body had been perfectly divided. As long as it was valuable material, nothing was wasted. It's great, it saves me a lot of trouble just by automatically disposing of the bodies. Su Lang showed a bright smile. You must know that handling the corpses of beasts also requires craftsmanship, otherwise, the materials of the beasts will be damaged accidentally, resulting in reduced value or even damage. Roar! Ow! At the place where the black robe was cloned, the smell of blood seemed to dissipate, and the two wind wolves followed the smell and came over. The black robe clone didn't hesitate, the wrist flipped, the sword light flashed, and the two wind wolves instantly turned into corpses. Ding! You get Wind Wolf Claw *8, Wind Wolf Fang *7, Wind Wolf Flesh *18, Wind Wolf Fur *2. According to its own level, the F-level Wind Wolf's body materials are worth 20 silver coins to 50 silver coins. The materials that Su Lang harvested were of different grades, but they were of perfect quality. Each Wind Wolf was worth an average of 40 silver coins. In other words, in a short period of time just now, Su Lang has harvested several gold coins. You must know that if ordinary body quenchers don't risk their lives to hunt, they will not get 1 gold coin per month. Of course, the wind wolves are not endless, and Su Lang's clone also happened to meet a few wind wolves. But even so, the hunting efficiency of Su Lang's clone is much faster than that of ordinary body temperers, and at least dozens of gold coins can be harvested every day. The most important thing is that other hunters need to risk their lives to earn that money, and there are still a lot of expenses during the period, and what they earn in the end is completely hard-earned money. But Su Lang can get these little cuties by sitting and dozing off. Although dozens of gold coins per day are not worth mentioning compared to the consumption of Su Lang's upgrade system functions. But don't forget that Clone Dispatch is only level 1. And most importantly, Su Lang will be promoted to the official martial artist soon. The strength of the clone is the same as his, and then he will be able to go hunting in the E-level fierce beast area. You must know that the strength of the E-rank beast is equivalent to that of a formal warrior, and its average value is more than 10 times that of the F-rank beast. Of course, Su Lang didn't forget the sweetness of destroying a stronghold. Although the stronghold of the Broken Axe hunting group has been destroyed, there are still E families. Unfortunately, the strength is not enough, and the number of clones is too small. Su Lang's eyes sparkled. System, how much does it cost to upgrade the clone dispatch function? Host, it takes 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the clone dispatch function to level 2. Every time the clone dispatch function is upgraded, the number of clones will be +1, and new abilities will be unlocked every time you reach a certain level. Wow, there are new abilities. This function is really scary, but unfortunately I don't have enough money. Su Lang raised his brows. It seems that I have to be promoted to a formal martial artist as soon as possible. He only has 319 gold coins now, which is far from 1,000 gold coins. After a while, Su Lang got on the Reiki bus to the Warrior Alliance building. When going to the Martial Artist Alliance building this time, Su Lang did not intend to receive the Martial Artist Alliance allowance. After all, he only received allowances for primary and intermediate body quenching in the morning. If you go to receive advanced body tempering, peak body tempering and quasi-martial artist allowances this evening, it will be difficult not to cause a sensation. When the strength is not enough to attract the attention of the strong who cannot resist, then it is difficult for the fate to be in your own hands. Of course, gold always shines, but by then Su Lang is already powerful and invincible, and whoever provokes and kills will not have so many scruples. After half an hour, Su Lang arrived at the Martial Artist Alliance building. Even at night, the Martial Artists Alliance building is brightly lit, and there is an endless stream of people. Su Lang mixed with the crowd and came to the second floor of the building. The first floor of the building is the office hall, and the second to fourth floors are the official shops of various martial artist alliances, among which there are shops specializing in selling exercises. At this stage, the easiest way for Su Lang to improve his strength is to practice the exercises. A primary exercise that reaches the entry level can greatly improve his strength. The key is that it only takes a few minutes. Su Lang was so excited that he couldn't help laughing when he thought that he possessed dozens or hundreds of exercises and possessed the strength to kill enemies across several levels. However, after entering the store, he was immediately dumbfounded. Primary body forging technique, White Lion power technique, 888 gold coins. Elementary weapon exercises, 7 swords of breaking mountains, 1,298 gold coins. Primary attribute exercises, Shi Yen True Art, 23,000 gold coins. A book of exercises is so expensive? Su Lang looked at the price tag, and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. And it's still a rudimentary practice. Looking at the intermediate level exercises, they are all 5-digit prices, and the attribute exercises are worth 6-digit gold coins. Advanced exercises are even more terrifying. There are only 3 copies in the entire store, and the treasure of this town store, Blowing Snow Without Traces, is worth 5 million gold coins. Let me go, this is a money grab. Su Lang was stunned. With his current wealth, he couldn't even afford the cheapest exercises. Moreover, there are Guyuan body forging technique and Ghost Moon knife technique in this store, which makes Su Lang's plan to sell the exercises and then buy new ones shattered. Oh, money. Su Lang walked out of the gymnastics shop with a displeased expression. It seems that the way to buy exercises to improve your strength is about to end. At this moment, Su Lang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If I can't afford it, I can grab it. Isn't the Ghost Moon sword art just grabbed? As one of the 4 major forces in the Red Maple City stronghold, the Yi family must have a lot of exercises, even advanced exercises. And there is the Broken Axe hunting group that has not yet been eradicated. This notorious hunting group must have a lot of good things. When I'm strong enough, I'll hunt them. Thinking of this, Su Lang's mood improved again, and his pace to the 5th floor was also a lot lighter. Starting from the 5th floor of the Martial Artist Alliance building, there are various training rooms, martial arts fields, conference rooms, luxury restaurants, and other areas. What Su Lang wants to go to is the training room. The training room is divided into 2 types, ordinary training room and aura training room, which are charged according to the usage time. Ordinary training rooms only provide a quiet and safe environment, with the same concentration of spiritual energy as the outside world. The spiritual energy training room has a super strong concentration of spiritual energy, which can greatly improve the training speed of formal warriors. Su Lang came to the consultation office and directly opened the best aura training room. Entering the training room, a strong spiritual energy suddenly surged. This aura concentration is really refreshing. Su Lang felt the aura around him and showed a satisfied smile. After closing the door, Su Lang lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Anyway, no matter what his posture is, it does not affect the one-button cultivation function for him to automatically cultivate. At the same time, Jinghua building, in a luxurious box. A Biao and a Qing haven't come back yet? A big man with a black snake pattern on his bald head frowned and walked around with his hands behind his back. There were 2 quasi-warriors and 4 peak body-tempering bodies standing around him. There were also several beautiful and exposed women huddled on the sofa, trembling with fear in their eyes. Boss, we have already sent someone to the F-rank stronghold in the Wind Wolf area. A quasi-martial artist lowered their heads and said, there must be news soon. Just then, there was a shout from outside. Oh no! Boss, the stronghold is gone. All dead, the stronghold is full of corpses. A shirtless man with a face full of panic ran into the private room out of breath. As soon as these 3 sentences came out, the snake-patterned man was shocked, and terrifying anger broke out in his eyes. The rest of the people were dumbfounded by the words in the audience, and their faces were sluggish. Broken Axe Hunting Group's F-rank stronghold has already opened up the upper joints, and the contradictions in all aspects have been completely suppressed. How could it be destroyed all of a sudden? Dare to move the stronghold of my Broken Axe Hunting Group? Who? Who is it? Check it for me. Check everything for me. I'll see the results within a day. Let's go soon. The Serpentine Man was furious, almost like an active volcano erupting magma. Yes. Boss, rest your anger, and your subordinates go to investigate immediately. Come on, let's go together. The murderer will be found out. All the subordinates were terrified, and hurriedly knelt down on one knee and led the order to leave. In a blink of an eye, only the Serpentine Man and the shivering women were left in the luxurious box. No matter who you are, when I catch you, it will definitely make your life worse than death. An extremely cruel and vicious gaze erupted in the eyes of the snake-patterned man. Immediately, he turned and walked towards the frightened women huddled on the sofa. Boss. Don't want. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the Warrior Alliance building. Host, the Sea of Cultivation is full, is there a breakthrough? The system prompt came, and Su Lang, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. Finally here, this training room is not open for nothing. Su Lang stood up excitedly, system, give me a breakthrough. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body like a black hole. His body has also undergone tremendous changes. Under the baptism and tempering of a huge amount of spiritual energy, Su Lang's body is transforming wildly. His meridians, flesh, bones, are all sublimating. A trace of black and red blood was expelled from his body, and soon formed a hard shell on the surface. A vortex of spiritual energy gradually formed in his dantian, and there were also wisps of spiritual energy in the meridians. After a long time, the hard shell cracked and peeled off, revealing Su Lang's healthy glowing skin. The realm of the official warrior has become. Su Lang grinned, his eyes bursting with astonishing divine light. Breaking through the realm of body quenching to the realm of a true martial artist is a transformation of the essence of life. It is precisely because of this that the Hongfeng City stronghold only has more than 10,000 warriors with a population of hundreds of thousands. The difference between a quasi-martial artist and a martial artist is one on the ground and one in the sky, but they are people of different levels. After passing the threshold of the warrior, he has stepped on the top of the vast majority of people, and his strength and status have been greatly improved. This feeling is really cool. Su Lang used his spiritual energy to attach to his fist, feeling that he could punch through a giant elephant with one punch. Immediately afterwards, he called out his attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, beginner martial artist, attack level, beginner warrior plus, defense level, junior martial artist, movement level, beginner martial artist, endurance level, beginner warrior, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Ghost Moon Knife Technique, Primary, Introductory, Goemon Body Forging Art, Primary, Introductory, Activated System Functions, One-Click Training Function, Level 3, One-Click Martial Arts. Function, Level 3, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 1. It seems that the entry-level Goemon Body Forging Art does not improve the formal martial artist much, and it is not enough to make the level of movement, defense, and endurance show a plus. But fortunately, with the bonus of 2 exercises, the attack level is still higher than that of the same level. Moreover, with such strength, it can easily crush the F-rank stronghold. Hey! The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. Let's start with the F-rank stronghold and give them some color to see. Just do it. Su Lang immediately exited the Reiki training room. Hello, you spent a total of 30 gold coins. A staff member came over, but in an instant his expression became extremely shocked. He clearly remembered that the young man in front of him had no spiritual energy fluctuations when he entered, and he was in a body-quenching state. But at this time, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy from the young man. He has broken through to the martial artist realm. Breaking into the martial artist realm at such a young age. Could it be the genius of which family? The staff was horrified and envious, and immediately bowed down to apologize. Sir, please forgive my rudeness. Fine. Su Lang was in a good mood, smiled generously, paid the money readily, and left the 5th floor of the building under the awe-inspiring eyes of the staff. All the way to the 3rd floor of the building, the surrounding passers-by cast a shocking and respectful look at Su Lang. Su Lang found a shop on the 3rd floor and spent 1 gold to buy the best map. This map not only marked the various ferocious beast areas, but also marked more detailed information on the production assets and all the stronghold information, and even the name and general strength of the stronghold keeper. From the map, there are about 200 to 300 strongholds in the vast F-rank area, accounting for 90% of all the strongholds. Compared with the F-rank stronghold, the number of E-rank strongholds has dropped sharply, and there are only about 30. There are only 4 D-level strongholds in total, and they are located in the 4 directions of the Hongfeng City stronghold, which have the function of sentry towers. There are no C-rank strongholds above D-rank. In other words, the Red Maple City stronghold is the only C-level stronghold. The number of strongholds outside the city is pitiful compared to the hundreds of thousands of people in the Red Maple City stronghold and the vast land outside the barriers. But it's not that people don't want to build more strongholds. But because of the existence of the beast tide, every 10 years or so, almost all the strongholds will be completely destroyed. Even if it is a D-level stronghold, every time the beast tide will be destroyed once, and then the 4 major forces will jointly spend huge sums of money to rebuild. I don't know how much money and manpower it takes to build and run a stronghold. Once the stronghold is destroyed, these efforts will be wasted in an instant, which is simply not something that ordinary people can afford. Therefore, people prefer to go out to hunt in groups, and then return to the interior of the fort to repair and prepare for the next hunting. Let me see the Yi family's stronghold. Su Lang looked at them one by one, remembering all the Yi family's strongholds in his mind. There are a total of 33 F-rank strongholds, 5 E-rank strongholds, and 1 D-rank stronghold. Let's start from the nearest one, the F-class Dark Snake District stronghold. Su Lang sneered and ordered the clone to give up hunting and rush towards the F-class Dark Snake area stronghold. The clone moved forward all the way, constantly encountering various F-class beasts. Ding! You get Yak Horn *2, Yak Carapace *1, Yak Flesh *20, Yak Tendon *4, ding! You get Molten Frog Web *4, Molten Frog Tongue *1, Molten Frog Skin *1, Molten Frog Tail *1, ding! You get, the money is coming too fast, it's really cool. Looking at the more and more ferocious beast materials in the storage space, Su Lang happily left the Warrior Alliance building. Back in the hotel, he lay straight on the bed. Official warriors also need to rest, otherwise they will die suddenly. After a busy day, Su Lang was a little tired, so he took a break while he was on his way. The night passed in a blink of an eye. System, how long will it take for me to break through again? Su Lang asked immediately after waking up. Host, you only need 50 hours to break through to the realm of an intermediate warrior. Isn't that more than 2 days? Su Lang pouted, and then shared the perception of the clone. At this time, the Black Robe clone had arrived at the Yi family's F-class Dark Snake area stronghold and was hunting dark snakes everywhere. Ding! You get Dark Snake Scales *26, Dark Snake Fangs *2, Dark Snake Skin *1, Dark Snake Tendons *1, Dark Snake Flesh *5, ding! You get, hunting all night, I don't know how the harvest will be. Su Lang opened the storage space and took a look, and found that the beast materials inside had accumulated into a hill. Obviously, after breaking through to the official martial artist, the strength of the clone has risen, and the hunting efficiency has also been greatly improved. It's time to start the journey of revenge. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, causing the clone to stop hunting and rush towards the stronghold. As a stronghold in Hongfeng City, the Yi family has a great business. Not only does it not prevent the loose people from hunting in the Dark Snake area, but it even allows the loose people to pay fees and repair them in the stronghold. Therefore, Su Lang's clone easily entered the interior of the stronghold. Who is this black-robed man? There are spiritual energy fluctuations. It is the official martial artist. Get out of the way, this person is not easy to provoke at first sight. If you offend, you and I will be finished for the rest of my life. The surrounding body quenchers looked at the mysterious black-robed clone in awe. No one dared to avoid the places where the black-robed clone passed by. This is the power of an official martial artist. Welcome to my Yi family Dark Snake District stronghold. A prospective warrior greeted him with a smile on his face. I don't know what your honorable name is there anything I can help you with? Although this quasi-warrior had a smile on his face, he couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. And there are 4 quasi-martial artists behind him, all of whom follow his lead. Obviously, this person is the guard of this stronghold. As expected of an official warrior, even the Yi family should treat each other with courtesy. Yeah, this Yi Jinsho is usually cold and arrogant, but now he is smiling. When the passers-by around saw the scene where the Yi family stronghold was guarding the mysterious black-robed man, they couldn't help but sigh. However, the atmosphere at the scene soon changed. Because the mysterious black-robed man didn't even mean to return the gift. Your Mightiness, the stronghold guard saw the mysterious man in black robe bowed his head and said nothing, and immediately frowned slightly. At this moment, the mysterious man in black robe raised his head. These eyes. As soon as the stronghold guard saw the murderous eyes of Su Lang's clone, he suddenly shuddered like thunder. He didn't even think about it. As soon as he moved, he was about to run away. Shoo! An arc moon sword light suddenly appeared in the air. One part was white just out of its sheath, and the other part was dazzling blood. Ho ho! The Yi family stronghold guard tightly covered the bloody neck, and his wide eyes were full of disbelief. The other 4 prospective warriors also stared at the scene in front of them with dull expressions, unable to react for a while. Ding! You get the manual of the exercises *2, the advanced soldier *1, the gold coins *20, the silver coins. Following the notification from the system, the body guarding the Yi family stronghold slowly fell down. The scene was as silent as an abyss. But the next second, the scene is like a long-awaited active volcano exploded. This person actually killed the Yi family stronghold guard. How dare he? Is he crazy? That's the Yi family. My god, what did I see? Someone dared to kill the Yi family. As far as I know, this Yiwu guard is the main line of the Yi family, and he will soon become a warrior. Kill the main line of the Yi family, even if this person is a formal martial artist, he will surely die. That is a family with martial masters and generals. This black-robed warrior is dead, he is really dead. Everyone was so shocked that their hairs stood on end and their scalps went numb. While they were discussing, they retreated in horror, and in an instant, a vacuum area was formed around Su Lang's clone. You! How dare you kill my Yi family stronghold guard? A quasi-martial artist pointed at Su Lang and shouted in anger. Hee, I like an opponent like you who doesn't know how to escape. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and ordered, kill him. Call. The knife light reappeared, and the roaring prospective warrior was directly cut in half. Ding! You get High Mortal Soldier *1, gold coin *12, silver coin. The black robe avatar held the blood-stained tang knife and stared at the next prospective warrior. This man is crazy. Run! Hurry up and turn on the help light, go back and ask the strong to kill this beast. The remaining 3 prospective warriors were so frightened that they trembled physically and mentally, and while roaring, they quickly ran around. The rest of the people, regardless of whether they were unskilled people or those who tempered the body of the Yi family, all ran away. Someone turned on the help light of the stronghold, and suddenly a huge beam of light shot up into the sky, which was clearly visible even in the daytime. Kill the quasi-martial artist, don't worry about the escape, solve it as soon as possible. Su Lang gave the order with a sneer, then opened the storage space and took out 2 booklets. These 2 pamphlets may seem inconspicuous, but they are the most precious exercise books. One of them is called Lacy True Art, and the other is called White Feather Footwork. They were all loot plundered from the Yi family stronghold guards. The people of the Yi family are indeed fat. Looking at the 2 exercises, Su Lang almost laughed crookedly. In particular, the book Lacy True Art turned out to be a primary thunder attribute exercise. This is a practice technique worth 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins. Su Lang, who was overjoyed, quickly flipped through Lacy's True Secret and read it in less than a minute. Ding! Detected the primary exercise Lacy True Art, do you place it? Sure enough, just read it once and you can practice with 1 click. Su Lang immediately replaced Ghost Moon Sword Art with Lacy True Art with a smile on his face. Ding! The practice method is changed to Lacy True Art. At the same time, in the mysterious black space, the illusory long sword in the hands of the martial arts villain disappeared. It sits cross-legged on the ground, with its hands facing the sky, and dense, constantly twisted purple lightning bolts appear between its fingers. It's so windy. Su Lang's eyes lit up with excitement. After watching it for a while, he opened the white feather footwork with anticipation and read it. This exercise belongs to the primary body forging exercise, and it is specially designed to increase the body, and it is also very valuable. After reading the second exercise, Su Lang watched the clone start killing while waiting for the wonderful system prompt. About 10 minutes passed. Ding! Lacey True Art has reached the entry level. Su Lang, who was lying on the bed, bounced up instantly. Ray comes. Su Lang let out a low voice, his right hand became a claw, and a trace of irritable thunder and lightning condensed in the palm of his hand. Under the constantly distorted thunder light, the entire room was lit up and down. At this time, Su Lang pulled out the tang knife again, and a trace of lightning flowed onto the blade like a living thing, looking so handsome that it was slag. It's so strong, this kind of lightning like quasi-warrior encounters a trace, I am afraid it will immediately turn into coke. Su Lang carefully felt the energy contained in the traces of thunder and lightning, and took a deep breath. By the way, there is also white feather footwork. Su Lang immediately replaced the one-key martial arts practice with white feather footwork. In the mysterious black space, the lightning in the hands of the martial arts villain disappeared. It stood up and began to practice various movements in the white feather footwork. The speed was getting faster and faster, and it was almost blurred. A few minutes later. Ding! White feather footwork has reached the entry level. Su Lang only felt warm all over his body, and his whole body became agile and light. Immediately afterwards, he exchanged the exercise method back to Lacey True Art, and then opened the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, beginner martial artist, attack level, intermediate warrior plus, defense level, junior martial artist, movement level, beginner martial artist plus, endurance level, beginner warrior, mastering the exercises, boundless heart sutra, Lei Sijin Ju, primary, introductory, ghost moon knife technique, primary, introductory, white feather footwork, primary, introductory, Guiyuan body forging technique, primary, introductory. Activated system functions, one-click training function, level 3, one-click martial arts function, level 3, clone dispatch function, level 1, under the promotion of the two cultivation techniques, Su Lang's movement level has reached the primary level of warrior plus, and the attack level has reached the intermediate level of warrior plus. Ha 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 ha. Su Lang couldn't help laughing. With my current ability, even an intermediate level warrior will be hacked to death by me if he doesn't pay attention. How cool. At this time, in the F-class Dark Snake area, the entire stronghold was empty. In more than 10 minutes, all the Yi family members who were caught by the clones died. Su Lang's storage space also had a lot of loot, mostly gold coins, silver coins, beast materials, medicinal herbs, low-level weapons, and low-level medicine pills. Unfortunately, no new exercises have been obtained. Su Lang spread his hands regretfully, and then directed his clone to walk around the stronghold. Whenever you encounter something valuable, let the clone send it to Su Lang's room through item delivery. Later, Su Lang put these items into the storage space. It has to be said that the Yi family's stronghold is fat, at least twice as rich as the stronghold of the Broken Axe hunting group. Soon, the clone can no longer find items that can be passed. The Broken Axe hunting group has a safe, and I'm afraid this stronghold also has it. Su Lang thought about it, and then continued to direct the clone to look everywhere. Not long after, the clone found a huge alloy safe in a more luxurious room. Su Lang didn't know the password of this safe. But that didn't stop him from taking it for himself. Break me. Smash all the walls around the safe. Su Lang smiled and gave an order. After the clone got the instruction, he immediately started to smash the wall. With the attack level of the clone intermediate warrior plus, even the steel cast wall can't hold it. Boom! Boom! Whoa! Whoa! Under the continuous attacks of the clones, almost half of the house collapsed. The safe has also become an independent existence. Then it was simple. Su Lang let the clone grab the safe, send it to the room through item transfer, and then put it into the storage space. At this time, bold madman! How dare you destroy my Yi family stronghold and die for me? A roar shot straight into the sky, and a figure was as fast as electricity, rushing into the stronghold, and slaying Su Lang's clone fiercely. It came so fast. Su Lang was shocked. Moreover, through the perception of the clone, He clearly felt that the breadth of the incoming person still completely exceeded the scope of a formal martial artist, and it was not something he could match at present. In order to avoid losing the clone, Su Lang immediately let the clone get into the room next to him. Immediately, the clone slowly faded and disappeared, and was taken back into the mysterious black space by Su Lang. "Run! I'm going to throw you into the frying pan and blow you up alive." The swift figure rushed into the room, slashing wildly with the long sword in his hand. The sword light was like a huge net cast out by a fisherman, covering the entire room. However, no one. The figure stopped in surprise. The sword light disappeared, revealing his face. This man has square lips and a straight mouth, a broad forehead and a flat top. His complexion is livid, and his eyes are blood red. If anyone from the Yi family sees this person, they will immediately respectfully call Elder Yi Tian. What about people? Why is there no one suddenly? I clearly saw him run in here. This room is closed on all sides, how could this silent person disappear? Yi Tian's eyes stared like light bulbs, as if he had seen a ghost. Immediately, he searched the entire house, and then searched the entire stronghold. But he still got nothing. This is impossible. Yi Tian's lungs were about to explode. As a powerful martial artist, he didn't even see the face of a martial artist, so he let everyone escape. 7. If other people knew about this, they would definitely ridicule him for the rest of his life. After a while, Yi Tian finally calmed down. He found a few things that weren't quite right. This person is only in the martial artist realm, how dare he go against my Yi family? And this person escaped so fast, and it is suspected that there is some kind of blindfolding technique. Only some special attribute exercises can exert the effect of blindfolding. From these 2 points, this person should not be a martial artist, but a martial artist. He may have suppressed the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Then, who is he? Why is he against my Yi family? My Yi family will never have a grudge against a martial artist. Could it be that this person is a stronghold rogue from another stronghold? Yi Tian thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the person who came was probably a stronghold rogue. The benefits of destroying a stronghold are much greater than hunting beasts alone. Therefore, before Su Lang, there were long ago vicious warriors who set up a stronghold outside the city. And most of these warriors will be eliminated soon, but there are still very few who can escape the pursuit and run around. These people are the stronghold rogues in Yi Tian's mouth. But Yi Tian thought of another doubt. Why didn't the murderer choose the E-class stronghold as a target? That's a lot more profit. What exactly is going on? Yi Tian felt that his head was getting bigger. Just when he was extremely unwilling, on the other side, Su Lang was happily depositing gold coins into the system. Lying noisy, 1935 gold coins, developed. Looking at the numbers behind the gold coin icon, Su Lang was full of excited smiles. And these 1935 gold coins do not include those beast materials and treasures that have not yet been sold. Selling those materials is estimated to bring in more than 1,000 gold coins. System, upgrade the avatar dispatch function for me. The small money was enough, and Su Lang immediately chose to upgrade the system functions. Ding! Consumes 1,000 gold coins, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 2, and the number of clones +1. At the same time as the system prompt appeared, a purple villain condensed again in the mysterious black space. 2 clones, it's really cool. Su Lang excitedly rubbed his hands, and immediately dispatched the second clone in front of him, put on a black hooded robe, put on a mask, and put a long knife in his hand. Jia, next, go to the headquarters of the Broken Axe Hunting Group first. Su Lang intends to suspend the attack on the Yi family stronghold, because after the Yi family loses a stronghold, they will definitely take precautions. If you send a clone to sneak attack on the Yi family stronghold at this time, it is likely to fall into a trap. Even if Su Lang can keep an eye on the status of the clone at any time, and withdraw it in time when he encounters danger, it will lead to empty bamboo baskets and wasteful work. On the contrary, everyone's attention is now outside the city, which is a good time to do things in the city. Just do it. Su Lang immediately left the hotel and got on the Reiki bus to Jinghua building. Under the envious and awe-inspiring eyes of everyone in the car, Su Lang got out of the car at one stop in front of the Jinghua building and walked over. Not long after, Su Lang came to Jinghua Street. This street looks chaotic, and there are hooligans everywhere. Of course, with Su Lang's aura fluctuating, no gangster dared to provoke him blindly. After finding a high-rise building near the Jinghua building, Su Lang came to the roof. Sure enough, you can see part of the scene inside the Jinghua building here. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a slight sneer. Immediately afterwards, he thought about it and dispatched both clones to the Jingwa building. The guards in those golden fruit buildings are just like fakes. At this moment, in the luxurious box where the Serpentine Man is located in the Jingwa building. Tuck, 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 there was a very rhythmic knock on the door. There is only news now, what a bunch of trash. Boom! The snake pattern man put on a long robe and slammed out the door. The box behind him was a mess, and several women with distorted figures lay on the ground and their lives and deaths were unknown. Boss, outside the door, a quasi-martial artist stood aside, bowed in cold sweat. Tell me, who did it? The manic eyes of the snake-patterned man were on the quasi-warrior. No. I didn't find out. The prospective warrior said tremblingly, everyone at the scene is dead. Based on the wounds, I guess it is the Ghost Moon Sword technique. Snapped. There are dozens of warriors who know the Ghost Moon Sword technique in the Red Maple City stronghold. What's the use of you finding this out? The snake-patterned man slapped the prospective warrior to the ground with a slap. Oh, Black Snake, your temper is getting bigger and bigger. Why don't you think your strength has grown so fast? A young man's voice came from the door, the teasing in it was undisguised. Sixth young master. The big snake-patterned man shuddered when he heard the sound and turned around immediately. I saw two people standing at the door. One of the short-haired men had slender eyes, red lips and white teeth, and looked like a noble boy. The other was a thin old man with a rickety body. Master Six. Why are you here? The big snake-patterned man was flattering, and the arrogant and domineering arrogance before was completely gone. Why am I here? I'm here, do I still need to say hello to you? The short-haired man sneered and sat down on the sofa. My subordinates dare not. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on the black snake's forehead. He is just a dog raised by the sixth young master Yi Liang, how dare he be disrespectful? Humph! Yi Liang snorted coldly and said, I came here this time to ask you something. Master, please speak. The black snake nodded respectfully. The stronghold of your Broken Axe hunting group was destroyed before. And just now, our Yi family was also destroyed in F-rank stronghold. By comparing the wounds, our people found that the same person should have done it, so I'll ask you, are you provoking something incredible? Yi Liang's words made the black snake's complexion change greatly and he was stunned. Yi family stronghold was also destroyed. The black snake opened his mouth, and his eyes were about to fall out in horror. The Yi family is one of the four major forces in the Red Maple City stronghold. Who dares to lick the tiger whiskers of the Yi family? Yeah, someone dares to oppose my Yi family. Once I find him, I will definitely let him live 100 years, life is better than death. Yi Liang looked cold. Now, tell me if you have any suspicions. Subordinates. Subordinates have offended many people, Black Snake said tremblingly, but none of those are hard bones, I deal with them every time. Humph, forget it, I guess you're useless. Yi Liang snorted lightly, go and get the gold coins I harvested last month, I'm going to buy medicinal pills and prepare to break through to an intermediate level warrior. Master is about to break through. As expected of the young master, he is amazing. I'm not even a fart compared to you. The black snake was surprised for a while, and then showed an extremely flattering expression. Stop talking nonsense and go. Yi Liang waved his hand, and the black snake immediately went to get the gold coins. After a while, the black snake returned to the room with a big box and placed it in front of Yi Liang. Master, a total of 1,265 gold coins. Ah, very good. Yi Liang nodded and was about to instruct Black Snake to send someone to continue to track down the murderer. What? Suddenly there was a scream from outside. What happened? Yi Liang, the old man, the Black Snake, and the quasi-martial artist who didn't dare to move suddenly looked suspicious and all looked at the door. At this time, there was a burst of footsteps outside, and the hurried voice even gave people a feeling of impatient wait. Ha! Yi Liang, the sixth young master of the Yi family, has 1,265 gold coins. On the roof of the tall building next door, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a creepy and excited smile. He never expected that when he came to the headquarters of the Broken Axe hunting group, he would meet Yi Liang, the culprit who ordered him to be killed. What an unexpected surprise! In the Golden Fruit building, the footsteps are getting closer, followed by a faint trace of blood. Who is it? Who dares to kill people in the Golden Fruit building so unscrupulously? Black Snake was stunned, he never dreamed that someone would dare to enter his hunting group headquarters. What are you panicking about? Yi Liang snorted coldly, with Mr. Liu here, anyone who comes will have to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man behind him stepped forward, revealing an unfathomable feeling. Just then, someone appeared at the door. Black robe and white face, a knife in one hand, a head in the other, blood spilled all the way. The face was covered by a black hood and mask, and the white mask was stained with a few drops of crimson blood. A prisoner. Looking at the dead head in the hands of the person who came, the black snake was furious. A prisoner is his most trusted subordinate, and he was beheaded at this time. Compared to the black snake, Yi Liang and Lu Lao were even more shocked and dumbfounded, their faces stunned. They had already received the news that it was a black-robed and white-faced swordsman who destroyed the F-class Dark Snake stronghold. At this time, the murderer that the entire Yi family was looking for and couldn't find was actually close at hand. After being shocked, Yi Liang's eyes immediately showed joy again. Okay. Heaven has a way, you don't go, hell has no door, you come by yourself. Yi Liang stood up from the sofa and looked at Su Lang's black-robed clone with a sneer. In his eyes, the black-robed man in front of him was just a junior martial artist. And he, Yi Liang, was already close to breaking through, not to mention that there was a real mid-level martial artist Lu Lao. Coupled with the black snake, they have a total of 3 warriors, and the other party is only 1 person. At this time, Old Man Lu and Hey Snake also discovered this, and sneered while feeling relieved. Boy, although you destroyed an F-rank stronghold of my Yi family, I will give you a chance now. As long as you kneel in front of me and repent, and swear to be my dog, I will spare your life and protect your glory and wealth. But if you don't agree, the consequences will be cruel you can't imagine. Yi Liang stood between Lao Lao and Hey Snake, looking arrogantly at the black-robed clone. There are many young masters and young ladies in the Yi family, and the competition is fierce, so when Yi Liang saw this ruthless and daring man in black robe, he wanted to see if he could conquer it. If it can be accepted as a subordinate, it must be a huge combat power. In Yi Liang's opinion, as the 6th young master of the Yi family, the other party is just a desperate little martial artist. As long as he makes certain promises and threats, the other party will most likely agree. But, ha ha. The black-robed man sneered, holding a knife on a forehead, and slowly walked into the room. Little friend, you have to believe that young master Yi Liang will protect your status and strength. Kneel down now, it's still too late. Elder Lu walked to Yi Liang and said coldly to Su Lang's clone. Friend, I am the subordinate of young master Yi Liang. Look, since I followed young master Yi Liang, how much power and wealth I have gained. This broken axe hunting group, this golden fruit building, are all things I didn't dare to think of before. Black Snake also knew what Yi Liang was thinking, and immediately stepped forward to persuade him. It's ridiculous, how ridiculous. A mere piece of trash, you want me to kneel down? Today, let you know what cruelty is. On the roof of the building next to him, Su Lang sneered, turned and left the roof. Su Lang's clone did not respond to Yi Liang's coercion and inducement. It's a killing machine made for battle. Seeing that the man in black robe was still cold and silent, Yi Liang and the others walked slowly, and they were instantly angry. You actually don't eat a toast and eat a fine drink. Today I will let you know what will happen if you offend my Yi family and Yi Liang. Yi Liang's eyes flashed murderous intent, and he waved his hand. Give it to me, beat him to a crippled state, I will make him regret coming to this world. Kill. Elder Lu understood, immediately pulled out his long sword, and charged towards Su Lang's clone with murderous aura. 9 The black snake also pulled out a single sword from the quasi-warrior, and charged forward with incomparable ferocity. The 2 warrior-level powerhouses burst out with a cheetah-like speed, and almost instantly killed in front of Su Lang's clone. So fast. The prospective warrior widened his eyes. With such a powerful force, the man in black robe will surely die. Humph. Yi Liang snorted coldly, as if he had already seen the scene where the man in black robe was seriously injured. Suddenly, shoo! An arc-shaped knife light appeared in the air. Ding! Boom! The sword light blocked Lu Lao and Hey Snake's long swords one after another. Immediately afterwards, the black-robed clone threw the head in his hand and quickly retreated. And this action was naturally an order from Su Lang. Want to escape? No way. Old Man Lu gave a low drink and hurriedly chased after him. Black Snake's reaction and speed were a bit slower. Su Lang's clone and Lu Lao rushed out of the door before he chased out. Want to escape in the city? You can't do it with wings. Yi Liang raised his chin arrogantly, then turned his head and said, Pour me a glass. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the quasi-warrior did not know when his head was separated, and a black-robed man stood there instead. Why are you here? You're here. Who was the one who ran out just now? No. You are not the same person. However, the breath on your body is exactly the same. How is this possible? Yi Liang jumped up from the sofa as if he had seen a ghost. This black-robed man is exactly the same as the previous black-robed man, which goes against common sense. Even twins are different. What's more, people's breath will become more unique after cultivation, and it is extremely difficult to imitate. Yi Liang felt that his cognition was about to be overturned. At this moment, the man in black robe pulled out his long knife incomparably coldly and slashed down. At the same time, Old Man Lu and Hey Snake, who chased out the door, were also so terrified they couldn't stop talking. Because after they chased a corner, two men in black robes appeared in front of them. It is the same appearance, the same breath, not the slightest difference. This. What exactly is going on? How come there are two murderers? Old Man Lu and Hey Snake looked at each other sluggishly, and both saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying feeling gradually grew in their hearts, and their vests gradually became wet with cold sweat. Just when Old Man Lu and Hey Snake froze in place as if facing an enemy, Su Lang was also looking at the two in front of him. That's right, one of the two black-robed men is Su Lang himself. Properties panel. Looking at the two in front of him, Su Lang immediately called out their attribute panel and learned the information of the two. The old man's name is Lu Gong, an intermediate martial artist who has practiced two primary exercises. A turtle breath body forging art, and a willow sword technique. The mastery is entry level. However, I don't know if this Lu Gong is old and frail, or has a dark disease. This person's attack level is only an ordinary intermediate warrior. Moreover, this Lu Gong's defense and movement skills are only intermediate level warriors, only the endurance is intermediate level warriors plus. In general, this person's combat power is weaker than that of the average intermediate warrior. As for the other black snake, there is nothing to say. The ordinary junior martial artist masters the simplest method of returning to the original body. You, who are you? Why are you targeting the Yi family? Lu Gong seemed unable to hold back. He took a deep breath and asked nervously. Old stuff, Su Lang sneered coldly, you're blind, can't you see that I'm here for revenge? Vengeance for our Yi family? The black snake snorted sternly, I'm afraid you are looking for the wrong person. In his opinion, Lu Lao is an intermediate level warrior, and with himself, in a 2-on-2 situation, the opponent is definitely not his opponent. Just a Yi family, a sneer flashed across Su Lang's eyes. Contempt for the Yi family? You don't have that qualification. Lu Gong roared angrily, and his body and sword joined together, killing Su Lang in an instant. The black snake also wielded a long knife and savagely killed it. With the strength of an intermediate warrior against a junior warrior, Lu Gong was full of confidence. He believed that the opponent would definitely not be able to resist this attack. The Yi family? It's just fish to be slaughtered. Su Lang flicked his thumb, and a burst of sword light popped out of the scabbard, followed by a large amount of lightning that emerged and condensed on the blade. Doppelganger is the same action. In an instant, the two long knives flickered with lightning, and the power was terrifying. Thunder attribute exercise. Lu Gong and Hey Snake were shocked when they saw the lightning. Especially Lu Gong, his full self-confidence was instantly broken and turned into a storm. But at this time, the two of them couldn't take it back, so they could only bite the bullet and kill Su Lang. Dark Moon, instant. Su Lang moved his wrist, and the lightning-wrapped Tang Dao slashed through the air, bursting out a gorgeous and deadly light in front of the black snake. In the face of this incomparably powerful knife, the black snake's eyes shrank suddenly, like falling into an ice cave. Boom! Shong! The shrill metal trembled, followed by a piercing metal cracking sound. I saw a broken blade tearing through the air and slamming into the wall. At the same time, a hot blood flew out from the neck of the black snake like a water arrow. At the same time, Su Lang's avatar was also staggered with Lu Gong's figure, and the outcome was not decided. However, after seeing the pain and despair on the black snake's face, Lu Gong instantly chose to retreat. He quickly ran towards Yi Liang's room, but he didn't notice that Su Lang behind him was not anxious at all, and even wanted to laugh. Go, I'll keep the surprise for you. Su Lang smiled lightly and followed Lu Gong with his clone unhurriedly. Lu Gong tried his best to rush towards Yi Liang's room, but when he was halfway through, he heard the sound of metal and iron clashing. Moreover, it was also mixed with Yi Liang's various shouts. How can you know the true secret of Lacey? This is one of the secrets that my family does not pass down. Stop, I'm the 6th young master of the Yi family. I tell you to stop. You are a little martial artist, and you dare to oppose my Yi family, you will surely die miserably. Shit, put down the knife, we will clear our grievances. Ah! My back! How dare you cut me? Stop, I admit defeat, I was wrong. Yi Liang's voice changed from ferocious at first to stern, and finally turned into a frightened softness. Master has been attacked. Lu Gong's body trembled violently, and a chill rose up his back. Immediately after he rushed into the room, he saw Yi Liang dodging around with fear on his face. His usual lofty attitude was gone, and the whole person was like a stray dog that was cornered. And the one chasing Yi Liang turned out to be another man in black robe. What the hell is going on here? What kind of power are these black-robed people? Lu Gong was stunned, his eyes widened and his mouth opened. Lu Gong! Come and save me! Seeing Lu Gong appearing at the door, Yi Liang's eyes burst into hope. Shoo! A brilliant knife light with lightning flashed across Yi Liang's back, instantly adding a terrifying scar. What? Lu Gong! Quick, save me! Yi Liang staggered in pain and kept making a shrill cry for help. In fact, if Su Lang didn't want to take Yi Liang's life for the time being, and the clone would have hacked Yi Liang to death, would he have given him a chance to beg for mercy? Master, Lu Gong opened his mouth, then gritted his teeth and fled outside. At this time, Lu Gong was completely frightened to the point where his heart was broken. He didn't know if there would be a fourth black-robed man, a fifth black-robed man. And even the current 3 black-robed people are definitely not something he can compete with. At the juncture of life and death, he chose to save his own life without hesitation. Even if Yi Liang's death would cost him a great deal, it would be much better than simply dying. Lu Gong! Don't go, don't go! What? Yi Liang saw that Lu Gong actually turned around and fled, and his hope was broken in an instant. Yi Liang really didn't want to die. He is the 6th young master of the Yi family, and his qualifications are also very good. He has a bright future and a great life waiting for him to enjoy. And at this moment, Yi Liang saw that Lu Gong, who had run out of the gate, had come back. However, Lu Gong's legs were weak and he backed away. The scene that followed immediately made Yi Liang even more horrified. I saw 2 figures in black robes appearing at the door, with long knives and lightning in their hands, with a strong bloody and cruel aura. 3 men in black robes. Yi Liang trembled with fear. Finally met, the 6th young master of the Yi family. I didn't expect it to be me, wasn't it a surprise? Su Lang took off his mask, and there was a hint of playfulness in his icy voice. It's you! Yi Liang, who saw Su Lang's face, exploded like thunder in an instant, and his eyeballs almost exploded. Of course Yi Liang knew Su Lang because he had investigated Su Lang before giving the order. No! I only ordered you to be killed yesterday. You should be a corpse, how could you be here? You are just an ordinary person. How can you become a powerful warrior overnight? Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost? Ah! That's not true! Yi Liang cried out in a state of collapse, and his throat was torn apart. He felt like he was having a nightmare and everything around him was false. He used both hands and feet, dragging his limp body around like crazy, trying to get out of this terrifying dream. Apart from Yi Liang, Lu Gong was also extremely messy. He had seen Su Lang, and he also knew that Yi Liang had ordered Su Lang to be killed. At this time, Su Lang appeared in front of him, which was unbelievable to Lu Gong. Young Master Yi, something is wrong with you. What about your lofty attitude? What about your commanding arrogance? Su Lang smiled slightly, walked slowly to Yi Liang with a long knife in hand, and looked at him lightly. Me, I was wrong. I knelt down for you. Please forgive me, I don't want to die. Facing the great terror between life and death, Yi Liang completely lost his dignity. He knelt down in front of Su Lang with incomparable shame, his eyes and face were full of mournful pleading. Your Yi family killed my parents. It's not enough, you have to kill me. 6th young master, do you think you can still survive? Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an indifferent sneer. I am willing to compensate you. I have a lot of gold coins, and spirit stones. Yi Liang hurriedly took out some spiritual stones from his body, and then opened the box next to him. Immediately afterwards, he held the spirit stone in one hand and the gold coin in the other, raised it humbly above his head, and dedicated it to Su Lang. However, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, unmoved, and seemed extremely ruthless. Please. I'll make you a dog, I'm your slave dog. Please, spare me, spare the slave dog's life. Dong dong dong. Yi Liang completely collapsed. He kept kowtowing and kowtowing, his face was covered with snot and tears, and there was no place for a handsome and jade-like son and brother. Comparing Yi Liang at this time with the previous one, is it more than a different person? With such a huge contrast, even Lu Gong was dumbfounded. Do you think it looks good? Su Lang glanced at Lu Gong and sneered. No, no. Lu Gong trembled in horror, and then he slowly knelt down, humbly prostrate on the ground. When he fell into this field, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. Actually, the two of you are not worthless. If you can give me what I want, leniency is not impossible. Su Lang looked down at Yi Liang and Lu Gong's master and servant. And his words immediately raised a hope in Yi Liang and Lu Gong's hearts. What do you want, my lord? As long as I can give it to you, I will give it to you. Yi Liang raised his head, his eyes glowed, and he looked at Su Lang with great hope. Me too. Lu Gong also hurriedly bowed. Since that's the case, let's write down the exercises you know first. Su Lang smiled and threw out 2 pens and a few blank notebooks. Before he came, Su Lang was already thinking about the two people's exercises. However, although he has the ability to perfect plunder, he cannot plunder what is in the enemy's mind. The last time the Dark Snake Stronghold guarded the exercises, he wrote down himself and stored it close to him. Therefore, Su Lang prepared a pen and a notebook. I'll write it. Yi Liang tremblingly picked up the pen and notebook, and began to write on it tremblingly. Lu Gong also started to write the exercises he cultivated in fear. Su Lang sat on the sofa in a good mood, looking indifferently at the two people who were lying on the ground writing exercises. About half an hour later, Yi Liang and Lu Gong stopped writing one after another. Finished? Bring it here. Su Lang waved his hand. Yi Liang and Lu Gong immediately got up from the ground and brought up the book in their hands. There are 6 of these exercises in total, 2 more than what Su Lang saw through the attribute panel. Thinking about it, Yi Liang and the two should remember them in their minds, but they didn't practice the successful exercises. Very well, I originally planned to make your life worse than death. Now your good performance has earned you an opportunity for leniency. Su Lang stood up and pulled out the sharp tang knife with a smile. Then, I'll give you a treat. What? You said, forgive me. Yi Liang trembled all over, and was so terrified that he stuttered when he spoke. Oh, I said leniency. Su Lang sneered, with the deep hatred between you and me, you will be merciful if it is not too late. You keep your word, you bastard. Lu Gong, hurry up and protect me and escape. Once you escape successfully, not only you but also your family will get a huge reward. Seeing that he was still unable to escape death, Yi Liang immediately planned to jump off the wall. But Lu Gong had obviously lost his heart to resist. Sir, spare your life, everything is under the leadership of Yi Liang. And I haven't been involved from the beginning to the end. I am willing to break up the relationship with Yi Liang and the Yi family, please spare my life. Lu Gong was still crawling on the ground, kowtowing constantly, his face full of pleading. Lu Gong. Seeing this scene, Yi Liang was suddenly desperate and suffocated. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Su Lang raised the tang dao high, and a hint of joy appeared in the corner of his mouth. Take it, my revenge. Do not. Yi Liang's tragic cry before his death came to an abrupt end when the sword light fell. The headless corpse collapsed suddenly, and a head rolled in front of Lu Gong, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. Hush, looking at Yi Liang's head, Lu Gong was shocked, and even his breath was trembling. The 6th young master of the Yi family. Its identity is a first-class honor in the Red Maple Stronghold. Once upon a time, he was also honored to be the personal guard of the 6th young master of the Yi family. But at this time, the 6th young master of the Yi family was slaughtered like a salted fish. Big Lord, spare me, Lu Gong raised his head tremblingly, and murky tears flowed from his 2 old eyes. In fact, with his strength, he may not be able to fight back and survive, but he has been frightened and completely lost his heart of resistance. You saw my appearance, and your family is still in the hands of the Yi family. Su Lang said coldly, do you think I can trust you? Lu Gong was shocked, and slammed his head on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Shoo! The sword light flashed away, and Lu Gong gave the head. Su Lang pulled a knife flower, got rid of the blood on the blade, and immediately put the knife into the sheath. Next, it's time to harvest gold coins. That box contained a full 1265 gold coins. Counting the wealth found from Yi Liang, Lu Gong, and the members of the Broken Axe hunting group, it actually reached 4,232. Hey, not bad. Looking at the increasingly plump figures, Su Lang showed a satisfied smile. Afterwards, he changed back to his original clothes and quietly left the Jinghua building, which was full of dead people. As for the clones, they were left alone, and Su Lang simply sent them to explore and hunt E-level beasts outside the barrier. After returning to the hotel, Su Lang immediately took out the 6 exercises contributed by Yi Liang and Lu Gong. The 6 exercises are all primary exercises. 3 body forging exercises, 2 weapon exercises, and 1 attribute exercise. To Su Lang's surprise, this attribute exercise is also a thunder attribute exercise. And its names are similar to Lei-Si Jinjue, called Leiguang Jinjue. I don't know what is the connection between the two. Su Lang couldn't wait to open Leiguang Jinjue and read it. After a rough reading, Su Lang immediately replaced the Lei-Si True Art on the martial arts villain with Leiguang True Art. Ding! The practice method is replaced with Lightning True Art. At the same time, the twisted lace in the hands of the martial arts villain disappeared. Instead, 2 groups of indeterminate thunder lights appeared under its feet. Su Lang stared at the martial arts villain and waited excitedly. About 10 minutes passed. Ding! Lightning True Art has reached the entry level. A large number of thunder attribute profound meanings were instilled, and Su Lang's control of Lightning True Art immediately reached the entry level. This turned out to be an attribute technique to improve the movement technique. And it also belongs to a more advanced thunder attribute exercise with Lei-Si True Art. Su Lang's eyes glowed, and he was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. Lei-Si Jinjue and Leiguang Jinjue originated from the same origin, complementing each other, and their power greatly increased. 7 Su Lang practiced 2 exercises at the same time. This is not as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, at least it is equal to 3. Try it. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and the cyclone of spiritual energy in his body was running wildly, and his feet were gradually shrouded in a layer of flickering light of thunder. The next second, Su Lang took a step lightly and rushed out like an arrow, almost hitting the wall. Lying noisy, this exercise is so terrifying. Su Lang gasped in surprise. He felt that his speed was at least twice as fast as before. Immediately afterwards, he pulled out the Tang Dao, and a large number of lacy flowed into the blade from his hands, with extraordinary power. These lace are obviously denser and more active than before, and their strength has improved a lot. Marvelous! Su Lang showed a bright smile, and immediately turned his attention to the other 5 exercises: turtle breath forging, do not move and lock the body, treading the rain footwork, flying willow sword and flying flower slashing shadow sword. 3 body forging exercises, 2 weapon exercises. Su Lang chuckled. I don't know how far I can increase my combat power by practicing these 5 exercises to the entry level. Next, Su Lang put these 5 exercises on the practice villain one after another, and practiced them all to the entry level. After changing the 1-button practice method to Lei-Si True Art again, Su Lang called out the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, beginner martial artist, attack level, advanced warrior plus, defense level, intermediate martial artist, movement level, advanced martial artist, endurance level, intermediate warrior, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Leiguang Jinjue, primary, entry, Lei-Si Jing, primary, entry. Flying Flower Slashing Shadow Sword, primary, introductory, Ghost Moon Sword Technique, primary, introductory, white. Feather Footwork, primary, introductory, Stepping Rain Steps, primary, introductory, Unmoving Body Locking Technique, primary, introductory, Floating Willow Sword Technique, primary, introductory, Turtle Breath Body Forging Technique, primary, introductory, Returning Yuan Body Forging Technique, primary, introductory. Activated System Functions, 1-click Training Function, Level 3, 1-click Martial Arts Function, Level 3, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 2, Advanced Martial Artist Plus? Hee. Su Lang couldn't help but let out an excited laugh, and the movement level has also reached the Advanced Martial Artist. With such combat power, I can almost cross 2 small levels to singled out high-level warriors, cool. But after getting excited, Su Lang also found a problem. That is, with the improvement of his combat power, the range of entry-level primary exercises has begun to shrink. I still have to let the exercises advance to the junior level as soon as possible. Su Lang pondered and asked, System, how long will it take for Lei-Si Jinjue to advance to the Xiaocheng level? Host, Lei-Si Jing can be promoted to the minor level in just 46 hours. 46 hours? It only takes 2 days for my cultivation realm to be promoted to an intermediate level warrior. Su Lang pondered, cultivation realm is the most basic and most important. It takes a similar amount of time to improve the cultivation realm, and the benefits will be greater. Thinking of this, Su Lang decided to give priority to upgrading the 1-key cultivation function next time. If you want to upgrade the function, you need gold coins. When he thought of money, Su Lang felt that he was so poor. Although he had just credited 3 or 4,000 gold coins, he was still more than half away from 10,000 gold coins. At this moment, 2 people in the corridor outside came over while talking. One person said mysteriously, I heard no, the Jinghua building was slaughtered. What? The Jinghua building was slaughtered? Who dares to do something in the city? They're not afraid of the Alliance law enforcers? And they killed the Golden Fruit building of the Broken Axe Hunting Group? I know that there are people from the Yi family behind the Broken Axe Hunting Group. This force that dares to slaughter the Jinghua building is really crazy. The other person asked back in disbelief. The man continued to say mysteriously, "Hey, aren't you crazy? Did you know that in addition to the members of the Broken Axe Hunting Group, the sixth young master of the Yi family and his servants also died in the Golden Fruit building?" 9. What did you say? The sixth young master of the Yi family is also dead? The other person couldn't help but applaud. This is going to offend the Yi family to death. How awesome. The mysterious man said with a smile, "Isn't it true? Didn't it say that the Yi family stronghold was also destroyed? I guess the same faction did it. And I think it's a good kill. The Yi family and the Broken Axe Hunting Group should all go to hell." "Shoo, keep your voice down, but it's really nice to have them eliminated. Heroes." The two of them kept exclaiming, but they didn't expect the protagonist in the incident to be listening happily in the next room. Su Lang smiled lightly. "It seems that I did a good thing by killing the Broken Axe Hunting Group." But at this moment, what the outsider said surprised him for a moment. One person said, "It's a hero, but unfortunately the Yi family and the Warrior Alliance have joined forces to investigate the matter. It is said that they mobilized many people who are proficient in investigation and found a lot of traces. If the people of that power are still in the city, they will definitely be unable to escape." Another person said, "Then we can only pray that they can escape smoothly. Let's not talk about it. Why haven't the two people on the last appointment come yet?" "I don't know, I guess it will be soon." The voices outside drifted away, and Su Lang completely calmed down. After a while, he left the hotel directly and walked towards the lobby of the tower. Su Lang knew that although his strength was comparable to that of a high-level warrior, and he had two clones of the same level, it was still a very risky thing to continue to stay in the city. Therefore, he intends to move the place of doing things outside the city again. With such a big thing happening in the city gate hall has been under martial law. There was a long queue of people who wanted to leave the city, and almost everyone was talking about the destruction of the Yi family stronghold and the slaughter of the Jinghua building. Su Lang observed in a very low-key manner, and found that everyone had to be interrogated many times and had to verify their ID cards before they were allowed to travel together. It's a bit risky to go to the inspection like this. Su Lang rolled his eyes and dispatched a hunting clone to the vicinity of the Golden Fruit building. He specially let the clone run into the corner, pretending to be evading pursuit, and then deliberately let some people see it. Wait, there should be good news. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and found a cool place to close his eyes and rest. Sure enough, the news of the murderer who massacred the Golden Fruit building has gradually spread. Even the people on this side of the tower hall knew about it. Now, people have expressed dissatisfaction with the strict inspection process. Oh, the murderer has appeared. What are you doing in the Jinghua building? That is, how can I still slaughter the Golden Fruit building with a high-level tempered body? Hurry up, my wife is injured outside the city, I'm going to give her medicine. Everyone was outraged and demanded that the inspection procedure be omitted. After discussing with the staff of the Warrior Alliance, they decided to let the junior warriors and their subordinates pass the inspection directly. So, Su Lang went out of the city smoothly. Who made his aura fluctuate? Only a junior martial artist. Hey, the sky is high for the birds to fly, and the sea is wide for the fish to swim. Walking on the small road outside the city, Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth, and then dispatched the clone in the city to hunt outside the city again. Ding! You get Silver Shadow Jackal Fang *4, Silver Shadow Jackal Fur *1, Silver Shadow Jackal Claw *4, Silver Shadow Jackal Flesh *6, ding. You get Silver Shadow Jackal. Su Lang raised his eyebrows cheerfully. This is a warrior-level beast. Each one is worth an average of 5 gold coins. Cool, so cool. At this time, in the Yi family mansion, in the study. Who is it? Dare to destroy my stronghold and kill my grandson? The head of the Yi family, Yi Feizheng's face was as cold as ice, and the fire of anger was brewing in his eyes. In the Red Maple City stronghold, no one dared to offend the majesty of the Yi family for a long, long time. But now, in just 2 days, someone has attacked the Yi family in succession under his nose, and killed one of his grandsons. This is simply too rampant, too arrogant. Father, I have blocked the airport and city gate. The murderer is in the city. I will definitely catch him and make him regret coming into this world. Yi Xiangming's eyes were about to split, and a killing intent erupted from his body. To say that the most urgent heart for revenge is Yi Xiangming, because he is Yi Liang's father. The pain of losing his son almost made him angry to the point of madness. Within 3 days, I want this person to kneel before me and repent. Yi Feizhong waved his hand coldly, then turned and left. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiangning took a deep breath and walked out of the study. There were 8 people standing in the courtyard outside the study, 6 senior martial artists and 2 martial arts masters. Yi Tian, who had chased and killed Su Lang's clone, was among them. The owner said, "Catch that bastard within 3 days." Yi Xiangning tried his best to suppress his anger and maintain his demeanor. "How's your deployment?" The Martial Artist Alliance has sent a large number of people. The Bao family and the Yu family also stated that they would pay attention to the trace of the murderer. In addition, we have issued a high reward, and almost everyone in the city is our eyeliner. Yi Tian stepped forward and said, "Under our heavily net, the murderer cannot escape, and the dignity of my Yi family will certainly be preserved." "Very good." Yi Xiangning's face showed an undisguised grimness. "At that time, I will use the cruelest punishment to make him unable to survive or die." Walking on the small road outside the city, Su Lang was in a good mood. The Yi family was angry that although he couldn't see it, he could guess it. "A little appetizer, hope you like it." Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth, took out the map and opened it. "Next, it's time for the big dishes." The revenge of the murder is revenge, but the revenge of the predecessor parents has not been avenged. Those in the Yi family who don't take human life seriously are still domineering and happy. This is absolutely unbearable. What's more, Su Lang wiped out a stronghold of the Yi family and killed Yi Liang. This hatred is no longer shared. Even if Su Lang stopped going to trouble with the Yi family would still bite him like crazy. Therefore, taking the initiative to attack is an inevitable choice. It's up to you, Golden Flame Leopard E-level stronghold. Soon, Su Lang determined the Yi family stronghold to be attacked next, and sent a clone to investigate the situation first. At this moment, a group of people came from a distance. Su Lang took a closer look. "Yo-ho, acquaintance. Who is that gimmicky braided man walking in the middle of the crowd who is not Yang Shi?" At this time, Yang Shi also saw Su Lang. "It's the little bastard who humiliated me in the hall of the Warrior Alliance, Su Lang." The enemy was extremely jealous when they met. Yang Shi gritted his teeth, and immediately walked towards Su Lang with a sneer in the guard. Yesterday's humiliation was still fresh in his memory, and it was gradually spreading. Those opponents who didn't see eye to eye in the past used this incident to humiliate him. This made Yang Shi want to find Su Lang immediately, smash his body into 10,000 pieces, and take revenge. So when he saw Su Lang at this time, he rushed up without hesitation, as if he was afraid that Su Lang would run away. "What?" Gradually walking in, Yang Shi noticed something was wrong. He felt the looming aura fluctuations in Su Lang. What's the matter? Did he break through to a warrior? No. Why am I crazy? He only broke through the intermediate level tempering body yesterday. At this time, those around Yang Shi also discovered the aura fluctuations in Su Lang's body, and suddenly hesitated. "Master, that person is a martial artist. I'm afraid he wasn't the one who humiliated you yesterday." "Yes, young master," the master explained that we should not offend the warriors easily. All the people persuaded. "What are you afraid of? A little martial artist, I can't afford to offend you? What if I admit I'm wrong? Who can move me? And he is not necessarily a martial artist, maybe he has some kind of treasure that can emit aura fluctuations." Thinking of this, Yang Shi's eyes suddenly flashed, and the pace under his feet became faster and faster. The rest were helpless and could only follow. Soon, Yang Shi and the other 5 came to Su Lang. "Come here, brother." Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, "Stop giving me a close-up." Yang Shi glanced at Su Lang disdainfully, and then he was even more surprised. Because he found that the aura fluctuations on Su Lang's body are really the fluctuations of martial artists, not the treasures that can emit the fluctuations of spiritual energy as he guessed. With such a close distance, the fluctuation of spiritual energy that is unique to the fluctuation of the junior martial artist absolutely cannot be faked. You. Have you really broken through to the realm of a warrior?" Yang Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he saw aliens. "Are you blind and can't see?" When Su Lang looked at Yan lightly, there was a hint of playfulness on the corner of his mouth. "This is impossible." Yang Shi shuddered, and roared in fear, "You only broke through the intermediate level tempering body yesterday morning. It's only been 1 day, how could you break through to the martial artist realm?" "No, it's not true, absolutely not true. I do not believe. Tisk tsk, can't stand this blow?" Su Lang sneered, "Then what are you going to do next?" "But I said, don't let me touch you again." But you didn't walk around when you saw me, and rushed in front of me. Don't you know that there is a saying, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no door to hell to break in? Humph, what are you arrogant about? Yang Shi's eyes were blood red, full of shock and jealousy. Don't think that you are a junior martial artist, you can be mad in front of me. I tell you, no matter what, you are a waste in front of me, because you will be defeated by my hands and tortured to death by me. Although Su Lang is a junior martial artist, he, Yang Shi, went out hunting this time, but he brought 4 junior martial artists to ensure his safety. In his eyes, the 4 junior warriors can definitely beat Su Lang all over the place. Oh, I'm so scared, Su Lang sneered and hugged his shoulders, but what you said is really bad, it suits you very well. You bitch, I'm going to kill you. Yang Shi was so angry that his face was distorted, and he turned around and shouted, what are you still doing, give it to me. Yes. The 4 junior warriors immediately surrounded Su Lang. Although the master told him not to let Yang Shi go around causing trouble. But now Yang Shi is so angry that he is about to explode, how can they stand by? And this is outside the city. If you kill it, you will kill it. With the background of the Yang family, you are not afraid. Humph. Be afraid. Yang Shi looked at Su Lang with a sneer on his face, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still consider letting you live. Kneel down. Our young master is not something you can offend. Get down on your knees, or don't blame us for not doing anything serious. Kneel down, hurry up. The 4 guards also looked at Su Lang contemptuously, fighting 4 against 1, there was no suspense at all. Hey, it's your misfortune to provoke me. Su Lang sneered and pulled out the Tang Dao directly. The sun shines on the blade, and the reflected light is extremely cold. Yang Shi and the 4 guards shuddered at the same time, feeling a little bad. Come on, what are you afraid of? Give you 3 seconds, and solve him for me. Yang Shi gritted his teeth and shouted with his temples bulging. Kill. The 4 guards roared and drew their swords to kill Su Lang. I was actually horrified by this kind of stuff, really, looking at Su Lang, who had nowhere to dodge in the shadows of swords and swords. Yang Shi couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. In just a few seconds, the life of the other party will be cut off and can't take care of themselves. Yang Shi seemed to have seen the scene where Su Lang was seriously injured and let him torture him. Thinking of that happy feeling, he couldn't help showing a cruel smile. But the next moment, his smile instantly stiffened. In his pupils, there was a blade of light shrouded by lace, and 4 silhouettes flew out. Bang 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 bang. The 4 warriors fell to the ground in different postures, screaming constantly. 1 second, just 1 second, 1 knife, just 1 knife. Yang Shi's 4 warrior-level subordinates were all defeated and seriously injured, dying and mourning. How could this be? Am I dreaming? Yang Shi murmured in disbelief. It was obviously a battle without suspense, but it turned out that his subordinates were killed by 1 knife. Is it a dream? I feel it. Su Lang took a step forward with a sneer, came to Yang Shi like the wind, raised his hand and slapped him. Snapped. It's just that Yang Shi, a quasi-martial artist, couldn't even see Su Lang's movements clearly, so he swirled and flew out. What? It hurts, my face, my face. Yang Shi fell to the ground and threw a dog to eat shit. The severe pain made him instinctively cover the sore spot and scream. At this time, half of his face was completely swollen, and blood flowed from his ears, nose, and mouth. And this is the result of Su Lang's withdrawal. Otherwise, with the attack level of Su Lang's high-level martial artist plus, this slap can blow Yang Shi's head alive. Ah! It hurts. Blood. I'm bleeding. Yang Shi touched his own blood and burst into tears in horror. So wasteful? The main drama hasn't even started yet. Su Lang sneered and walked slowly towards Yang Shi. No, don't come here. Go away. Go away, you devil. Ah. I don't want to die. The sound of Su Lang's footsteps struck Yang Shi's heart like a death bell, so frightened that his courage was about to burst. It was promised that it would be tortured in every possible way. Su Lang walked in front of Yang Shi, his toes were only a few centimeters away from Yang Shi's face. No. Please give me a chance, I will never dare. Yang Shi twitched and cried, I really know I'm wrong, Master Su, forgive me. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth. It's not impossible for me to spare you, it depends on how much you can afford. With 4 junior warriors as guards, the Yang family where Yang Shi is located must be very rich, which makes it difficult for Su Lang, who is so poor, to refuse. I have 5 spirit stones on me, and I still have a lot of money in my family. Yang Shi hurriedly shouted, I am the eldest young master of the family, they will give you whatever you want. TSK, with so much money, why did you have to receive any allowances in the first place? Fortunately, you have provoked me. Su Lang smiled and shrugged. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Immediately ask your family to fetch 200,000 gold coins. The Yang family can send 4 warriors to protect Yangshi, which is definitely the second largest family after the Yi family. Therefore, Su Lang directly opened his mouth and asked for 200,000 gold coins. 200,000 gold coins. Yangshi trembled, his face twitched. Even with the accumulation of the Yang family for many years, 200,000 gold coins are definitely most of their savings. What? You're not worth the price? Su Lang raised his brows. Forget it, go to hell. As he said that, he raised the Tang Dao, which was surrounded by thunder and lightning. No, do not want. Yangshi shouted in horror. 200,000 is 200,000. My father will definitely give it. I am my father's only son. Make a deal. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and put the knife into the sheath. In fact, he is completely open to the lion, and it is a surprise to get 100,000. 200,000 is simply beyond imagination. With this money, the 3 system functions can be upgraded again, and the speed of Su Lang's strength improvement will be crazy doubled. Thank you Lord Su for sparing my life. Thank you, thank you. After saving his life, Yangshi was so excited that he wept bitterly and kept kowtow. Finally don't have to die. Although after this, a cruel family law is indispensable, maybe it will be peeling. But he saved his life, he can still enjoy financial power and beauty, and he can still step on the heads of ordinary people to make a fortune. Okay, get it all up for me. Su Lang drank lightly, and Yangshi and the others shivered all of a sudden, struggling to get up from the ground despite the pain. You! Su Lang pointed to a guard with intact legs and said, go and report. Let the Yang family prepare 200,000 gold coins and send a formal warrior to the Red Forest in the E-level Kinkenlu area within half a day. If no one comes after the time, or if your Yang family dares to play any tricks, your young master will die very miserably. At that time, I will return his head to the Yang family, so that your Yang family will be swept away and ridiculed. Of course, Su Lang wouldn't take risks with his own body. He could just hand over things like taking ransom to his clone. The Qingkandir area is the place where the clones are currently hunting, and there is no stronghold of any power in that place. Yes. Sir, I'm going to report. The guard nodded hurriedly, and then quickly ran towards the barrier. Let's go. Su Lang turned around and walked forward. What? Yangshi was stunned for a while, and said cautiously, Master Su. That's not the direction to the Kinkenlu area. Who said I was going to Kinkenlu area? Su Lang glanced at Yangshi lightly. Also, have I allowed you to speak? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Yangshi was so scared that his neck shrank, like a turtle. He closed his mouth tightly, and followed Su Lang forward among the 3 guards who were seriously injured. Only in this way can he have a sense of security. Soon, Su Lang took Yangshi and the 4 to a very remote mountain stream. Clone dispatch. Su Lang thought about it, and the clone who was hunting in the Qingkandir area immediately condensed in front of him. This is black robe and white face. Yangshi and the others looked like they had seen a ghost, their eyes widened. They decided to return to the city after hearing that a Yi family stronghold was destroyed by a black-robed and white-faced madman. But at this time, the black-robed and white-faced madman appeared in front of them. And in such an incredible way. In addition, seeing him standing with his hands down and not saying a word, he looks like a subordinate. Could it be that this black-robed madman is actually Su Lang's subordinate? This idea appeared in Yangshi's 4 minds at the same time, and they were shocked and stunned. In less than a day, it is unbelievable to break through the martial artist from the quenching body. At this time, this Su Lang actually had such a strange subordinate. So irrational, so unbelievable. What the hell is this Su Lang? Abnormal? Evildoer? It seems that it is not enough to describe Su Lang. Looking at the young boy in front of him, Yangshi and the others were completely speechless. Next, my men will lead you to the Kinkenlu area. Su Lang said lightly, before this, hand over all your belongings and write down all the exercises you know. After speaking, he threw out the pen and blank book. Yes, my lord. Yangshi and the others did not dare to show any disobedience at all, and immediately handed over their belongings, and then began to dictate the exercises. After Su Lang deposited it into the system space, more than 600 gold coins were added immediately after the gold coin icon. And the total number of gold coins has reached 5,000. Not long after, Yangshi and the 4 of them finished writing the exercises silently, and handed them over to Su Lang tremblingly. Excluding the Boundless Heart Sutra and the Guiyuan body forging art, there are 3 exercises in total, all of which are primary body forging exercises. It happens that my defense and stamina are a bit of a drag, and now I can make up for it. Su Lang smiled lightly, and immediately began to read the exercises. 7. The first one is called Returning the Spiritual Body, which is specially designed to increase the recovery speed of spiritual power and improve endurance. The second is called Golden Body Bone Forging Technique, which is dedicated to exercising bones and improving defense. The third volume is called Rock Forging Body Art, which is also a technique for increasing defense power. After reading the 3 exercises, Su Lang condensed a lightning bolt and burned all the books. Hiss. Looking at the lightning in Su Lang's hands, Yang Shi and the others shivered. That is an attribute cultivation technique. I don't know how much time and effort it takes to successfully cultivate it. But this Su Lang actually succeeded in practicing at the primary martial artist stage, which is incredible. However, what they did not expect was that even more incredible things were yet to come. System: replace Lightning True Art with Returning Spirit Forging Body Art. Su Lang's thoughts sank into the mysterious black space, and immediately gave an order. Ding! The practice method has been replaced with Returning Spiritual Body Exercise. After the system prompted, the martial arts villain changed his movements and began to make various twisted poses. A few minutes later. Ding! Returning the Spiritual Body Forging Technique has reached the entry level. Su Lang only felt his body warm, and the spiritual power in the meridians seemed to have become more intense. Immediately afterwards, he did not hesitate, and immediately replaced the Returning Spiritual Body Refinement Technique with Golden Body Refinement Technique. When the Golden Body Forging Technique was introduced, it was immediately changed to Rock Body Forging Technique. In less than 10 minutes, Su Lang practiced all 3 elementary exercises to the entry level. At this time, the breath on his body also became heavier, and it seemed that there was a feeling of motionlessness. This kind of breath made Yang Shi and the others' eyes explode. This is the feeling of getting started with the Rock Body Forging Technique. There's also the introductory breath of the Golden Body Bone Forging Technique. Returning to the Spiritual Body Forging Technique is also an entry. Also, why did the aura of his black robe subordinates become stronger? What the hell is going on here? It's incredible. Yang Shi and the 4 opened their mouths wide, hanging their chins, looking at Su Lang like a monster. At this time, they were all doubting whether Su Lang was human. Su Lang glanced at them, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he replaced the 1-button practice technique with Lightning True Secret Art, and then called out the attribute panel. Name: Su Lang. Race: human. Qualification level: turbidity. Realm level: beginner martial artist. Attack level: peak martial artist. Defense level: advanced martial artist. Movement level: advanced martial artist. Endurance level: advanced warrior. Mastering the exercises: Boundless Heart Sutra. Leguang True Art, primary. Introductory. Lacy True Art, primary. Introductory. Flying Flower Slashing Shadow Sword, primary. Introductory. Ghost Moon Sword Technique, primary. Introductory: White Feather Footwork, elementary. Beginner: Stepping Rain Steps, elementary. Beginner: Unmoving Body Locking Technique, elementary. Beginner: Floating Willow Sword, beginner. Beginner: Turtle Breath Body Forging Art, primary. Introductory: Guiyuan Body Forging Art, primary. Introductory: Wheeling Body Forging Art, primary. Introductory: Golden Body Forging Art, basic. Introductory: Rock Body Forging Art, basic. Introductory: Getting Started. Activated System Functions. 1-click training function, level 3, 1-click martial arts function, level 3, clone dispatch function, level 2, the attack level has reached the peak martial artist. Su Lang raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that these body training exercises have also increased strength. In addition, the other 3 attributes have completely reached the advanced warrior level, which is really great. Excited for a while, Su Lang turned his attention to Yang Shi and the others again. Voodoo. Yang Shi, who was stared at by Su Lang, swallowed hard. In his eyes, Su Lang is already a monster. The other 3 warriors were similar. All of them were so nervous that their bodies were stiff, and their necks were almost unable to turn. Now you will follow my subordinates to the Kinkinlu area. Su Lang smiled lightly. I'm in a good mood. If you guys are obedient, I won't embarrass you again. Yes, yes. Yang Shi trembled and said, we must be obedient. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and turned to leave. The black robe clone also rushed towards Kinkinlu, and Yang Shi and the others immediately followed in fear. On the other side, the warrior who reported the message ran into the barrier and immediately attracted the attention of many people. Isn't that the guard of the Yang family? What is he doing in such a hurry? Ha! He's injured. I saw this guard take young Master Yang out for hunting this morning. Now it seems that something has happened. I fork, can't I? Then young Master Yang has 4 primary warriors guarding him. It's dangerous outside the city. What is a junior warrior? If you stray into a dangerous place, the warrior won't be able to return. When everyone was discussing, the news warrior had disappeared from their sight. About half an hour later, the news warrior finally arrived at the Yang family. Quick! Let me in. At the door, the news warrior rushed to the doorman out of breath. The owner is entertaining guests. The porter looked at the blood-covered guard in shock. What's the matter with you? Where's the young master? He had a bad feeling. The news warrior said eagerly, we have provoked a master, and the young master has been detained. What? Young master has been detained. The concierge was stunned for a while. He couldn't imagine who would dare to detain the eldest young master of their Yang family. Stop talking nonsense, get out of the way. The warrior who reported the news was impatient, so he grabbed the door and ran towards the mansion. Hey! Wait for me. Seeing this, the porter immediately followed. In the courtyard, a small and lavish feast is going on. The people present here are not powerful people, but people with high power. Come, distinguished guests, I respect you all for this cup. Yang Tianrui, the head of the Yang family, stood up and invited the distinguished guests to drink. Patriarch, something is wrong. The news warrior shouted and rushed into the yard. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me and my guest? Yang Tianrui's face was furious, and he became furious on the spot. What kind of decency are you yelling? Come on, put him in the confinement room for me, and wait for the release. Among these guests are the distinguished guests of the Yi family. How could it be disturbing? Besides, this messenger rushed in at will, without any rules at all. This shows that Yang Tianrui has nowhere to go, and makes him look down upon him and lose face. Get out. Let's go quickly, if you have something to say later. The 2 guards frowned and were about to blast the foolish messenger out. Hey! Hold on. A young man in purple stood up, waved his hand, and said with concern, I see that this warrior is injured. There should be an emergency, and if there is a reason for the incident, I will not blame it. Come on, tell me what's going on, and if we can help, we'll do our best to help. As soon as these words came out, the warrior who reported the letter immediately looked at Yang Tianrui eagerly. Since young Master Yi Lingfeng said so, I'll give you a chance. Yang Tianrui nodded. Tell me, if it's a trivial matter, I can't spare you. Patriarch, it's the young master who has an accident. The news warrior knelt on the ground and said with a sad face, we provoked a strong man, and the young master has been detained. What? My son is being held? Yang Tianrui was like a thunderbolt in an instant. He was old and had a son, and he felt very distressed for Yang Shi. At this time, I heard that my son was detained, and the fire of anger was like a bomb exploded, and it was about to spew out of his 7 orifices. What are you doing? You can't even protect my son. You bastard, you still have the face to escape. I killed you. Yang Tianrui seemed crazy. He pulled out his long sword with a clanging sound, and he was about to kill on the spot. Patriarch Yang, calm down. Since the murderer is only detaining, he must have no plans. Yang Shi is safe for the time being. Patriarch Yang, you must calm down and don't mess up. Yi Lingfeng stepped forward to stop Yang Tianrui, and the other guests also surrounded him. Under the persuasion of the young master of the Yi family and the guests, Yang Tianrui gradually calmed down. Everyone, I'm sorry, I lost my temper. Yang Tianrui took a deep breath. His face rose like a pig's liver. You guard, why don't you tell me the detailed process? I was waiting for the guard's return from hunting, and I provoked a junior warrior. The news warrior crawls on the ground, trembling and said, but this junior warrior is very powerful. Our 4 junior warriors were defeated by it. Then the young master was detained, and the murderer asked the owner to send an official warrior to deliver 200,000 gold coins to the Red Forest of the E-level Qingqianlu district within half a day. Otherwise, he will send the young master's head to you, and let the Yang family's majesty sweep the floor and be ridiculed. What? How can there be such a reason? Shuzi. A mere junior martial artist, how dare you be so arrogant? Yang Tianrui was furious, and his face was red, blue and white, as if he had opened a dye shop. The dignified Yang family's patriarch, to be coerced like this is simply a great shame. Yang Tianrui swears that once the murderer is found, he will experience all the tortures in the world. Except for young Tianrui, the others were also dumbfounded. This person is so crazy, he even asked for 200,000 gold coins. But this guy is very powerful. He can beat 4 opponents of the same level with a crushing momentum. I don't know what kind of person he is. By the way, not long ago, the Golden Fruit Building, the 6th younger brother of young Master Yi Lingfeng, the guests talked a lot, and then turned their attention to Yi Lingfeng, who frowned slightly. Patriarch Yang, this murderer is really bold and arrogant. Yi Lingfeng said, I am willing to help you find Yang Shi and kill the murderer. Young Master Yi Lingfeng's kindness has been accepted from the bottom of his heart. Yang Tianrui squeezed out a smile, I can still handle this trivial matter. No, this murderer can defeat 4 junior warriors with one move. I am afraid that the real combat power is already high-level warriors. Yi Lingfeng's eyes were slightly cold, therefore, this murderer is probably the same person who massacred my Yi family stronghold in Jinghua Building. Yang Tianrui was stunned, but isn't the murderer of the Jinghua Building in the city? The trace left by the murderer is too fake, it must be a trick. Yi Lingfeng shook his head and said, I believe that the people who tracked down the murderer have also discovered this, but I'm not sure. I'm going home to report this now, so that the investigators can adjust their deployment and capture the murderer. 9. This, young Tianrui became a little hesitant. Yi Lingfeng knew what young Tianrui was thinking, and said with relief, Don't worry, Patriarch Yang, we will give priority to ensuring Yang Shi's safety. If that's the case, then I'll ask young Master Yi Lingfeng. Yang Tianrui nodded and said to a confidant, Yang Zhen, you go and get 20 middle-grade spirit stones immediately, and then you will send them to the E-level Qingqian Deer Red Forest. At the same time, Su Lang arrived at the destination, the Golden Flame Leopard E-class area. Although I received a big order on the way, the main plan still cannot be stranded. The E-level area is obviously much more dangerous than the F-level area, and the geographical environment alone makes it difficult to move. Moreover, there are not only E-rank beasts, but also various F-rank beasts. When the body temper arrives here, they are courting death. It is also very dangerous for formal warriors to go it alone. Most of them hunt in teams and pay dividends in the end. This is also the reason why the E-class beasts are so valuable. After all, if they are sold cheaply, if they are divided into one more point, they will be completely useless. TSK, in this jungle of thorns, it is difficult for formal warriors with slightly poorer movement skills to move forward. Looking around at the harsh environment around him, Su Lang clicked his tongue, and immediately took out the map. After determining the direction, Su Lang followed the route marked on the map and walked towards the Yi family's Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. Suddenly, 3 embarrassed figures ran out of the jungle not far away. The 3 of them were carrying backpacks, covered in blood, and even the blood on their clothes had coagulated. Obviously, they had gone through a lot of battles. At this moment, they looked terrified and looked back from time to time, obviously being hunted down. Roar! A huge white leopard about 2 meters high rushed out of the jungle, with 2 jewel-like eyes staring at the 3 fleeing. This white leopard has bundles of golden manes growing on its neck and knees, and in the mountain wind, it is like a burning golden flame. This is the Golden Flame Leopard? Not bad, really majestic. Su Lang looked at the white leopard with interest. It's a pity that I couldn't tame it into a mount. Immediately afterwards, 4 more white leopards rushed out and surrounded the 3 seriously injured warriors. It's over, it's over. It's dead now. Wife, child, I'm sorry for you. The 3 warriors looked desperate. Roar! The Golden Flame Leopard roared again, its figure turned into a white afterimage, its sharp claws tore through the air, and slayed them fiercely. Fight! A warrior with a fierce face and a long sword in the air would rather die than make these Golden Flame Leopards feel better. The other 2 also gritted their teeth fiercely, preparing for a last-ditch battle. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed over. Who? The people headed by the 3 warriors showed surprise, and then shouted, Don't come here, let's go. But it was too late, the figure had already rushed under the claws of a Golden Flame Leopard. Kill! Seeing that it was irreversible, the 3 warriors rushed up immediately and wanted to fight against the Golden Flame Leopard with the person who came to assist. But at this moment, they heard a low shout. Instant! Su Lang lunges and draws his sword. The next moment, the sword light suddenly appeared, and the thunder lingered. The bodies of the 4 Golden Flame Leopards froze for a while, and then fell to the ground weakly, without even a chance to scream. Immediately afterwards, the body of the Golden Flame Leopard disappeared out of thin air, and the system prompt also sounded. Ding! You got the fangs of the Golden Leopard *4, the eyeballs of the Golden Leopard *2, the fur of the Golden Leopard *1, the claws of the golden leopard *4, it's so refreshing. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and put the knife into the sheath. This. My God, it's amazing. One knife. One knife kills all the golden flame leopards who were chasing us. And the aura fluctuations on his body are only junior warriors, which is incredible. The three warriors widened their eyes, and the stormy waves in their hearts were about to turn the world upside down. At this time, they discovered that the body of Jinyan Leopard had disappeared, and they were even more shocked. Space Ring. This is definitely the young master of the big family from the high-level stronghold. The eyes of the three warriors looking at Su Lang became more and more awe-inspiring, just like mortals looking at immortals. Why are you standing still? Su Lang glanced at the three of them lightly. You haven't dealt with the wound yet? The three people's first reaction when they saw him was to let him go, and they didn't mean to pull him into the water. They seemed to have a little conscience. So Su Lang's attitude is moderate. Oh. Yes. Thank you, sir, for reminding me. The trio immediately began working on the wound. Not long after, everyone was on the medicine. Su Lang threw out 3 sets of clothes. Look at your tatters, put them on. Thank you, son, for the reward. The leading martial artist took Su Lang's clothes as if they were treasured, and then distributed them to the other 2. What's your name? Su Lang asked indifferently. Are you familiar with the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold? If you go back to the sun, my name is Lu Zhong, and the 2 of them are Deng Qi and Wang Chang. The leader Lu Zhong replied respectfully, we have been in the Golden Flame Leopard area all the year round, and we are very familiar with the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. Well, I'm a little tired. Su Lang smiled slightly. Can you take me to the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold to rest? This is the purpose of Su Lang saving these 3 people. The Golden Flame Leopard stronghold is a semi-open stronghold. Except for the Yi family martial artist, only the martial artist who knows the basics can enter. Su Lang knew that if he was alone, he would definitely be blocked. But it's different with Lu Zhong and the 3 of them. He can walk into the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold with great swagger. Of course it's fine. Lu Zhong smiled and nodded. We are old acquaintances with the warriors guarding the gate, and we can definitely take you in. That's great. Su Lang smiled gracefully. Let's go there quickly. It just so happens that you also need to recuperate. Hey. Good. The 3 of Lu Zhong quickly agreed. Immediately, under the leadership of Lu Zhong and the others, Su Lang continued to move towards the Jinyan Leopard stronghold. Going all the way, fierce beasts attacked in a short while, but all of them became materials in Su Lang's storage space. With his attack level of the peak warrior level, as long as he does not encounter a large-scale E-level herd, he can walk sideways here. And his powerful combat power also attracted Lu Zhong and others to be even more in awe. About an hour later, the 4 of Su Lang came to the outside of the Yi family Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. Compared with the F-rank stronghold, this E-rank stronghold is much smaller in area, but its city walls are stronger and taller. Li Laoqi, open the door. Lu Zhong took out a Golden Flame Leopard fawn from his backpack, and skillfully threw it into an arrow stack on the city wall. Ouch! Who is it? A man with a coxcomb head appeared on the city wall. Boy Lu Zhong? Is there another stranger? With the guarantee of our 3 brothers, you are suspicious of wool. Deng Qi frowned and said, it's dangerous outside, let us in. No, strangers can't come in. The coxcomb-headed man looked at the 4 of Su Lang impatiently, but did not walk away. Made rascal. Lu Zhong muttered and scolded, and immediately took out a Golden Flame Leopard fawn and threw it to the coxcomb-headed man. Okay, for your sake, I'll let him in. Jiguantu weighed the Golden Flame Leopard fangs in his hand with satisfaction, and immediately pressed the mechanism to open the city gate. The 4 of Su Lang walked into the city gate quickly, and the heavy gate behind them closed immediately. There are so many people? Su Lang looked around and found that there were not only sparse formal warriors in his imagination. On the contrary, there are people coming and going here, and most of them are body quenchers. They are responsible for many affairs and are an indispensable part of the normal operation of this stronghold. And because of the harsh external environment, these people hardly ever leave their strongholds except during major transfers. So some people even have biological children here. At this time, Lu Zhong respectfully asked, Master, do you want us to find a place for you? Need not. Su Lang waved his hand lightly. Go and rest, I'll take a walk by myself. Yes, the 3 of Lu Zhong looked at each other in dismay, and immediately left reluctantly. For them, Su Lang is a super thigh. If this is firm, the future will be prosperous and rich. Unfortunately, the three of them are useless, so Su Lang will not let them follow at all. After the three of Lu Zhong left, Su Lang looked at the tall building in the center of the stronghold and showed a big wolf-like smile. Afterwards, Su Lang found a hotel and stayed. Clone perception. Sitting on the bed, Su Lang directly shared the perception of a clone. The scene of a Chinken deer crashing to the ground appeared in Su Lang's mind. It turned out that the black robe clone had already escorted Yang Shi and the four to the Kinken Lu area. After killing the raiding Chinken deer, several people came to the Red Forest and found a place to wait. Gudu. During the waiting process, Yang Shi was so nervous that he swallowed a mouthful of saliva from time to time, and his face was also pale. Before long, there was a call of harmony from outside the woods. I am Yang Jin of the Yang family, and I was ordered to send the ransom, and please bring the young master out to see you. Outside the woods, Yang Jin's face was cold, and a sneer flashed in his eyes from time to time. Their Yang family's money is not so easy to blackmail. The people who came this time included the martial master level master Yang Tianrui, the master of the Yang family, Yi Tian, the elders of the Yi family, Yi Ji, and the peak martial artist Yi Lingfeng, the young master of the Yi family, and 6 senior martial artists. At this time, although these people have not yet appeared, they have already hidden their breath, and they have set up a net of heaven and earth around the Red Forest. As long as Yang Shi's safety is guaranteed and the murderer has no bargaining chips, he will become a piece of meat, and he will kill him how he wants. Hearing the shouts from outside, Yang Shi was immediately excited and his eyes lit up. Do not move. Su Lang directed the clone to say simple words. Yes. The cold voice reminded Yang Shi of the fear of being dominated by Su Lang, and he shuddered and shrank into a ball. Immediately afterwards, under the command of Su Lang, the clone pulled out a long knife and led Yang Shi out of the woods, while the other three followed tremblingly. Master! Seeing Yang Shi, Yang Jin was delighted, and Yang Tianrui, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but almost rushed out. At the same time, Yi Lingfeng, Yi Tian and the others who were in ambush in the hidden place were also pleasantly surprised. It really is the black robe murderer. I finally found him, and I will definitely not let him go today. We must take this down, so that he can't live or die. Everyone in the Yi family didn't speak, but just by making eye contact, they could see the joy, cruelty, and joy in each other's eyes. In the field. Master, are you alright? Yang Jin opened his mouth and took 2 steps forward. Stop. Su Lang's clone drank in a low voice, and the blade immediately cut a bloodline on Yang Shi's neck. Uncle Jin, don't come here. Yang Shi was almost scared to pee, his voice was fast and trembling. Gold coins. Take the gold coins to redeem me. I brought the ransom, don't do it. Yang Jin didn't dare to act rashly. He quickly took out 20 mid-grade spirit stones in his arms and showed them in front of Su Lang's clone. Su Lang carefully observed from the perspective of the clone, and found that these spirit stones were indeed purer and richer than the low-grade spirit stones, and he couldn't help showing a smile. These spirit stones are all for you, but only if you release the young master first. Yang Jin took a deep breath and said, if the young master's safety cannot be guaranteed, I can't give it to you. I have a proposal, you let my young master come over, and when he comes to the middle, I will throw the spirit stone to you. Don't worry, for the safety of my young master, I will not play any tricks. You can definitely get these 200,000 gold coins. As soon as these words came out, Su Lang immediately hooked the corner of his mouth. He didn't believe that the other party didn't have more arrangements. If that was the case, the Yang family couldn't be so prosperous. But anyway, Su Lang's deity was not there. For him, any traps laid by the Yang family were useless. It is good. Su Lang made the clone nod and pushed Yang Shi out. Uncle Jin. As soon as Yang Shi got out of the control of Su Lang's clone, he immediately ran towards Yang Jin crying. Yang Jin looked at the man in black robe who was ready to go, not planning to take any risks. In his opinion, the black-robed man would definitely be caught in the end anyway, and these spirit stones would be returned to their original owners and returned to the Yang family. Therefore, the risk is very not worth it. After Yang Shi ran to the middle, he immediately threw the spirit stone. 20 crystal-clear mid-grade spirit stones were flying in the air, and then they were quickly taken by Su Lang's clone and passed to Su Lang. At the same time, Yang Jin also tightly protected Yang Shi. He sneered, "Little bastard, what if you got gold coins? Today, our Yang family and the Yi family are besieging you, and your death is now." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of figures rushed out of the surrounding jungle. "Father! Brother Yi! Uncle Yi! You are all here, kill that bastard. Kill slowly, torture him slowly, let him know what pain is." When Yang Shi saw the people rushing out of the jungle, his eyes widened instantly and tears filled his eyes. God knows how much humiliation, panic and fear he has experienced in just half a day. Although he knew that this black-robed man was only Su Lang's subordinate, he was also ecstatic to be able to torture and kill the enemy's subordinate. Kill me! An angry roar came. A majestic old man holding a long sword frantically killed Su Lang's clone. Clone dispatch. As soon as Su Lang thought about it, he would send the clone to other places to avoid the pursuit. I saw the black-robed clone standing motionless on the spot, the figure gradually faded, and it was about to disappear. Suddenly. Call out. A flying knife shrouded in lightning pierced through the sky and instantly penetrated the right leg of the black-robed clone. Boom! There was a loud explosion. In the thundering light, the black robe was shattered, the whole body was charred, and the right leg disappeared. Ding! Clone dispatch interrupted. When the system prompt came, Su Lang did not hesitate, and immediately let the clone run away. It's a pity that the clone has only one leg left, and the Yi family of the Yang family has a total of 3 martial artist level powerhouses. They took 3 breaths and surrounded Su Lang's clone. It's you, dare to kill my 6th brother? It's you, dare to destroy my Yi family's stronghold? Today I will make you regret coming into this world. Yi Lingfeng walked slowly to Su Lang's clone, feel it well, regret, fear, and despair. Having said that, Yi Lingfeng pulled out his long sword with a cruel face and slashed towards Su Lang's clone face. He was going to cut through the white mask, and by the way, he added a bright sword mark to the face under the mask. But at this moment Ghost Moon, shun! The black robe clone burst out under the wrapping of a large number of thunder lights, and a thunderous sword light instantly slashed towards Yi Lingfeng. This move does not leave any room for maneuver, it is completely life for life. All this happened in an instant, and even everyone's expressions didn't have time to change. Yi Lingfeng's eyes shrank suddenly, and he didn't want to change his defense immediately, his little life was precious. But his hasty change of moves was actually Su Lang's opponent who was fighting hard? Clanging. The harsh metal clashes came. Yi Lingfeng's long sword was swayed directly, and a terrifying knife mark was cut on his chest and abdomen. Yi Lingfeng. Yi Tian's eyes were about to split, and the rest of the people also reacted and killed Su Lang's clone. At this time, Su Lang's avatar's old strength has exhausted its new strength, and it is difficult to avoid it. Puff, puff. Immediately afterwards, the weapons of Yi Tian and the others pierced into the body of Su Lang's clone, making a sound of a blade piercing into the flesh. The furious young Tianrui also twisted the blade fiercely, opening a big hole in the abdomen of Su Lang's clone. Shuzi! How dare you hurt me? Ling Qi peels the skin and cuts the car apart, I want you to taste it. Yi Lingfeng covered the wound, and rushed towards Su Lang's avatar with blood-red eyes. The place where each of his swords stabs is not the point, because he wants to keep this murderer and torture him for the rest of his life. But his idea was doomed. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lingfeng, I remember the torture you mentioned. Su Lang's clone laughed wildly, and shattered his head with a palm. Ding! The clone dies and enters a 24-hour cooling period. Hey! It's really exciting to break your head. In the hotel, Su Lang shuddered violently and opened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, his eyes fell on the 20 mid-grade spirit stones in his hand. Wow, so beautiful! Picking up a spirit stone, Su Lang showed an expression of intoxication and enjoyment. Just this mid-grade spirit stone can make his system function one level higher. Exchanging a clone for these 20 mid-grade spirit stones is a huge profit. After all, the clone can be reunited within 24 hours, and Su Lang only suffered a small loss. And, hey, just make up for the loss. Su Lang slowly raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the golden flame leopard stronghold outside the window. The other side. In the blood mist splashing, Yi Lingfeng and others looked sluggish. They didn't expect this murderer to be so fierce, killing themselves so simply. Immediately, something even more shocking happened to them. The corpse of the black rogue man gradually faded into a phantom under their eyes, and finally disappeared completely. This person's body has disappeared. Not only flesh and blood, but clothes, weapons, everything is gone. What kind of power is this? It's so strange, it's unheard of. Yeah, it's too weird. Not only did the body disappear after death, but also the lightning attribute technique that our Yi family never passed on before was used. Everyone looked at each other, panic in their eyes and chills in their backs. I know. At this time, Yang Shi was extremely excited and ran to the crowd. I know some clues. Little brat, what are you doing? I will kill you with a special code. Young Tianrui cursed angrily, because of his useless son, their young family lost a full 200,000 gold coins. You must know that this is most of their family savings. But I really know. Yang Shi shrank his neck in fear, and lowered his eyebrows and did not dare to look at young Tianrui. Yang Shi, what do you know? Yi Lingfeng stepped forward and asked, but young Tianrui didn't dare to stop him when he saw him asking. Yang Shi took a breath. Brother Yi, Dad, Uncle Yi, let me tell you, this man in black robe is Su Lang's subordinate. Su Lang? Who is Su Lang? Everyone was puzzled and said that they had never heard of this name. At this time, they thought that Su Lang was a big boss, but they couldn't imagine that Su Lang was an ordinary person like an ant in their eyes a day ago. Senior? Yang Shi looked stunned for a moment. It's not wrong to say that Su Lang is a master, but he is different from ordinary masters. He is very, very strange. Speak carefully. Yi Lingfeng said with a frown. Yes. Yang Shi nodded hurriedly. Yesterday morning, I was planning to experience life, so I went to the Hall of the Warrior Alliance to collect the allowance, and I met this Su Lang. At that time, he was only a junior body tempering, and was laughed at by many of us. I also made a bet with him on when he would be able to break through the intermediate tempering body. As a result, he broke through on the spot, and that kind of breakthrough fluctuation is absolutely impossible to fake. This is nothing. What is even more strange is that when I met him today, he was already a junior martial artist. And he also defeated my 4 junior warrior guards with 1 knife. These 3 are my guards, and they are also the parties. With that said, Yang Shi pointed to the 3 primary warrior guards. The 3 guards nodded quickly. Promotion from body tempering to official martial artist in 1 day. Fake, right? This is incredible. Yang Shi, did you read it wrong? Breakthrough from body quenching to a junior warrior in just 1 day, and possessing a combat power far exceeding that of a junior warrior. How is it possible? How can such a strange thing happen in the world? Arabian Nights. Yi Lingfeng and the others widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. It's not the weirdest. Yang Shi also stared at him and said loudly. Later, Su Lang summoned his subordinates out of thin air, that is, the man in black robe who died and disappeared before. This black robe and his aura were exactly the same, and he was very similar to the madman who was rumored to destroy your Yi family stronghold, so we were stunned on the spot. Then, the most bizarre thing happened. Su Lang forced us to write 3 exercises, and then he took 10 minutes to practice all of them. What? Yi Lingfeng and the others were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, and they could put 1 foot in. The man in black robe didn't say it, and some super exercises could barely be explained. But the practice of the exercises is completely unimaginable. It takes only 10 minutes to practice 3 exercises to get started, that is to say, 1 exercise takes only a few minutes to get started. This is simply incredible. Yi Lingfeng's aptitude and comprehension are the best, but even if he is a beginner, he needs about a month to start practicing. Getting started in minutes? You can't even dream of doing that. What I said is absolutely true. Seeing the surprise on everyone's faces, Yang Shi immediately assured him. Hiss. Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath. He knew that Yang Shi wouldn't lie, that what happened to Su Lang was true. What he didn't dare to do in his dreams was realized in Su Lang. It happened. Shock, jealousy, and fear gradually filled Yi Lingfeng's heart and mind. This person is too weird, absolutely cannot let him develop like this. Yi Lingfeng turned to look at Yi Tian and Yi Ji. Uncle Third, Uncle Fifth, we must kill this person. Yi Tian nodded with an ugly face. Yes, this person has already made a grudge against us. If we let him develop, it will definitely be the end of our Yi family. In fact, while the 3 of them were shocked, there was also a hint of tacit excitement. Because Su Lang can become so powerful in a short period of time, there must be a big secret. Maybe it's a super treasure that is ever present. At this time, Su Lang is still weak. Once he kills him and obtains his secret, then the Yi family will surely soar into the sky. Even if he stands at the peak of Blue Star, it is not impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Lingfeng and Yi Tian looked at young Tianrui and other members of the Yang family intentionally or unintentionally. How can such a big secret be tolerated by irrelevant people to know? Therefore, Yi Lingfeng, Yi Tian, Yi Ji and others gradually raised their killing intent. The scene suddenly fell silent, a breeze blew, and everyone felt a chill. Yang Tianrui and others secretly thought that something was wrong, and cold sweat broke out in the palms of their hands. Under the Yi family's 2 great martial masters and many high-level warriors, their Yang family was simply vulnerable. Now, it's almost time for their entire family to live and die. The atmosphere was getting colder, and a trace of killing energy spread, and everyone in the Yi family was about to take action. Yang Shi, who was on the side, saw this scene, his legs gradually weakened, and he couldn't even speak. Our Yang family doesn't share the sky with Su Lang. 7 Young Tianrui breathed for a while, and said quickly, I am willing to lead the Yang family to become a vassal of the Yi family and hunt down Su Lang together. When he was talking, Yang Tianrui could not wait to kill Yang Shi's stupid son. Such an important secret was revealed casually. This not only handed over precious secrets to others, but also brought disaster to their Yang family. Patriarch Yang, you should know what we mean. Yi Lingfeng said coldly, it's not from the Yi family, we won't trust him at all. I'm open to any setbacks. A cold sweat dripped from Yang Tianrui's forehead. In that case, Yi Lingfeng and Yi Tian looked at each other, nodded and said, then you should take my Yi family's 7-step life and death pill to show your loyalty. After saying that, Yi Lingfeng took out a medicinal pill and handed it to Yang Tianrui. This medicinal pill was green all over and exuded a strange smell. 7-step life and death pill. Yang Tianrui was shocked, but he still took the medicine pill and swallowed it into his stomach. He is a strong martial artist, the head of the Yang family, and a high-ranking figure, but if you don't eat it, you will die. It is good. Yi Lingfeng nodded and took out a few pills. These 7-step life and death pills are very precious, and there are not many, so some people who are not important should not eat them. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the Yang family guards and a Yi family guest immediately changed greatly. If there is no 7-step life and death pill, then their end is death. Time forward. Su Lang retracted his gaze from the window, and happily turned his attention to the mysterious black space. 204,323 gold coins. Hey hey hey! Looking at the 6-digit gold coins, Su Lang excitedly gave an order, System, upgrade all 3 functions for me. Ding! Consuming 10,000 gold coins, the 1-key training function has been upgraded to level 4, and the training speed has been increased to 8 times the basic speed. Ding! Consuming 10,000 gold coins, the 1-click martial arts function has been upgraded to level 4, and the martial arts training speed has been increased to 8 times the base speed. Ding! Consume 10,000 gold coins, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 3, and the number of clones +1. In an instant, the speed at which the spiritual energy poured into Su Lang's body doubled again. That wonderful feeling made Su Lang feel so refreshed that he almost groaned. System, how long will it take for me to be promoted to an intermediate warrior? Su Lang asked excitedly, and Lacey Trueart, when will you reach the minor level? Host, it only takes 20 hours for you to be promoted to an intermediate level warrior, and it only takes 20 hours for Lei Sijin to reach the minor level. It still takes 20 hours? The road to cultivation is really long and far away. Su Lang shook his head and sighed, wondering if it would be maddened if other martial artists knew about it. Immediately afterwards, he chose to upgrade the 1-key cultivation function without hesitation. Ding! Consuming 100,000 gold coins, the 1-click training function has been upgraded to level 5, and the training speed has been increased to 16 times the base speed. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the 1-key training function to level 5, you have obtained a new bonus function efficiency doubler. The current training rate has been increased to 32 times the base speed. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the first function to level 5. If all 3 functions reach level 5, you will be rewarded with the activation authority for the new function. The 3 consecutive system prompts made Su Lang stunned. Fuck! It's 32 times the base speed. Su Lang recovered slightly, his fingers trembling with excitement, and there are new functions. You are really perverted in the system, I like it. At this time, Su Lang's cultivation speed was directly increased by 4 times compared to before. That is to say, now he can be promoted from a junior warrior to an intermediate warrior in just 5 hours. You must know that even if you have the highest qualifications, it will take half a year to advance from a junior warrior to an intermediate warrior without external assistance. So perverted, so perverted. I don't know how awesome the 1-click martial arts function will be to upgrade to level 5. Su Lang inhaled happily, but when he saw the balance of gold coins, he immediately showed a helpless smile. I saw that the balance of gold coins was only over 74,000, which was not enough to upgrade the 1-click martial arts function. I have to make money. Su Lang turned his head to look out the window, the corners of his mouth gradually rose. An entire E-rank stronghold is definitely worth more than an F rank, and 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins are absolutely indispensable. However, with the strength of a peak warrior, it is a bit risky to completely destroy an E-level stronghold in a short period of time. Therefore, Su Lang lay back on the bed, preparing to wait until he was promoted to an intermediate warrior before starting action. The other side. Except for Yang Tianrui, Yang Shi, and Yang Jin, the other 3 Yang family guards were ruthlessly killed. A Yi family's guest Qing warrior was also killed. They never imagined that they did not die at the hands of the enemy, but were brutally murdered by their own people. At this time, Yi Lingfeng had returned to the Yi family mansion and met Yi Feizhang, the head of the Yi family, and Yi Xiangming, the father of Yi Lingfeng. Grandpa. Father. Yi Lingfeng bowed and saluted. Although he was arrogant, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yi Feizhang and Yi Xiangming. Lingfeng, the murderer, was slaughtered? Yi Feizhang asked lightly while drinking tea. Ah, my son is very thoughtful, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Yi Xiangming said with a smile, the bastard who killed your brother and destroyed my Yi family's stronghold must have died miserably. This, Grandpa, Father, Yi Lingfeng said hesitantly, that person isn't dead, and we haven't even seen that person from beginning to end. What? How is this possible? Yi Xiangming's smile froze. Didn't you guys stay in the net, besiege him with the people of the Yang family, and have a 100% success rate? We did surround and kill one person, it's just, Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath and explained the process of besieging and killing Su Lang's clone one by one. What? You said that Su Lang was promoted from an ordinary person to a junior martial artist in a day or two. And you said that Su Lang summoned the black robe subordinates out of thin air? How many minutes are there to start practicing a practice method? Lingfeng. Isn't this nonsense? Yi Xiangming was stunned, and then he stood up from his chair. Bang! Yi Feizhang was always in disbelief. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground, the tea splashed and the pieces flew around. As a military commander-level boss and the head of the Yi family, his state of mind has long been unwavering. But at this time, what was he talking about in his heart? It is simply a stormy sea, overturning the river and overturning the sea. Grandson, are you sure it's true? He quickly walked in front of Yi Lingfeng, his eyes widened. It's all true. Yi Lingfeng said eloquently, that Su Lang definitely has a huge secret. Hiss. Yi Feizhang and Yi Xiangming gasped at the same time. They believed that Yi Lingfeng would not talk nonsense. By the way, does anyone still know this secret? Yi Feizhang asked quickly. Yes, but, Yi Lingfeng turned around and shouted outside the door, Yang Tianrui, come in. Yi Feizhang and Yi Xiangming looked outside and saw Yang Tianrui walking in with great respect. My subordinate Yang Tianrui has met the owner. Seeing Yi Feizhang and Yi Xiangming, Yang Tianrui knelt down without hesitation. This? Yi Feizhang and Yi Xiangming looked at each other. But they are not fools, they quickly figured out the reason Yi Lingfeng must have recovered Yang Tianrui. Grandson, you did a great job. Yi Feizhang nodded with satisfaction, and immediately lifted Yang Tianrui, Patriarch Yang, don't worry, as long as you live up to my Yi family, I will not treat you badly. Thank you, Patriarch, for accepting. Yang Tianrui stood up with a smile on his face, but his heart was extremely bitter. What happened to him this time was really miserable by Yang Shi's scumbag. If I had known this earlier, I might as well have sprayed him on the wall. Lingfeng, do you know where Su Lang is now? Yi Feizhang looked at Yi Lingfeng again, facing the big secret that day. He was more eager and greedy than anyone else. Who doesn't want to be promoted to a higher realm, gain a more noble status, and enjoy more wealth, power, and beauty? What's more, Yi Feizhang has been at the general level for 40 years, and if he doesn't break through, he will be in the coffin. At this moment, a little martial artist with a huge secret appeared under my nose. This is simply a perfect opportunity. Grandpa, grandson doesn't know where he is. Yi Lingfeng shook his head and said, but we already know his identity and appearance. In addition, the airport has been blocked, only entry is allowed, and there is a terrifying beast area outside. Su Lang absolutely cannot escape from the Red Maple City stronghold. With the energy of our Yi family, we can carry out a carpet search, and if we want this person with a high reward, we will definitely be able to find clues. At that time, you only need to peel the cocoon, and you don't have to worry about where others are, unless he stays in the beast area for the rest of his life, or he is dead. Lingfeng is right. Yi Feizhang stared with contempt, his face proud. In the Red Maple City stronghold, there is no one that my Yi family can't find. Xiangming, Lingfeng, and the Yang family master, from now on, give up all other plans and tasks, and use all the power of the Yi family and Yang family to hunt down Su Lang. Be careful, you must not reveal any secrets. What we are doing is just searching for the murderer who killed my Yi family and wiped out my Yi family stronghold. Yes. Grandpa. Yes. Father. Yi Lingfeng and Yi Xiangming bowed their heads and clasped their fists at the same time. Their voices were sonorous and powerful. Well, let's go. Yi Feizhang looked into the distance, the vast sky reflected in his eyes. whether my Yi family can soar into the sky depends on this move. We'll live up to expectations. Yi Lingfang, his son, and Yang Tianrui bowed to say goodbye. With the departure of Yi Xiangming, Yi Lingfang and Yang Tianrui, the terrifying behemoth of the Yi family suddenly revealed its sharp minions. Time passes and night falls. Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold, a hotel room. Ding! The sea of cultivation is full, is there a breakthrough? The wonderful system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Hey hey hey! I can finally break through. Su Lang opened his eyes suddenly, and a scorching light flashed away. Immediately, he chose to break through without hesitation. Boom! At the moment of breakthrough, a large amount of spiritual energy poured into the body, rushing through the meridians, and finally gathered in the cyclone of Dantian, making it more dense and solid. Properties panel. Su Lang thought about it, and the attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, boundary level, intermediate warrior, attack level, junior martial artist, defense level, peak warrior, movement level, peak martial artist, endurance level, peak warrior, mastering the exercises, boundless heart sutra, Leguang true art, primary, introductory, lacy true art, primary, introductory, flying flowers slashing shadow sword, primary, introductory, ghost moonsword technique, primary, introductory, white feather. Footwork, elementary, beginner, stepping rain steps, elementary, beginner, unmoving body locking technique, elementary, beginner, floating willow sword, beginner, turtle breath body forging art, primary, introductory, Goyuan body forging art, primary, introductory, wheeling body forging art, primary, introductory, golden body forging art, basic, introductory, rock body forging art, basic, introductory, getting started, activated system functions, one-click training function. Level 5, one-click martial arts function, Level 4, clone dispatch function, Level 3, junior martial artist. And every attribute has been directly improved by one level. Su Lang felt the surging power in his body, and he couldn't help showing an excited smile, and the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the bottom of his ears. Immediately afterwards, he left the hotel room and went out onto the street. At this time it is night, people after a day's fatigue, now is the time to relax. So there were a lot of people on the street and it was very lively. Su Lang casually swept the surrounding environment, and set his eyes on a building in the center of the stronghold. This building is made of boulders, tall and sturdy, majestic and majestic. It is the guard house of the White Flame Leopard Stronghold. Don't let me down. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. But just when he was about to go straight to the stronghold, there was a shrill cry not far away. No! Please let my daughter go. Lord Yi Huai, please, my daughter is only 6 years old. You can do anything you want me to do, please let my daughter go. Yi Huai. A member of the Yi family. A sneer flashed in Su Lang's eyes, and he looked in the direction of the cry. I saw a group of exaggeratedly dressed people standing in front of a father and daughter, arrogant and aloof. The former father and daughter were a strong man with a strong body, but they were only in the quenching period. The girl looked cute and lovable, but at this time her face was pale, her eyes showed despair, and her small body kept shaking. Some passers-by around were watching from a distance, their faces showing unbearable and numbness. Obviously, this is not the first time this has happened. Dog thing, it's a blessing for our Lord Yi Huai to see your daughter. In our Golden Flame Leopard Stronghold, who is more noble than our Lord Yi Huai, besides Lord Guardian? If you are a little more acquainted, then quickly give your daughter to our Lord Yi Huai to enjoy, and you will be indispensable for prosperity and wealth in the future. A junior martial artist with sharp eyes walked up to the father and daughter and looked at them with a sneer. No! Please have mercy, the strong man kept kowtowing, and there were bloodstains on the ground. My love for your daughter is the greatest kindness to you. A pale young man stepped forward, condescending and arrogant. This person is Yi Huai. Looking at the unscrupulous Yi Zong, the passers-by around couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Yi Huai's cruel and lustful twisted personality is well known. Once the girl really falls into his hands, she will definitely die in less than 3 days. No! Lord Yi Huai, please, whatever you want, please let my daughter go. The strong man obviously knew Yi Zong's poisonousness, so he defended his daughter stubbornly. Dog stuff, don't eat and drink fine for toasting, get out of here. The thief-eyed junior martial artist snorted coldly, kicked the strong man away, and grabbed the terrified girl with a pair of sinful claws. Seeing this scene, the surrounding passers-by turned their heads, sighed, and wanted to leave. In the face of people with a deep background like Yi Huai, they didn't dare to meddle in their own business. The powerlessness of the strong man and the fear of passers-by fueled Yi Huai's arrogance, making him more obscene and unscrupulous. Even, all kinds of dirty pictures have emerged in his mind. Suddenly, a sharp knife light came into the world like a thunderbolt, causing Yi Huai to twitch all over in fright, and the picture in his mind shattered. Immediately afterwards, I saw blood rushing, and a severed hand flew into the sky. What? The junior warrior with thief eyebrows and mouse eyes tightly grasped the bloody broken wrist, screaming in pain and distortion. In the next second, the sword light flashed again, and the wailing junior warrior instantly separated from his head. Ding! You get, the system prompts that the belongings of the junior warriors have been plundered. Shoo! Su Lang swung his long knife, and all the blood on the knife splattered on Yi Huai and the others' faces. The sudden change made everyone stunned. This person dares to kill Yi Huai's subordinates. My god, Yi Huai is the younger brother of Lord Yizong, and he dares to interfere in his affairs. In this remote stronghold far away from Red Maple City, Yizong is the emperor of the soil, and Yi Huai is the prince of the soil. Dare to oppose them, it is completely fatal. Everyone looked at Su Lang in disbelief, and the father and daughter kneeling on the ground were even more blank. Who are you? You dare to kill my subordinates and humiliate me. Yi Huai recovered from his fear, he wiped a handful of blood on his face, stared at Su Lang with split eyes, and looked like an evil spirit. He never imagined that someone on his own territory would dare to humiliate him in such a way. This is simply a great shame. Shame on you? Su Lang sneered, I not only want to humiliate you, but also make you die ugly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding passers-by finally couldn't help but let out an uproar. Ferocious man. Oh my god, this person is really awesome, how dare he speak to Yi Huai like that? But it's good for a while, and he'll be miserable later. It's a pity that he is a good boy. When everyone was talking about it, Yi Huai was so angry that his eyes were blood red, and his 7 orifices were smoking. Let me die ugly? It's up to you. Yi Huai's expression was distorted, a mere mid-level martial artist dares to speak out, not afraid of the wind flashing his tongue. Let me tell you, it's not like there are no people who saw me unhappy before, even high-level warriors, but all of them died miserably. In this golden flame leopard stronghold, there is no one I can't afford, no one I can kill, and you are no exception. Su Lang looked at Yi Huai contemptuously, don't say it's you, even if you all go to the guardhouse together, I'll kill them all together. Damn, how dare you be so arrogant, I really think there is no one in my Yi family. Now even if you immediately kowtow 1,000 heads to apologize and admit your mistake, I will never forgive you. Yi Huai's temples were exposed with blue veins, and his face was full of hideousness and resentment. Come here, catch him, I will slice him alive and feed the dog. As soon as Yi Huai's roar came out, the subordinates around him suddenly surrounded Su Lang with cruel eyes. Unbelievable. Su Lang looked around and smiled disdainfully. Kill. All Yi Huai's subordinates looked at each other and charged forward with a sharp blade in hand. The shadow of the sword, light and sword made passers-by tremble with fear. However, the seemingly dense attacks were full of flaws in Su Lang's eyes. Ghost Moon, plunder. Su Lang's smile became colder, and when the wrist was flipped, lightning flashed around, and the sword light suddenly appeared. Dingying. The densely packed sounds of gold and iron clashing together formed one piece. The 5 broken blades flew into the sky, and all the people who besieged Su Lang were stagnant, and their eyes were terrified. The next moment, the 5 warriors were broken into 10 pieces, and the blood spread rapidly on the ground, forming a dazzling pool of blood. The hellish scene of Shura shocked countless people. The lively streets were completely quiet, even as silent as an abyss. Immediately afterwards, it was like a volcanic eruption, and everyone's eyes burst into unbelievable light. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but talk. This person is actually so powerful, he killed 5 warriors with 1 knife. My god, is this still an intermediate martial artist? How can it be so terrifying? It's too strong, it's too fierce, it's too arrogant, and its combat power is definitely at the level of a martial artist. This Yi Huai kicked the iron plate, it's so fun. Good job, kill Yi Huai, kill Yi Huai. Su Lang's terrifying knife instantly killed 5 of Yi Huai's subordinates, and also dispelled the fears in the hearts of passers-by, arousing their resentment towards Yi Huai. You. Yi Huai's voice trembled, he looked at Su Lang for a while, and then at the 10 corpses on the ground, his eyes were full of fear. He broke his head and never imagined that his 5 subordinates were actually cut by the young man in front of him. Terrible, this is terrifying. Next, it's your turn. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai lightly. Tell me, how do you want to die? No. Friends, it's all a misunderstanding. My brother is Yizong, he is the guard here. It's my fault, make a friend and let me go. Yi Huai was so frightened by Su Lang's indifferent eyes that her legs went weak and she stepped back. I said it would be ugly to make you die. A smile appeared on the corner of Su Lang's mouth. I am the most honest person, and I will never break my promise. No, I beg you to spare my life with mercy. Yi Huai was frightened, trembled fiercely, and the smell of urine spread out, and he was actually scared to pee. Killing you is the greatest kindness to you. Otherwise, you will be slashed by 1,000 swords, and your car will be cracked by Ling Qi. Su Lang walked forward indifferently, and Yi Huai shook violently with every step he took. When such a scene fell into the eyes of passers-by, they immediately clapped their hands and applauded, and they were very happy. Suddenly, who is going to slash my brother with 1,000 swords, and Ling Qi's car will crack? What a courage! A majestic voice came, followed by a messy pace. Su Lang followed the sound and saw a peak warrior with a broad and short face, thick eyebrows fluttering, and bursts of murderous aura shot out from a pair of small eyes narrowed into slits. And this person is surrounded by more than a dozen black-clothed warriors, each with fierce eyes, and it is not easy to provoke at first glance. Elder brother. Yi Huai suddenly widened her eyes when she heard the voice, revealing a strong surprise. It's the guardian Yizong. He's actually here, let's go. Those passers-by who were still clapping their hands and applauding just now were like mice when they saw a cat. The father and daughter also looked at Su Lang gratefully, and then left quickly with a hint of helplessness and worry. Brother! It was he who killed my subordinates, and also split my car in Ling Qi. Yi Huai pointed at Su Lang tremblingly, and then howled miserably as he quickly ran to Yizong's side. Waste, is a small scene scared like this? It's you, who dare to kill my Yi family, but also torture my brother. Yizong reprimanded Yizong, and then stared at Su Lang closely, his small eyes revealing the light of a poisonous snake. Why not? Su Lang smiled lightly. Is the Yi family's people amazing? I have killed more than a dozen people, and you will also become my dead soul. By the way, don't be afraid that you will be lonely down there. I will let all of you Yi family go to hell neatly. Destroy my Yi family? It's just you? Ha ha, I really want to laugh off my big teeth. Yizong laughed wildly. Who do you think you are? In the Red Maple City stronghold, who can destroy my Yi family? Who? This man's bullshit is really big, and he's not afraid of blowing his own face? Yeah, a mere mid-level warrior actually uttered mad words to destroy our Yi family? TSK, such a madman who was over his own strength, I don't know how he cultivated to an intermediate martial artist. The black-clothed warriors also showed disdain and ridicule. Oh, I said that if I want to destroy your Yi family, I will never let one go. Su Lang's voice gradually became cold. It's a pity that you can't see that scene anymore. Now, take out all the gold coins and property in the stronghold, and I'll give you a treat. Insanity. Yizong sneered and said extremely cruelly, let's go together, let him taste the 108 tortures I invented. Quick, take him down, and I will execute the execution myself. Yi Huai also roared with excitement and cruelty. He had almost seen the scene where he tortured Su Lang and took revenge. Kill. Yi Pom pulled out the long sword from his waist and took the lead, while the others surrounded Su Lang like hyenas. Ghost Moon, shun. Su Lang's figure moved, and in an instant, he crossed 3 meters and slashed at Yi Huai. Peak warrior speed. Yizong's pupils shrank, slightly shocked. However, he immediately showed disdain, because he had already cultivated a body forging technique to the Deshang level, and his body technique was comparable to that of a junior martial artist. Infeng step. Yizong twisted his feet, and the whole person came to Su Lang's side strangely, and the long sword in his hand stabbed fiercely. Ghost Moon, Nai. Without the slightest fear, Su Lang swept out with a single blade, pulling out a curved moon-shaped blade of light. Clang! The sonorous voice slammed, and Yizong's disdainful expression suddenly stagnated, and he felt a terrifying force that could not be matched at all. Not good. With a frantic cry in his heart, Yizong was about to withdraw immediately. And with his basic martial arts level, he can completely remove and avoid this invisible giant. But the next moment, the unexpected happened. Reese is the real trick. Su Lang thought about it, and a large number of lightning threads swarmed up. No matter how fast Yizong was, how could he surpass the thunder and lightning quickly, and he was instantly covered by dense thunder. Lacey's true secret? How can you do that? Yi Brown paled in shock and stood upside down with all the hair on his body. At the same time, his whole body was paralyzed by thunder and lightning, and even with the movement level of the junior martial artist level, he could not move at all. And at this moment, Su Lang's terrifying knife cut off his long sword directly. Do not! Yi Zong let out a horrified scream, and the next moment the sound stopped abruptly. Ho ho! Yi Zong fell to the ground weakly, vomiting blood, and the divine light in his eyes gradually disappeared. The two went from fighting to Yi Huai's defeat, and within a breath of time, Yi Huai was even immersed in the excitement of imminent revenge. Those hyena-like warriors in black have just rushed to Su Lang's side. And when they saw Yi Brown's half of his neck was cut off, he fell into an ice cave in an instant, and his scalp was about to explode. They couldn't believe it. Yi Zong, who was so powerful that he could retreat in front of a junior martial artist, was beheaded at the first sight. So weird, so scary. The next moment, everyone gave up attacking Su Lang without hesitation, and ran around quickly. This scene fell into the eyes of passers-by watching the battle in secret, and they were immediately stunned. What's going on? Aren't those guarding the mansion going to besiege the young strong man? God, look! Yi Zong's neck was cut off, and he was defeated. What the hell happened? Yi Zong actually lost. This boy is too strong, too powerful. Countless thoughts flashed in everyone's mind, and at this moment, Su Lang shot again. Want to escape? All have to die. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he chased after him with a long knife in hand. Those black-clothed warriors were just ordinary warriors, so how could they escape Su Lang's pursuit? In a short period of time, Su Lang killed one person in 10 steps, and all the black-clothed warriors were killed by him, and the whole street was stained with blood. My God, all the guards of the mansion were killed by him. This young man is really a person who was like a god. The passers-by watching the battle in secret watched their blood boil, and goosebumps all over their bodies. Unfortunately, I couldn't force the practice. Su Lang shook his head regretfully, and immediately came to Yi Huai, who was almost frightened. At this time, Yi Huai's body was not only full of the smell of urine, but also filled with a smell of excrement. No! Please don't kill me! When he saw Su Lang approaching, he immediately trembled with fright, staggered back a few steps uncontrollably, and fell to the ground. It's so filthy from the inside out. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai with disgust, and immediately pressed for the location of the exercises and wealth. But at this moment, there was another call sign from the street not far away. Urgent report! Urgent report! Destroy my Yi family stronghold. The murderer who killed my Yi family's 6th master has been identified, and now the whole city is wanted. This person's name is Su Lang, and there is a portrait of him here. Anyone who sees this person must immediately report to the guardhouse. Anyone who provides useful clues can get rich rewards. Get out of the way. Urgent report, urgent report. The arrogant voice was getting closer and closer, and not long after, a news warrior rushed towards the guardhouse while throwing paper. But soon, he found that the streets around him were deserted. Moreover, there were bloodstains scattered in some places, and the corpses of black-clothed warriors swept across the street, which was extremely miserable. Q, how is this going? The news warrior's eyes widened, and an unpleasant feeling gradually grew in his heart. He didn't see that in some dark corners, gloating eyes fell on him. Did something big happen in the stronghold? The news warrior licked his lips nervously, and then walked down the street. Soon, he saw a large pool of blood and corpses spread all over the floor. Next to the corpses was a young man with a long knife facing his back. In front of this young man, a very familiar person sat paralyzed. The messenger took a closer look, and his color suddenly turned pale. That person turned out to be the high-ranking Lord Yi Huai. What the hell happened? The news warrior looked at Su Lang's back in horror. You killed all these people? How dare you slaughter my Yi family? The guards will definitely smash your corpse into tens of thousands of pieces. Lord Guardian? Are you talking about this dead dog? Su Lang turned around indifferently and turned Yi Zong's body over with his feet. The town. Guard the adults. How is it possible? How could the guardian be dead? The eyes of the warrior who reported the news shrank like needles, and the whole person instantly burst into countless cold sweats. Immediately afterwards, he saw Su Lang's face clearly again. You. The news warrior looked at the portrait in his hand in surprise, and said in horror, You are Su Lang. Yes, I am Su Lang. Su Lang smiled lightly. How is it? Are you surprised to find me? As soon as these words came out, the news reporter became even more pale. And those passers-by who watched in secret were stunned and shocked. He's actually Su Lang. No wonder he dares to kill the Yi family at will. It's awesome. Su Lang is definitely the most awesome person I've ever seen. I adore him so much. Yeah, the way he draws the knife is so handsome. While everyone was discussing, Su Lang walked leisurely in front of the news reporter, and took out a wanted warrant from his hand. I saw his portrait painted on the wanted notice, as lifelike as a real person. The name of Su Lang is written next to the portrait, and Su Lang is described as a heinous person who was wanted with a reward of 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins? It's not enough for me to upgrade the system functions. Su Lang sneered, is the Huji family so stingy? Immediately afterwards, he threw the wanted warrant into a pool of blood and turned to look at the news reporter. What do you want to do? The news warrior was dumbfounded, trembling all over, and even his heart stopped for a moment. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Su Lang smiled slightly, go back and tell your master, let him enjoy the last happy days. Su Lang, will come to visit soon. Gudu, the warrior who reported the news looked at the corpses around him and swallowed hard. Okay. I'll go back and tell the patriarch. Immediately afterwards, he tried his best and left this hell-like place without looking back. I'm sorry, Lord Yi Huai, I kept you waiting. Su Lang walked slowly to Yi Huai, and a cruel expression appeared on the corner of his mouth. Please, Cluck, please spare my life. Yi Huai was so terrified that she was so scared that she almost knocked out her teeth. Offend me, do you still want to live? Su Lang's indifferent voice was like a devil whispering from the abyss. He can let the news reporter go, but he can't let go of a beast like Yi Huai who stretches out his claws on little girls. I want to live. Yi Huai cried out miserably, you can do anything you want me to do, but I just ask you to kill me. Since that's the case, you know where all the property in the guardhouse is located. Say it, and I can consider sparing your dog's life. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Su Lang's mouth. If not, or if you dare to do any tricks after you promise, I will just cut you alive and feed the dog as you said. Absolutely. Absolutely not, me. I'll say it now. Yi Huai was so frightened that he was so incoherent that he could not speak incoherently. Immediately afterwards, he frightened and told where all the wealth of the guard mansion was located and how to obtain it. The Golden Flame Leopard stronghold has no secrets at all for Yi Huai. After all, he is the second in command of the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold, and Yi Zhong's most beloved and trusted brother. After he finished speaking, Yi Huai waited for Su Lang's departure as if sitting on pins and needles. Very well, come with me. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai, and while counting the property he had just plundered, he walked towards the guardhouse. Looking at Su Lang's back, Yi Huai couldn't help but think of running away. But looking at the corpses on the ground, he immediately shuddered and carefully followed Su Lang's pace. Soon, Su Lang came to the guardhouse. At this time, the harvest of killing Yi Zhong and others was also counted, a total of 1,632 gold coins, a number of materials, weapons, and medicinal herbs. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and walked into the guardhouse. At this time, the news that Yi Zhong and others were killed had already spread, and in a short period of time, the building was empty. Take me to the vault where gold coins are stored. Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai and said lightly. The secret vault is here, you come with me. Yi Huai squeezed out a stiff smile and carefully ran ahead to lead the way. With Yi Huai, the leading party, Su Lang easily entered the secret treasury of the guardhouse. It's here, all the gold coins in the stronghold are stored here. Yi Huai said nervously, and my brother also put his private property here. How much is it? Su Lang glanced at Yi Huai and asked lightly. Yi Huai said tremblingly, public funds plus private property, a total of, maybe 7 or 80,000 gold coins, 7 or 80,000 gold coins. It's so fat? Su Lang's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he was overjoyed by the amount of gold coins. But after thinking about it, he realized that there are so many gold coins here. First of all, this is an E-rank stronghold, which is definitely richer than an F-rank stronghold. In addition, Yi Zhong is close to the martial artist level, and he is guarding the E-level stronghold, but he is like a soil emperor. As far as his status is concerned, even if he is not as good as young Tianrui, he is not far behind. Yi Zhong covered the sky with one hand in this Golden Flame Leopard stronghold, looting wildly, and saving tens of thousands of gold coins for private property was completely easy. Hey, now these gold coins belong to me. Star. An excited smile appeared on Su Lang's mouth. Immediately afterwards, he walked into the secret room and started depositing gold coins into the system space. Seeing the gold coins disappear into Su Lang's hands little by little, Yi Huai's eyes widened in disbelief like the woman in blue in the Wind Wolf stronghold. Empty, space ring. Yi Huai's face was shocked and sluggish. The space ring, the entire Red Maple City stronghold, is only available to the 4 major military commanders. This Su Lang is only a formal martial artist, and he actually has a space ring. What is his identity? Yi Huai's eyes widened. What kind of force has our Yi family offended? A person who can own a space ring at the official level of a martial artist has an absolutely terrifying background, at least he is the descendant of the martial arts commander. Hey! Martial commander power! Yi Huai trembled like she was sifting chaff. My Yi family, I'm afraid it's really over. Just when Yi Huai was terrified, Su Lang had deposited all the gold coins into the system space. A total of 76,526 gold coins. In addition to the remaining 74,000 gold coins, Su Lang once again had more than 150,000 gold coins. System, quickly upgrade the one-click martial arts function for me. The funds are enough, and Su Lang can't wait to issue an upgrade order. Ding! Consuming 100,000 gold coins, the one-click martial arts function has been upgraded to level 5, and the training speed has been increased to 16 times the base speed. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded the one-key practice function to level 5. You have obtained a new bonus function Double Heart, which allows you to practice 2 exercises at the same time. In an instant, there was another martial arts villain in the mysterious black space. Double Heart? It's a useful bonus feature. Su Lang was delighted, both eyes turned into a crescent moon with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he did not hesitate to designate Thunder Light True Art as the second practice method. Ding! Lightning True Art successfully placed. At the same time, the second martial arts villain also began to practice the exercises. Su Lang asked expectantly, System, how long will it take for these 2 exercises to be upgraded? Host, it takes 10 hours for Lacey's True Art, and 18 hours for Lei Guang's True Art. Although the 2 books are both primary lightning-type exercises, he has always given priority to practicing Lacey True Art, so Thunder Light True Art requires more practice time. 10 hours is the time to sleep. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and outlined a smile. I don't know what the expressions will be when those warriors who have worked so hard to practice the exercises know. Big Lord! Yi Huai said flatteringly and in awe, are you going to a warehouse to store other resources next? At this moment, he also knew that only by trying his best to please Su Lang could he win a chance. Well, let's go. Su Lang nodded lightly. Please come with me, my lord. Yi Huai bowed humbly and led the way carefully like a eunuch. Su Lang followed in a hurry, and soon came to another secret vault. This secret library is full of beast materials and medicinal ores and other heavenly and earthly treasures. TSK, as expected of an E-level stronghold. Su Lang clicked his tongue, these things alone are worth tens of thousands of gold coins, cool. After putting all the materials into the storage space, Su Lang looked at Yi Huai again. He. Your lord, that's all the wealth of the guardhouse is. Yi Huai lowered her eyebrows and said pleasingly, look, with so much wealth, can you spare my life? Not enough. A sneer flashed in Su Lang's eyes, I need exercises, write down all the exercises you know. With that, Su Lang threw out the pen and notebook, turned around and found a chair and sat down leisurely. Yes. I'll write it. Yi Huai hurriedly picked up the pen and paper and began to write tremblingly. After about 20 minutes, he finally finished writing all the exercises. Sir, please take a look. Yi Huai raised the book and handed it to Su Lang respectfully. Su Lang took the book and opened it to see that in addition to the exercises he had already practiced, there were a total of 3 exercises that could be practiced. They are Yin Feng Step, Cracking the Sky Sword Technique, and 9 Elephants Treading the Mountain. This is an intermediate body forging technique. And it's an intermediate level exercise that increases in all directions. Looking at the 9 elephants stepping on the mountain, Su Lang's eyes flashed with surprise. Intermediate exercises, the cheapest ones are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. And this 9 elephant stepping mountain art is better than the general intermediate exercises. Great! This exercise will definitely bring me great benefits. Su Lang was delighted to have finished reading the 9 elephants treading the mountain, and immediately ordered, System, immediately replace the Thunder Light True Art for me with the 9 elephants treading the mountain. After a minute. Ding! The 9 elephants treading the mountain has reached the entry level. In an instant, Su Lang felt an incomparably comfortable warm current melt into his limbs. Hey awesome! Su Lang took a deep breath in comfort. Yi Huai, who was on the side, noticed the special fluctuation of the breakthrough of the 9 elephants stepping mountain art on Su Lang, and was immediately dumbfounded. The 9 elephants stepping on the mountain, the intermediate body forging technique. After his elder brother Yizong bought it back, he practiced the exercises for a whole year without getting started. However, the practice of such a difficult exercise was completed in 1 minute in Su Lang's hands. What a terrifying comprehension this is! Simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And just when Yi Huai was terrified, Su Lang practiced Infom Step and Column Kong swordsmanship to the entry level again, and the whole process took less than 2 minutes. My god, who is this Su Lang? Yi Huai was so shocked that his mind went blank, and his gaze towards Su Lang unconsciously became more awe-inspiring and humble. It's so cool, it's worthy of being a level 5 one-click martial arts. While Su Lang stretched his body, he opened the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, boundary level, intermediate warrior, attack level, junior martial artist plus, defense level, quasi-martialist, movement level, quasi-martialist plus, endurance level, quasi-martialist, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Leguang Jinjua, primary, introductory, Lacey Jinjua, primary, introductory. 9 Elephant Stepping on the Mountain, intermediate, introductory, Sky-Splitting Sword Technique, primary, introductory. Lulu Sword Technique, primary, introductory, Flying Flower Sword, primary, introductory, Infom Step, primary, introductory. Activated System Functions, One-Click Training Function, Level 5, One-Click Martial Arts Function, Level 5, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 3, sure enough, it has improved in all directions. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction and set off to walk outside the guardhouse. Yi Huai didn't dare to be neglected, and immediately followed him away with a sense of trepidation. Walking out of the guardhouse, Su Lang found that the help beam of the stronghold had been turned on by someone unknown. It is estimated that it will not be long before the warriors of the Yi family will swarm. Looks like it's time to leave this place. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Yi Huai. Big Lord. Yi Huai's heart suddenly tensed, and his expression suddenly became tense. He knew that next, it was his turn to be judged. Yi Huai, I promised you to spare your life. Su Lang said indifferently, but you do a lot of evil, and I won't let you go easily. Sir! Don't! Yi Huai was frightened, and fell to the ground with a plop. I am willing to drive for you, even if you go out of the Yi family. Driven for me? You don't deserve it. Su Lang sneered, turned around and kicked Yi Huai's chest and abdomen fiercely. Boom! There was a tingling sound of bone cracking. Ah! My bones, my dantian! Yi Huai curled up like a shrimp and bounced around on the ground, screaming constantly, her nose and tears covering her face. His dantian was abolished. This means that his force will decline rapidly, and he will no longer be able to practice. For a martial artist, this is definitely a blow that can make life worse than death. Moreover, Yi Huai is arrogant and domineering, and he does a lot of evil. I don't know how many people want to peel him off and eat his flesh. Just now, Su Lang noticed that a lot of hateful eyes fell on Yi Huai in the dark. You don't need to think about it, how miserable Yi Huai will be without force. I forgive you. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders, turned and walked outside the stronghold. Soon, Yi Huai's incomparably painful pleading and mourning came from behind. Su Lang glanced out of the corner of his eye, and saw 5 or 6 figures surrounding Yi Huai, sticks, bricks, swords, lights, swords and shadows falling, one more cruel than the other. TSK, this retribution is coming so fast. The corners of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. No longer concerned about Yi Huai, Su Lang left the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. There must be many people from the Yi family rushing here now. And among these people, there are definitely a lot of martial artist level powerhouses. Maybe the entire Yi family's martial artist level has been dispatched. In this way, I can't resist it at all for the time being, but the back of the Yi family must be extremely empty. Humph, dare to chase and kill me, I hope you are ready to pay the price. Looking at the huge beam of light that towered into the clouds behind him, Su Lang slowly revealed a sneer. Immediately afterwards, he moved and disappeared into the wilderness. The other side. A Tianlodi net is rushing towards the Jinyan leopard stronghold in a fan shape. Fast. Faster. All-round carpet search, absolutely can't let Su Lang escape. The bounty has been raised to 200,000 gold coins. Whether the brothers can make a fortune depends on this time. Not only people from the Yi family and Yang family, but also hundreds of warriors who came to offer rewards. These people range from junior warriors to warrior-level powerhouses. They frantically searched every corner with various means, vowing to find Su Lang and obtain a reward. Su Lang, let me see where you are escaping this time. Yilingfeng looked at the Jinyan leopard stronghold from afar, a trace of hatred and jealousy flashed in his eyes. I must get your secret. In his opinion, Su Lang absolutely cannot escape the palm of the Yi family this time. Because this time, with the exception of the head of the family, Yi Feizhang, and some warriors guarding the Yi family's mansion and shop, the Yi family has already dispatched the entire army. In addition, there are many warriors who have come for bounties. Such a strong lineup would be assembled almost only when resisting the tide of beasts. And what about Su Lang? In front of him are thousands of warriors who participated in the roundup, and behind him is the extremely ferocious D-level fierce beast area. He is just a formidable official warrior. Even if it is a little weird, it is still only a formal martial artist. Escape? Where can you escape to? However, Yi Lingfeng couldn't think of it when he broke his head at this time. Su Lang already possessed a combat power comparable to that of a junior martial artist, and he has quietly entered the D-level glazed tiger area. Ho hoo! A glazed tiger spotted Su Lang's trail, roared furiously, and rushed towards him fiercely. Kill! Su Lang waved his hand and greeted him with the two clones. Although the Liulihu was a martial artist level beast, there are 3 people on Su Lang's side, each with an attack level of junior martial artist plus level. Therefore, after fighting for a while, Su Lang successfully killed the colored glass tiger. Ding! You get glazed tiger fang *4, glazed tiger skin *1, glazed tiger claw *4, glazed tiger meat *12, glazed tiger whip *1. I fork, what the hell is a tiger whip? Su Lang smiled dumbly, and immediately walked deeper. The glazed tiger area was very dangerous, and Su Lang slaughtered it all the way, killing 4 or 5 glazed tigers. Luckily, the Liuli tigers didn't swarm like the wind wolves, otherwise Su Lang would really have to turn around and leave. 2 hours later, Su Lang stopped outside a cave. After careful exploration, Su Lang found that the cave was very clean and there was no trace of beasts' activities. This place should be safer. At least, the Yi family will never be able to find them in a short time. Come here. Su Lang nodded with satisfaction and got into the cave. System, how long will it take for me to be promoted to a senior martial artist? Sitting on the ground, Su Lang immediately asked, how long does it take for Lei Sijinju to advance to the minor level, and how long does it take for a dead clone to condense? Host, you can be promoted to a high-level warrior in just 8 hours. Lacey's true technique can be promoted in just 7 hours. It will take 16 hours for the Death Avatar to reunite. The system truthfully fed back all the information. It's not too long, not too short. Su Lang pondered for a moment, his eyes fell on the balance of gold coins 51321. There is still nearly 50,000 gold coins to upgrade the clone dispatch function. Su Lang pondered, if the materials stored in the storage space are sold, it should be enough. Since the last transaction with the old money from Yinbaela, he has never sold the materials he obtained later. Up to now, the materials in the storage space have piled up into hills. To sell these materials, you have to make some preparations. Su Lang sent an avatar in front of him and put on another dress for him, which also covered his face. Immediately afterwards, this clone was dispatched to the city. In Hongfeng City, in a dilapidated alley, a figure wearing a white robe and cloak gradually emerged. This figure is Su Lang's clone. The man in the white robe and the cloak looked around and left the alley. He first went to the slum, and then came to the hall of the tower. At this moment, the gate tower hall was very heavily guarded under the interference of the Yi family, and everyone had to go through layers of inspection before entering and leaving the barrier. Unfortunately, what's the use of a more rigorous interrogation? Seeing this scene, Su Lang couldn't help showing a sarcastic look. With 100 heads of you, I would never have thought that I would be able to send a clone directly to the city. With a hint of contempt, Su Lang directed his clone to walk into the lobby of the tower and found the old money of Yinbaela. Hello, sell goods? Lao Chen looked at Su Lang's avatar, but did not ask for his identity. Their hidden treasure building has always only done transactions, and they don't ask about anything else. It is precisely because of this that Su Lang values this. He will find them here again. Stuff, a lot. Su Lang nodded, turned to leave, and Lao Chen quickly followed. The two came to the slums in the city one after the other. Su Lang has already bought a house here and put all the materials for sale here. Inside. Su Lang's clone spoke short words and opened the door. What? So many? When Lao Chen saw the pile of materials in the room, he was stunned. He has been in the business of acquiring materials for a long time, but this is the first time he has seen so many materials. Goo-doo. Lao Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva excitedly. With so many materials, his commission is definitely a huge amount. He couldn't help but looked at Su Lang's clone again, and asked respectfully, you must be the head of a certain hunting group. Yes, estimate the price. Su Lang said casually. It is good. Lao Chen nodded excitedly, but there are too many things, I need someone to help me count them. Go. Su Lang's clone still cherishes words like gold. Wait a minute, I'll go right now. The old money handed in his hands and flew away. Not long after, the sweaty old money returned to the slum with 4 people. Everyone did not talk nonsense, and immediately began to count the materials. After more than half an hour, all the materials were finally counted. This distinguished guest, your materials are worth 55,456 gold coins, which has reached the level of becoming a silver medal VIP of our Inbao building. Originally we bought it at a 20% discount, but as long as you become our silver VIP, we will buy it at a 10% discount. As a result, we need to pay you 49,910 gold coins, rounding up 50,000 gold coins. This is our Yinbaola Silver VIP card. You will automatically recognize the master when you activate it with Aura. After becoming our VIP, you can not only enjoy 10% off the purchase price, but also have the right of first refusal in our Yinbaola shop. While talking, Lao Chen took out a silver VIP card from his arms and handed it to Su Lang. He only has this membership card, and he never thought that he could get this membership card out. It is good. Su Lang nodded and activated the membership card. This is your money. Lao Chen took out 5 more mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to Su Lang's clone. He had already applied for these funds when he called someone to help him count them. Very good. Su Lang nodded, turned around and left. Very much looking forward to our next deal. After making this large transaction, Lao Qian's face was almost rotten with laughter. It seems that Yinbaola has a really good reputation. In the cave, Su Lang smiled slightly and deposited all 5 mid-grade spirit stones into the system, and the gold coin balance soared to a huge 100,000 in an instant. System, upgrade the avatar dispatch function for me. With the funds in place, Su Lang immediately ordered without any hesitation. Ding! Consume 100,000 gold coins. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 4, and the number of clones +1. Hey, now, it's time for you to pay the price. With a hook on the corner of Su Lang's mouth, he changed the dresses of the 3 clones and dispatched them all to the city. Although the Yi family's mansion cannot be moved for the time being, there are still many shops in the Yi family. What Su Lang has to do is to snatch it all away. North of Hongfeng City, the Yi family opened a very popular weapons shop here. Little heir, I want to sell weapons. How much gold is this high-level ordinary sword? Boss, how long will it take for my custom-made top-level mortal grade spear to be forged? At this time, the arms store was full of people coming and going. The business in the store is very good, and the daily gold is not enough to describe the speed of making money here. It can be said that this weapon store is one of the most important sources of income for the Yi family. It feels so good to sit and collect money. The shopkeeper Yi Du sits behind the bar, drinking tea comfortably while watching the customers coming and going. Just then, a guest wearing a white robe cloak walked in. This person has a long knife on his waist and hips, his steps are steady, and his body exudes the spiritual energy of an intermediate warrior. He is one of Su Lang's clones. Welcome to the Yi family weapons store. Yi Du stood up and said with a smile on his face. Intermediate warriors are enough for him to personally receive them. However, the man in the white robe and cloak ignored his words and went straight to the end of the shop. At the end of the shop, there is a purple long sword that is precious and important. The purple long sword looks very luxurious, and it exudes faint spiritual energy fluctuations. It is an uncompromising spirit soldier. When everyone in the store saw the man in the white robe and the cloak staring intently at the purple long sword, they suddenly started talking in surprise. What's the matter with this man? Does he want to buy this purple spirit sword? How is that possible? The purple spirit sword is an intermediate level spirit soldier. Even if he is an intermediate level warrior, he can't afford it. Yes, the worst intermediate spirit soldiers are worth tens of thousands of gold coins, and the purple spirit sword is the best among the intermediate spirit soldiers. How could he afford it? Well, this person has also experienced eye addiction. When everyone was discussing, Yi Du also came to the side of Su Lang's clone. This distinguished guest. Yi Du said with a smile, this purple spirit sword is a top-grade intermediate spirit soldier, worth 30,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins is definitely an unbearable amount for ordinary warriors. Yi Du directly stated the price of the purple spirit sword in order to make the person in front of him retreat. However, something unexpected happened. Instead of being frightened by the price of 30,000 gold coins, the man in the white robe and cloak stretched out his hand to get the purple spirit sword. This action immediately made everyone's eyes widen. Wait a minute, this guest, the purple spirit sword is not an ordinary weapon, you can't play with it. Yi Du hurriedly reached out and grabbed the white-robed cloakman's wrist. If you want to see weapons, you can choose any weapons in the shop except the purple spirit sword. Our Yi Family Weapons Store is considered a top weapons store in Hongkong City. I believe you will be able to pick out your favorite weapons. Pick? The white-robed cloak's voice was hoarse and cold. No, I want them all. As soon as this statement came out, the store was suddenly silent, and everyone was stunned. Everyone stared blankly at the man in the white robe and the cloak, and their eyes were like looking at a silly roe deer. After a while, people came back to their senses from the shock, and looked at each other in dismay, and the voices of discussion began to come out, and they boiled like a frying pan. This guy must be crazy. My God, the weapons in this shop are worth at least 100,000 gold coins. He wants them all. There is definitely something wrong with this person's head, and I don't know how such a person cultivated to an intermediate martial artist. In my opinion, he may have come to smash the scene, otherwise who would dare to do this? Smashing the field? This is the Yi family's weapon shop. Who dares to smash the field? It's going to die? I think this person is trying to pretend to be a fat man with a swollen face, but he is stupid. He actually chose the Yi family's shop, and he will definitely be kicked out next time. Everyone pointed and talked, and looked at the white-robed cloaked man with contempt. This customer, you want all the weapons in our shop, that's fine. A trace of contempt flashed in Yi Du's eyes, but the premise is that you paid so much money. If you can't come up with so much money, please get out. He didn't believe that the man in the white robe and cloak in front of him could get so much money. Therefore, he has already determined that this person is here to cause trouble. Although the other party is an intermediate-level warrior, Yi Du is a member of the Yi family's main line, and he is afraid of offending a small warrior, so he said the word go away. Roll? The man in the white robe and the cloak turned to look at Yi Du. Now you get out, there's still time. As soon as these words came out, everyone was even more shocked. Everyone opened their mouths and their jaws were about to fall. A mere mid-level warrior actually told the shopkeeper assigned by the Yi family to get out of the Yi family's store. This is so special that it ate the gall of a bear heart and a leopard? You actually told me to get out? Yi Du showed a gloomy smile. You are determined to run wild in my Yi family's territory. Okay, great, come here. As soon as the roar came out, 4 Yi family martial artists jumped out from the crowd. 2 of the 4 warriors were mid-level warriors. They looked at the white-robed cloak with confidence, with a trace of cruelty in their eyes. In such a situation, even if someone is killed, the law enforcement warriors of the Warrior Alliance will turn a blind eye. Who let the other party come to provoke first? Go, let him know that the majesty of my Yi family is not so offensive. Yi Du sneered, came out of the crowd, raised his nostrils and looked at the man in the white robe and the cloak contemptuously. Yes. The 4 warriors nodded and pulled out their weapons with a clatter. In an instant, the weapon shop was filled with a cold killing aura. The onlookers retreated towards the surroundings in schadenfreude. Intermediate martial artist, this is not an ordinary person. It's also a great show to see such a character slumped. Kill! The 4 warriors shouted and killed the white-robed cloaked man in unison. Each dazzling weapon greeted the key points, leaving no way out. This man is dead. 4 against 1, and such a ruthless move, this person is absolutely not at risk of being spared. Seeing this scene, the same thoughts flashed in the minds of the onlookers at the same time. But the next moment, their thoughts were ruthlessly shattered. I saw a sword light shrouded in thunder as if it appeared out of thin air, and instantly crossed the necks of the 4 Yi family warriors. The 4 Yi family warriors froze, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground weakly. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of blood shot out from the wound on their necks like a water gun, and it was useless to let them cover it with their hands. The pungent bloody smell soon enveloped the entire Yi family weapon shop. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost, their eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't believe that 4 Yi family warriors were slaughtered by an unknown intermediate warrior. Moreover, they couldn't believe that the white-robed man was so bold that he dared to kill people at will in the city. It's really crazy. This is not only not taking the Yi family in the eyes, but also not taking the Warrior Alliance in the eyes. Hurry up, this person is absolutely crazy. Come on, don't stand in my way, I don't want to be killed. Everyone came back to their senses and ran out of fear. From their point of view, the man in the white robe has completely lost his mind. He is a madman who only knows how to kill. If he stays there, he will definitely die miserably. After a few seconds, everyone ran away except Yi Du and a few artifact refiners. You dare to kill people in my Yi family shop. Do you know what the consequences are? You will die too, you lunatic. Yi Du pointed at Su Lang in horror, trembling as if he was convulsing. However, the man in the white robe and cloak seemed to have done a trivial thing. and calmly put away the long knife and picked up the purple spirit sword. Yi Du opened his mouth. He really wanted the man in the white robe to put down the purple spirit sword. But at this time all the guards in the shop were dead. How could he dare to stop him alone? And at this moment, Yi Du discovered that the man in the white robe and cloak was walking towards him. What do you want to do? Yi Du's eyes and pupils shrank suddenly, and a deep fear rose uncontrollably in his heart. Hand over your money and spare you not to die. The words of the man in the white robe and cloak were concise and full of murderous intent. Well, Yi Du looked at the terrifying four corpses, did not have the courage to resist at all, and nodded tremblingly. Immediately, Yi Du and several refiners handed over all the wealth in the shop to the white-robed cloakman with a horrified expression. Even the materials that were being smelted were taken out of the furnace. The man in the white robe and cloak waved his hand, and the gold coins, weapons, and materials all disappeared out of thin air. This scene made Yi Du and the others so horrified that their minds went blank. After scavenging the entire store, the man in the white robe and cloak left the store and quickly disappeared on the street. Damn Su Lang, if it wasn't for him, how would the guards in the store be dispatched, and how could I fall to this point? Yi Du looked at the tragically dead Yi family guard and the empty shop, almost crying without tears. But if you let him know that the man in white robe and cloak is Su Lang's clone, he doesn't know what he will think? At this time, there was a series of messy footsteps outside. Who dares to kill people in the city? Hand over your weapons immediately and surrender on your knees. A group of Union enforcers in black gold-trimmed suits rushed into the store. Run! It's gone! Yi Du pointed to the street and cried, why did you come here? The robbery of the Yi family weapons store caused a sensation in the entire Red Maple City stronghold. And the same thing happened not only once, but 3 times. The Yi family weapons store, the Yi family pill pharmacy, and the Yi family commercial bank head office were all looted by a man in a white robe and a cloak. And none of the League enforcers was caught. At this time, the man in white robe and cloak has become a hot topic in the city. In the Yi family mansion. Patriarch, that's what he said. A warrior knelt on the ground and said nervously. This person is the news warrior who rushed back from the Golden Flame Leopard stronghold. What? He let me enjoy my last good days? Yi Feizhang sat on the top with a sneer on his face, just a mere martial artist, how dare you blow the conch like this? The news warrior knelt on the ground in horror, not daring to answer. Okay, go out. Yi Feizhang sneered and waved his hand. Just then, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside. Immediately afterwards, a senior martial artist rushed into the hall. Patriarch. It's not good. Yelin? What's the matter? Yi Feizhang frowned. Yilin has always been steady, why is he so flustered today? Yilin knelt on the ground with a thud. Patriarch, the weapon shop, medicine store, and business headquarters in our city have all been looted. What? Yi Feizhang stood up with a snort, shock and disbelief written all over his face. The messenger who was kneeling on the ground was even more horrified and full of dementia. Yelin, do you know what you're talking about? Yi Feizhang walked down the hall with a shocked expression. These 3 important stores are all in the city, how could they be looted? Although he knew that Yilin would never lie, he still couldn't believe it. Patriarch, it's really been ransacked. Yilin touched the ground with his head and said tremblingly, and they were looted at the same time, and it was 3 mysterious mid-level warriors wearing white robes and cloaks. Our 3 stores lost a full 15 warriors, more than 500,000 gold coins in cash, and countless supplies. Seeing Yilin's appearance, Yi Feizhang couldn't believe it any longer. Someone actually dared to loot my Yi family shop. Yi Feizhang's face was ashen, his eyes were red, and his body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Have those 3 thieves been caught? No, no. Yilin's voice was trembling, and he didn't dare to look up at Yi Feizhang. The main force of our Yi family has gone to hunt down Su Lang. The alliance enforcers came too late, and when they arrived, the murderers had all run away. Damn! Who is it? Yi Feizhang clenched his teeth with hatred. The looting of 3 important stores not only caused heavy economic losses to the Yi family, but also seriously damaged the Yi family's reputation. The dignified Yi family had 3 important stores looted in broad daylight and in full view. The key is that the murderer has not yet been caught. This is simply a disgrace. Such shameful things have never happened in the history of the Yi family. Check it out for me, the murderer must be caught and punished with the most brutal punishment. At this time, Yi Feizhang was as furious as a volcano about to erupt. But Patriarch, our main force is outside the city. Yilin swallowed hard. Would you like to let the Warrior Alliance investigate this matter? Martial Union? Yi Feizhang suddenly thought of something. He suppressed his anger fiercely, and said, you guys step back first, let me think about it. Yes. Yi Lin and the news warrior bowed in relief and left carefully. The man in the white robe and cloak suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. Yi Feixiang pondered with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Such a strange method, Su Lang. Yes, this is definitely what Su Lang did. That's what the dark snake stronghold was like before. The black robe and the white face disappeared inexplicably. Furthermore, only that Su Lang could have such a bizarre means. I thought it was just a small person, but now it seems that this person is extremely difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Yi Feixiang's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. At this time, his expression suddenly changed again. Damn it. If this person dares to attack the stronghold in the city, he will definitely dare to raid my Yi family's stronghold outside the city again. XDGDA. Come on. Yi Feixiang didn't even think about it, and immediately shouted, immediately notify all strongholds to strengthen their defenses. However, it was too late when he thought of this. Outside the city, Yi family E-class Red Bear Beast stronghold. In order to hunt down Su Lang, many warriors were dispatched to this stronghold, and their strength was at a time of weakness. A man in a white robe and cloak mixed into the stronghold and rushed straight into the guardhouse to loot, but anyone who dares to stop them will be cut off. A large number of guardhouse staff fled crying and shouting, and the scene was a mess. The same thing happened in other Yi family strongholds. The strongest of these strongholds are also high-level warriors, who are vulnerable under Su Lang's clone. When Yi Feixiang's order arrived, 3 entire strongholds had been looted by Su Lang. Humph, that's the price to provoke me. In the cave, Su Lang grinned coldly. Immediately, he counted the harvest excitedly. At this time, the storage space was already full of various items. Weapons, medicinal herbs, heaven and earth treasures, and beast materials have been piled up into a hill. The piles of gold coins and the splendid spirit stones will also dazzle the eyes. Ha! As expected of the Yi family, it didn't disappoint me. Su Lang hooked the corners of his mouth and said excitedly, System, deposit all of them for me. With a single order, the balance of gold coins skyrocketed. 100,000, 300,000, 600,000. In the end, the amount of gold coins reached an unprecedented 623,547 gold coins. And in addition to gold coins, the clone also plundered a lot of medicine pills and weapons. Among the weapons, the best is the mid-level spirit soldier purple spirit sword. The Black Tang Dao has been unable to keep up with my footsteps. And I have more swordsmanship now, so it's time to change weapons. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and took out the purple spirit sword from the storage space. This purple spirit sword has a beautiful posture, the hilt and scabbard are integrated, and the carvings on it run like a constellation, which is quite artistic. Clang! Su Lang moved his thumb, and the long sword was instantly unsheathed. I saw a sudden burst of light in the cave, like thunder. Good sword! Su Lang stroked the blade lightly and smiled. After playing with the purple spirit sword for a while, Su Lang put it on his waist, and his excited eyes fell on the medicine pill in the storage space. A whole store of medicinal pills has been looted. There are many kinds of these medicinal herbs, such as healing, detoxification, auxiliary cultivation, everything. There are so many pills, and there are even fifth-order pills that can assist martial masters in their cultivation. With these pills, my cultivation speed can be improved again, which is really wonderful. Su Lang's eyes glowed, and he immediately took out the best cultivation medicine pill from the storage space and swallowed it like a jelly bean. In an instant, a powerful attraction radiated from Su Lang's body. This attraction is like a giant beast tearing and devouring the surrounding aura. This speed almost tripled Su Lang's cultivation speed. With such a speed, I can break through to a high-level martial artist in just 2 hours. Su Lang couldn't help but let out a low and excited laughter, and it certainly won't take much time to break through to the peak of the martial artist. At that time, we will see who is besieging and killing who. But before that, let you feel the deep heartache again. Ha 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 ha. While feeling the refreshing feeling of the crazy improvement in the cultivation base, Su Lang gave the order to continue looting the Yi family's stronghold. Under Su Lang's dispatch, the clones continued to sack the Yi family's stronghold. Even if the people of the Yi family received Yi Feixiang's order to take strict precautions, it would be useless. Su Lang's clone can always enter the stronghold in various ways and loot fiercely. As time passed, more and more Yi family strongholds were looted, and 4 of the 5 E-level strongholds had suffered Su Lang's poisonous hand. In addition, 7 or 8 F-rank strongholds were also killed. If the distance between the stronghold and the stronghold is not too far, this number will be much larger. At the same time, so many strongholds were looted, and the news could not be stopped at all, and it spread all over the city like the wind. Almost everyone knew that the Yi family had provoked an incredible force. Everyone in the city is talking about the Yi family, and there are dozens of rumors. Combined with the various things that happened before, there were even rumors that the Yi family was about to die. Shuzi, I will kill you. The serious damage to the economy and reputation made Yi Feizhang furious and smashed a subordinate who could not avoid it with a slap in the face. And just when Yi Feizhang was furious, the Yi family was panicking. Ding! The sea of cultivation is full, is there a breakthrough? Breakthrough immediately. Su Lang's eyes lit up and he gave an order. In the next millisecond, countless spiritual qi surged in, and all the spiritual qi cyclones condensed in Dantian. At this time, the cyclone of spiritual energy has become more and more dense, and the volume has become larger again by a full circle. The realm of advanced warriors. Su Lang stretched his hands and feet, feeling the power in his body with a face full of intoxication. At this time, he doesn't need to look at the attribute panel, he also knows that his four-dimensional level has all been improved by a level. With such strength, coupled with the 3 elusive clones, he was already able to compete with the Yi family's hunting army. But what Su Lang wanted was not a fight, but a gorgeous counterkill. Wait, my generous gift will be delivered to you soon. Su Lang threw a precious 5th-order medicinal pill into his mouth, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Yi Lingfeng and others who were searching for Su Lang also learned the bad news that the Yi family's strongholds were robbed one after another. Everyone was petrified in an instant. Everyone stood there like statues, motionless. After a long time, everyone took a breath of cold air in horror. It can't go on like this, otherwise my Yi family stronghold will be completely uprooted. Yi Shangming was so heartbroken on the spot that his face was bloodless, and he was about to return home immediately to protect the family stronghold. Father! We can't give up all our efforts. Yi Lingfeng waited and persuaded, if we give up now, we will defend the remaining stronghold, but we will also let Su Lang go. But we've searched everything except the D-level vicious beast area. Yi Shangming said anxiously, now we haven't even found Su Lang's shadow. Do we still have to venture into the D-level vicious beast area to hunt him down? Certainly. Yi Lingfeng said sternly, he even dares to enter the D-level fierce beast area in the Sulung district, why don't we dare? Yes, even if Su Lang enters the D-level fierce beast area, he will definitely not go far. Yi Tian also stepped forward and said, maybe he is in the nearest D-level fierce beast area, we can't give up. But, our stronghold. Yi Shangming clutched his chest in pain, and was so angry that he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Father, my heart aches too, but we can't be so short-sighted. Yi Lingfeng was too lazy to be polite, and said straight, you think, as long as Grandpa is here, our Yi family will always be one of the 4 major forces in Hongfeng City. These looted strongholds can recover sooner or later, and the lost gold coins can also be earned back. These losses are not fatal. And once we catch Su Lang and force him to reveal his secrets, we will be able to soar into the sky, maybe even entering the main city of Blue Star. Speaking of the main city of Blue Star, Yi Lingfeng's eyes showed uncontrollable yearning and excitement. That is the largest city on the Blue Star, and it is also the place where all the elites of the entire Blue Star gather. Compared to the main city of Blue Star, the Red Maple City stronghold is a small rural village. I understand. Yi Shangming was stunned and said abruptly, I'm still smart, look at my donkey head, I almost picked sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. It's not too late. Yi Lingfeng said with a smile, Father, let's search the D-level vicious beast area. It is good. Yi Shangming nodded solemnly and immediately issued an order. After receiving the order, many warriors formed nearly 30 teams with warriors as their leaders, and began to frantically search for the D-level fierce beast area. The warriors who did not have the courage to enter the D-level area stayed on the periphery to prevent Su Lang from escaping. In a blink of an eye, the night passed. The Yi family's 5 E-rank strongholds and more than 30 F-rank strongholds have all been looted by Su Lang. In addition, there is also an E-rank stronghold and 5 F-rank strongholds of the Yang family, all of which were also swept away by Su Lang. And the balance of gold coins in the mysterious space also soared to 785,846. With so many gold coins, it is not far from the upgrade of the clone dispatch function to level 5 and the activation of new functions. However, this is not what excites Su Lang the most. At this moment, he was excitedly staring at the one-key cultivation villain in the mysterious black space. Hurry up! Why are you still dissatisfied? Su Lang looked at the little cultivator who was about to turn all golden, and his heart was as anxious as a cat's claws were scratching. At this moment, the little white man finally turned completely golden. Don't be long-winded. Give me a breakthrough. Before the system prompt appeared, Su Lang shouted excitedly. Boom! The surging aura rushed into Su Lang's body like a black hole. The aura cyclone in Su Lang's dantian grew again, almost filling the entire dantian space. Properties panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, peak warrior, attack level, senior martial artist plus, defense level, senior martial artist, movement level, senior martial artist plus, endurance level, senior martial artist, mastering the exercises, boundless heart sutra, thunder light true art, primary, introductory, lacy true art, primary, introductory, 9 elephant stepping mountain art, intermediate, introductory. Fei Hua Zhenaying sword, primary, introductory, white feather footwork, primary, introductory, Piao Lu swordsmanship, primary, introductory, split sky swords, primary, introductory. Some exercises have been omitted. Activated system functions, one-click training function, level 5, one-click martial arts function, level 5, clone dispatch function, level 4, senior martial master plus. Jia. The corner of Su Lang's mouth slowly outlined a charming smile. The gorgeous counter-kill has begun. He was not idle at all that night, and he had already dispatched his clone to touch the area for dozens of miles. Now he can send the clone to any place in this area with just one thought. Not only that, Su Lang also figured out the deployment of the Yi family army, which made him laugh secretly. Yi Lingfeng and others divided the large team into small teams, which was originally correct, because they had to deal with Su Lang, who was close to the junior martial artist. But they never expected that in just one night, Su Lang's combat power soared to the advanced martial artist plus level. In this case, Yi Lingfeng and others separated their own power, which is tantamount to self-destruction. Clone dispatch, kill me. With an order, Su Lang dispatched the 3 clones to different places and began to hunt the traces of the Yi family team. In the Liulihu area, in a certain mountain stream, a team of warriors is resting, and the junior warriors headed by that even have 2 beautiful warriors to massage. Suddenly, the junior martial artist's ears moved, and his expression became vigilant. Sir? What's wrong? The 2 beauties asked in surprise. Like, nothing? The junior martial artist frowned, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But just when he wanted to close his eyes and continue enjoying the massage of the beautiful warrior, he suddenly saw a white afterimage. Not good. The junior martial artist stood upside down and stood up on the spot. But it's too late. A sharp sword slashed across his neck in an instant. What? Boss is dead. When all the warriors saw this scene, they were so frightened that the souls of the dead were stunned, excrement and urine came out, and they fled around like crazy. Even the junior martial artists are dead inexplicably, how can they not be afraid? Ho ho, the junior martial artist clutched his neck in disbelief, spitting blood from his mouth. His eyes dimmed, and finally disappeared completely. A high-ranking martial artist died so helplessly. Even, until he died, he didn't see the enemy's appearance clearly. In the Liulihu area, in a certain mountain forest, an intermediate martial artist is leading 10 martial artists to search the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound not far away. Everyone's faces were startled, and they pulled out their weapons. Immediately afterwards, they saw a man in a white robe cloak with a long sword emerge from the woods. It's a man in a white robe and a cloak. I met you here. Great, we're developed. Everyone's eyes widened, and the surprise on their faces was hard to hide. At this time, they already knew that there was a close relationship between the white robe cloak and Su Lang. Once the man in the white robe is caught, it means that the distance has captured an important clue. Therefore, when they saw the man in the white robe and the cloak, everyone seemed to see the shiny gold coins waving at them. Go! Catch alive! The middle-level martial artist was overjoyed and rushed up immediately. The rest of the warriors were not far behind, and laughed wildly and besieged them. The man in the white robe and cloak stood motionless, and everyone laughed even more, thinking he was frightened. But the next scene made their sneer instantly freeze on their faces. I saw the man in the white robe and the cloak swung his sword, and a dazzling sword light flashed away, and the intermediate martial artist was directly cut into 2 pieces. Ah! It hurts. The mid-level martial artist who was cut in half has not died. He was twitching in pain, crying, and his face was completely twisted. How is it possible? A peak warrior was so terrified that his scalp exploded. This white-robed man only exudes the fluctuations of a peak warrior. How could it be possible to defeat Lord Tianan with one sword? Why do you care so much? Run away! A high-level martial artist shouted and ran desperately into the distance, not even daring to pick up his shoes. Yes, run away. Maid, you stepped on my foot. The rest of the warriors didn't even think about it, they immediately fled in panic. The man in the white robe and cloak did not chase down these warriors, but stood in place and gradually faded away. The same scene is repeated everywhere. Wherever the sword passes, it is invincible, and no martial artist can survive. In a short period of time, a full 8 martial artists died in the hands of Su Lang. TSK, these martial artists are really fat. In the cave, Su Lang looked at the newly harvested trophies and kept TSK. 8 martial masters brought him a total of 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This is still the result of those martial masters going into battle lightly, otherwise Su Lang's harvest would at least be doubled. In addition to this, there are many medicinal herbs and weapons. Especially the weapons. Many of those martial artists were holding primary spirit soldiers, and Su Lang got 6 of them. Come on, brothers, the shotgun is replaced by a cannon. Su Lang picked out the 3 best primary spirit soldier long swords and passed them to the clone. The strength of the clones with the primary spirit soldiers rose again, and all the intermediate warriors and below were killed with 1 sword. Even a very few senior martial artists could not resist many moves, and in the end they could only die in despair under the sword of Su Lang's clone. Just when Su Lang dispatched his clone to hunt the Yi family team frantically. Yi Lingfeng is meeting with important personnel such as Yi Xiangming, Yi Tian, Yi Ji and Yang Tianrui. Due to the lack of means of communication, at this time they did not know that their martial master was being sniped by Su Lang. The surrounding D-level vicious beast areas have been searched. Yi Tian analyzed, only this area of Liulihu has not been searched. I guess we are not far from finding Su Lang. Unless he dares to enter the sea-level area. Yi Lingfeng sneered, but how is that possible? I don't believe he dares to go to the sea-level area to die. Yes, Su Lang is definitely in the Liulihu area. Yi Xiangming said excitedly, we are about to catch him, and our Yi family is about to rise. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lingfeng laughed wildly in the sky, and seemed to see the picture of the Yi family's crazy rise and becoming a top family. Master Yi Lingfeng. At this time, a junior martial artist suddenly rushed over in a panic. Didn't it say that we can't be disturbed at will when we are discussing? Yi Lingfeng looked at the junior martial artist who rushed over with a cold expression, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Although he is only a peak martial artist, as the most talented person in the Yi family, the future heir of the Yi family, and a mere junior martial artist, he is not in his eyes. Young Master Yi, something is wrong. The junior martial artist said, sweating profusely. We met several martial artists in the squad, and they all said that their leading martial artist was killed. What? Yi Lingfeng's pupils shrank instantly. Tell me more carefully, how many martial artists have died, and who is the murderer? The murderer is the man with the white robe cloak. The junior martial artist took a deep breath and said, as for the lost martial artist, as far as I know, there are the head of the flying fish hunting group, the head of the mountain crossing hunting group, and the head of the black wind hunting group. I lost 3 martial artists. It's all done by people in white robes and cloaks? Aren't those people intermediate warriors? Yi Xiangming shouted in disbelief, did you make a mistake? Not only Yi Xiangming, but also Yi Lingfeng and others all had a sense of absurdity and unreality. Exactly. The junior martial artist shook his head, his face full of fear. It is said that all 3 of them were killed by 1 sword. Slaying with 1 sword. Yi Lingfeng laughed instead of being angry. Do you know how strong it is to kill a junior martial artist with 1 sword? At least the combat power of a senior martial artist. Could it be that those white robe cloaks have such a strong strength? I suspect that you are a spy sent by the Martial Arts Alliance or the Bao family Yu family. To disrupt our plans. Say, are you a spy? I'm not a spy. The junior martial artist shook his head with tears in his eyes. Humph. Yi Lingfeng snorted coldly, don't say it now, it will be too late later. 9 At this moment, a terrified Yi family martial artist suddenly ran over. Young master! Lord Tianan was killed. This Yi family martial artist rushed over and knelt down on the ground, his eyes were full of fear, as if he had just escaped from the gate of hell. What did you say? Tianan Kiching was killed. Yi Lingfeng and the others were instantly stunned. We encountered a man in a white robe and a cloak, and we wanted to arrest him. The Yi family martial artist said with a desolate face, but I didn't expect that the man in the white robe cloak cut off Lord Tianan with 1 sword. No, it's impossible. Yi Lingfeng's eyes widened, and his eyes were bloodshot. Tianan Kiching is someone who has touched the edge of a senior martial artist, How could he be killed with a single sword? How could those people in white robes and cloaks do it? This is not true. Say, are the people from the Martial Arts Alliance and the Bao family and Yu family involved? Yes or no? No. A soft voice answered his question. Who the hell did that? Yi Lingfeng turned around abruptly, his hair spread out, like a lunatic. Of course it's me. Su Lang pushed aside the leaves and walked out with a faint sneer. It's you! Su Lang! The moment he saw Su Lang, Yi Lingfeng's eyes were about to pop out. Yi Shangming and the others also stared at him as if they had seen a ghost, completely unable to believe the scene in front of them. Yeah, it's me. Su Lang smiled lightly. It's mine, I killed all the martial artists who surrounded me. Yi Lingfeng, I would like to thank you for giving me the chance to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, if you dozens of martial masters get together, I really have a hard time. Kill them all. This is impossible. Yi Lingfeng's eyes were splitting. Even if you have broken through to the peak martial artist, it is absolutely impossible to kill more than 20 of us. Yes? Su Lang's mouth twitched. Then I'll give you a chance to ask your subordinates to find those martial artists. Hey, pretend. Yi Lingfeng recovered from the shock and snorted coldly. If you said that you killed some of our martial artists, I would still believe it. But you don't go through your head. Except for the 5 martial artists here, there are a total of 26 martial artists outside. How can you kill all of them in a short period of time? Even if you let a martial artist, you will never be able to do this. Your words are too much. Yes, I was almost fooled by you, little bastard. Yi Shangming took a step forward and stared at Su Lang disdainfully. It's a pity that none of us were frightened. Su Lang, you are clever but you are mistaken by wisdom. Humph, Su Lang, your subordinates must be entangled by our martial masters now. Yi Lingfeng regained his aloof demeanor. You are a mere peak martial artist. No matter how strong you are, how can you beat the 5 of us? I've seen a big one, but I've never seen a big one like you. Now, where are you going to escape? As soon as his words fell, Yi Shangming, Yi Tian, Yi Ji, Yang Tianrui, and the junior martial artist immediately moved around, surrounding Su Lang to the point of nowhere. At the same time, other warriors also circled around, and a few more quietly left, preparing to call for reinforcements. Whispering sound. Su Lang looked around at everyone and shook his head with a sneer. Laugh? Yi Lingfeng raised his chin disdainfully. You, with a smile on your face, must be very scared inside, right? Don't be afraid. What Yi Lingfeng likes most is a genius like you. As long as you hand over the secret that turned you from an ordinary person into a peak warrior in just 3 days, I promise that you will definitely have a place in the future Yi family. When the time comes, our Yi family will prosper, and you, Su Lang, will be able to stand on the top of the pyramid, with wealth, power, and beauty at your fingertips. Isn't it beautiful? But if you're not going to hand over your secrets, I'm sorry. I, Yi Lingfeng, will let you taste the noble service of the 12 tortures, and then you will not be able to survive or die. I will give you a minute to think about it. You can choose to enjoy a good life, or a life that is worse than death. Ha 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 ha, what a wonderful thing to say. Su Lang laughed and even applauded. Make your decision. Yi Lingfeng looked at Su Lang contemptuously. I'm going to start counting. In his eyes, Su Lang has become a massive fish to be slaughtered. And he, Yi Lingfeng, is the one with the knife, and he will eventually pry out that peerless secret from Su Lang's mouth. Yi Lingfeng, why are you so self-confident? It's just your own speculation? The smile on Su Lang's face gradually turned cold. Why, you guys don't know how to look behind you to see who surrounded whom? As soon as these words came out, Yi Lingfeng and the others were stunned. Immediately afterwards, Yi Lingfeng laughed. Su Lang, do you think that if we turn around and look, you can escape? Come, let's take a look back with me. I want to see if you Su Lang can escape under my nose. Ha! While laughing, Yi Lingfeng turned his head first, and the others looked back with ridicule. In the next instant, Yi Lingfeng was like a goose pinched by his neck, and his laughter stopped abruptly. The sarcastic expressions of Yi Shangming, Yi Tian and others also suddenly solidified. I saw 3 white-robed cloaks outside the crowd occupying 3 directions respectively. They held blood-stained long swords, and they exuded a terrifying murderous aura. It's the white-robed cloak who killed Tian and Sama. 3. How can there be 3? It's over, we're dead. The warrior who came to report the letter before was trembling, his voice hoarse and desperate. The scene where the man in the white robe and the cloak beheaded Tianan with one sword had a huge impact on the warrior. At this time, seeing the white-robed cloaked man, he was like a bird frightened, and he lost all his sense in an instant. Goo-doo. Yi Lingfeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and murmured tremblingly, how is this possible? How could they be here? Could it be? Could it be that all those martial artists were really killed by them? No, this is not true. That sword. The spirit soldier of the head of the lion hunting regiment. Yi Tian suddenly stared at the long sword in the hands of one of the white-robed men. And the sword of the president of the Redstone Chamber of Commerce. Yi Ji also said in disbelief, President Hongsher is a high-level martial artist, could he be dead too? What? Yi Lingfeng's face was stiff and his eyes were unbelievable. He knew that those martial artists might really be killed as Su Lang said. However, for such a bizarre thing, he couldn't accept it from the bottom of his heart. More than 20 martial artists, what a terrifying force, how could they all be killed by a small person who climbed up from the bottom for a few days? This is simply Arabian Nights. Ah! At this time, the fearful warrior couldn't bear the pressure and ran towards the periphery like crazy. Stab! A sword light flashed, and the fleeing warriors suddenly separated from their heads. The headless corpse staggered a few steps and fell weakly, and the blood spurting from the neck fracture instantly stained the soil red. Hiss! The dazzling red color made Yi Lingfeng and the others shudder violently. Next moment. Go! With a loud roar, Yi Lingfeng recklessly fled to the periphery. At this time, no secrets are important, his little life is the most important. Quick, protect Lingfeng from leaving. Yi Tian and the others let out a low voice, and they all surrounded Yi Lingfeng and rushed out. Yi Lingfeng has an excellent talent, and is a top-quality talent. He is the most promising person in the Yi family to become a military general or even a military commander, so everyone is protecting him. Today, no one wants to leave. Su Lang's indifferent and cold voice came, and the murderous aura in it made people shudder. Immediately afterwards, at a point under his feet, the wind chased him out, and the 3 white-robed clones also surrounded him with spirit soldiers. I'm leaving! Yi Shangming turned around and drew his sword, slashing at Su Lang angrily. Cracking the sky, the ninth sword. Su Lang flipped his wrist, and the purple spirit sword went out to sea like a blue dragon, instantly piercing Yi Shangming's heart. Father! Yi Lingfeng saw this scene, his eyes were blood red instantly, and his eyes were about to split. However, the grief returned to the grief, the speed under his feet did not decrease at all, and he quickly fled into the distance. You all have to die, and no one wants to leave. Su Lang kicked Fei Shangming's body and chased after him with a sneer. A terrifying chase begins. There are constantly warriors being caught up and beheaded, and the mourning spreads all over the mountains and forests, and blood flows all the way. When all the warriors were killed, it was the warriors' turn. The first person to be killed was the junior martial artist who came to report the news. He was not Su Lang's enemy of Ihad at all, and he returned to the west with a single sword. Yang Tianrui, I order you to turn back and stop the enemy. Yi Lingfeng saw that the 4 of Su Lang were brutally killed, and immediately let Yang Tianrui cut off without any hesitation. Young Master Yi, Although Yang Tianrui is the head of the Yang family, he is only an intermediate martial artist. After seeing Su Lang's powerful combat power, how could he be willing to turn back? Come on, think about your family. Seeing Su Lang getting closer and closer, Yi Lingfeng suddenly felt a panic. What? Yang Tianrui let out a low growl, and then turned to face Su Lang, who was chasing fast. It's all you, it's all you. I just fell into this field. With endless hatred, Yang Tianrui held his sharp sword and charged forward with gnashing teeth. Next second, the sword light flickered, and the figures were staggered. Yang Tianrui's body fell weakly, and Su Lang's forward figure was not affected at all. Yang Tianrui. Yi Lingfeng and the 3 saw Yang Tianrui's tragic death in an instant, and they were immediately shocked and pale. A dignified intermediate martial artist, but he couldn't even stop him for a moment. Su Lang is too strong, too terrifying. At this moment, 3 white shadows overtook Yi Lingfeng and the 3 of them and stopped in front. Kill! Yi Tian and Yi Ji drew out their long swords and killed them without hesitation. But the 2 of them are only junior and intermediate martial artists, and they are the opponents of Su Lang's 3 clones. After one move, blood spilled into the sky. Yi Tian's head was separated, and Yi Ji was divided into 2. The nauseating smell of blood spreads out. Do not! Yi Lingfeng stood there in horror, crying hoarsely. Where are you escaping to? Su Lang approached Yi Lingfeng slowly and returned what he had said. You, don't come here. Yi Lingfeng was so frightened that he staggered back and bumped into Su Lang's white-robed avatar again. What? Feeling the tactile sensation behind him, Yi Lingfeng was even more distraught, and hurried to the side to hide. Then, he found that in front of him was another man with a white robe and cloak. At this moment, it seems that there are Su Lang and the white-robed cloak in all directions. What to do? Yiling Feng moved his lips and murmured desperately, and immediately sat down on the ground. Yiling Feng, stop struggling? The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched, sketching a killing intent. I remember clearly what you said about Ling Qi peeling the skin and cutting the car apart. Now, choose one. No, do not want. I know I'm wrong, please forgive me. In the face of death, Yiling Feng was so frightened that his heart was broken. He trembled all over, putting aside all his arrogance and dignity, kneeling down to Su Lang and begging for mercy with incomparable shame. Forgive you? Su Lang sneered, put yourself in your shoes. If I am caught by you, will you spare me? You should know that since your Yi family killed my parents and wanted to kill me again, I have been with you forever. Su? Master Su. Yiling Feng's face was full of horror, and his lips trembled in defense. Those have nothing to do with me. It was my grandfather who ordered your parents to go to the D-level area, and it was my sixth brother who wanted to kill you. I really did not participate. I didn't participate in these two things, so what about this time around me? Su Lang snorted coldly, you led so many people to surround and kill me, and you still expect me to let you go? This is also my grandfather's order. Master Su, I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't covet your secrets. I shouldn't lead people to surround and kill you. Master Su, you are the constellation in the sky, you are the sun in the sky, please forgive me the maggots in the cesspool. You can do whatever you want, as long as I have it, except for my life. I just ask you to spare me a dog's life. Yiling Feng disheveled his hair and kowtowed to Su Lang like a madman, which was even more miserable than an orphan who sold his body to bury his father. Anything but life? After listening to Yiling Feng's words, Su Lang showed a strange smile. Exactly. You can do whatever you want. The terrified Yiling Feng didn't pay attention to Su Lang's expression at all, and nodded like a rattle. Okay, I'm excited. Su Lang put away the purple spirit sword with a smile on his face, and the three clones put away their weapons at the same time. Thank you, Lord Su. Thank you, Lord Su. Yiling Feng's face showed the ecstasy of the rest of his life, and he hurriedly kowtowed a few times. Listen, what I want. Su Lang twitched his lips and said with a smile, first of all, as the most important junior of the Yi family, you must know all the exercises of the Yi family. I want these exercises. No problem, Master Su, I know all the exercises at home. Yiling Feng nodded immediately, as if he could not wait to tell the exercises immediately in order to save his life. Don't worry. Su Lang lightly threw out a few notebooks and pens, write slowly, don't miss any words, or I don't know how miserable your end will be. Don't worry, Master Su. Yiling Feng nodded and bowed like a dog, I can recite the Yi family kung fu method by heart, and I will never miss a word. Saying that, he lay on the ground and started writing. Next, is my second condition. Su Lang looked down at Yiling Feng, you want to give me 5 million gold coins to buy my life. 5 million. Yiling Feng was stunned all of a sudden, and he almost lost his pen. How? Su Lang frowned, could it be that the dignified Yi family can't even get 5 million gold coins? I have looted 50,000 to 600,000 gold coins from just a few of your shops. Although those are your more important stores, they won't occupy most of your Yi family's wealth, right? Master Su. Having said that, 5 million gold coins really don't exist. Yiling Feng cried and said, unless you borrow from the other three major forces, or sell your assets, you can raise so many gold coins. It's good to have it all together. No matter what method you use, I need 5 million gold coins, otherwise, a cold killing intent flashed in Su Lang's eyes, you can only die. No, don't kill me. Yiling Feng was trembling all over, sweating like a waterfall, I am the future of the Yi family, and my grandfather will redeem me. Humph, you write a blood letter. Su Lang said indifferently, I will hand it over to your grandfather in person. Whether you live or die depends on whether your grandfather will give you money or not. Yes. Yiling Feng bit his finger tremblingly and began to write the blood book. At this time. Ding! Lacey's true art has reached the minor level. The wonderful system prompt surprised Su Lang for a while. I don't know how much my stats can be improved by the Lei Xijing at the Xiaocheng level? With a trace of anticipation, Su Lang opened the property panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, peak warrior, attack level, peak martial artist plus, defense level, senior martial artist, movement level, senior martial artist plus, endurance level, senior martial artist, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Lei Xijin Ju, primary, Xiaocheng, Leiguang Jinju, primary, introductory, 9 Elephant Stepping Mountain Ju, intermediate, introductory, Flying Flower Slashing Shadow Sword, beginner. Beginner, white feather footwork, beginner, pale blue sword art, beginner, split sky sword art, beginner, some exercises have been omitted, activated system functions, one-click training function, level 5, one-click martial arts function, level 5, clone dispatch function, level 4, as expected of an attribute technique. Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. At the martial master level, you can directly increase the combat power of a small realm. And the combat power of the peak martial artist level does not exceed the number of hands in the entire Red Maple City stronghold. It can be said that Su Lang has now stood on the top of the hundreds of thousands of people in Hongfeng City. And with the assistance of the system, it won't be long before those quasi-generals and the 4 major generals of Hongfeng City will be thrown away by him. After imagining the bright future, Su Lang turned his attention to the storage space. From the beginning of the counterattack to the present, a total of 31 martial artists were beheaded by Su Lang. This brought him an incomparably rich loot. No, just the middle-grade spirit stones exceeded 20, and the lower-grade spirit stones and gold coins were even more. So many gold coins, it must be enough to upgrade the clone dispatch function. Su Lang was extremely excited and gave the order, "System, hurry up, deposit all of them for me." In the mysterious space, the number behind the gold coin icon immediately began to soar. 1 second later, the amount exceeded 1 million. Sure enough, there are 1 million gold coins. Su Lang's eyes glowed. Upgrade the clone dispatch function immediately. Ding! Consumes 1 million gold coins. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 5, and the number of clones +1. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded the clone dispatch function to level 5. And you have obtained the bonus abilities Perfect Leaning Over and Devouring Clones. When using Perfect Bend, you can attach all your thoughts to the avatar, and perform the most perfect manipulation of the avatar, just like using your own body. When using Devouring Clones, you can choose to devour a certain number of clones, greatly increase your own combat power within half an hour, and the swallowed clones will fall into a cooldown. Ding! Host, congratulations on upgrading the first 3 functions to level 5. You have obtained the activation authority for the new functions, which can be activated with only 100 gold coins. The continuous system prompts directly made Su Lang gasp in excitement. The benefits of this upgrade are simply terrifying. Even bigger than when the clone dispatch function was just activated. Especially the devouring clone ability, which makes Su Lang's leapfrog combat ability crazy. This is much more powerful than adding a clone. It's really cool, and there's a 4th feature waiting for me to activate. Su Lang's little heart jumped with excitement. I don't know how abnormal the new function will be. System, activate the new function for me immediately. Ding! Consume 100 gold coins. The one-click treasure hunt function has been activated. Ding! At present, the one-key treasure hunt function is level 1, and 2 treasure hunting flying gliders, can be dispatched to hunt for treasures. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the bonus abilities Treasure Spirit Sense and Perfect Collection. You can detect and identify all treasures and collect them without damage. The treasure hunting glider also has the ability to treasure spiritual sense and perfect collection, and has a super life-saving ability. However, when the treasure hunting flying glider encounters too strong an enemy, it will also die, and it will take 2 hours to regroup after death. The dispatch method and treasure hunting range of the treasure flying glider are the same as the clones, and the areas explored by the 2 can be dispatched again. The system's description of the 4th function left Su Lang stunned. After a while, a strong ecstasy appeared on his face. Lying noisy. One-click treasure hunt. Su Lang's eyes shot out an amazing light. Don't look at the fact that this function does not directly improve the combat power, but its metamorphosis is also worse than that. What is the most important thing in martial arts practice? It is nothing more than qualifications, exercises, and resources. Resources refer to spiritual energy and various genius treasures. Not to mention the spiritual energy, there is no martial artist who does not want this kind of genius treasure. However, it is too difficult to collect treasures from heaven and earth. First of all, the location of Tiankai and Debo is not certain at all, and it is hidden very deeply. It is entirely dependent on luck to find some kind of Tiankai and Debo. Secondly, many treasures of heaven and earth are guarded by fierce beasts, or they are monopolized by the strong, and it is necessary to have a strong strength in order to take food from the tiger's mouth. In addition, many treasures of heaven and earth have unique collection methods, otherwise they will be damaged directly, which makes it even more difficult to obtain treasures of heaven and earth. But now, this kind of difficult thing has become very simple for Su Lang. With the one-click treasure hunt function, you don't have to learn the method of collecting hard, you don't have to spend a lot of money to buy treasure information, you don't have to go deep into the wilderness, you don't have to take risks and fight against powerful enemies. Su Lang just needs to sit at home and drink tea happily, and he can continuously harvest all kinds of treasures. Moreover, if the treasure hunter flying glider finds a mineral vein or something, it will be developed. In short, with the one-click treasure hunt function, Su Lang can easily collect treasures from heaven and earth. Then, keep the useful ones, sell the useless ones for money, and upgrade the system functions when the money is enough. If this goes on, Su Lang's strength will become stronger and stronger like a snowball. Quick, upgrade the one-click treasure hunt function for me, until the money is not enough. Although 1 million gold coins were spent, but there was still some balance left, Su Lang chose the upgrade function without hesitation. Ding! Consuming 1000 gold coins, the one-click treasure hunt function has been upgraded to level 2. And the number of treasure hunters has increased to 4. Ding! Consuming 10,000 gold coins, the one-click treasure hunt function has been upgraded to level 3, and the number of treasure hunters has increased to 8. The system prompts keep coming, and the one-key treasure hunt function has been directly upgraded to level 3. The number has grown exponentially. In an instant, Su Lang widened his eyes in surprise. In this way, when the one-click treasure hunt function is upgraded to an advanced level, he will be able to own dozens, hundreds, and thousands of flying gliders. At that time, wouldn't the treasures of heaven and earth, which are extremely cherished, flood into the storage space like a flood? It's exciting to think about it. Jia, darlings, here I come. Su Lang rubbed his hands excitedly, and dispatched all 8 treasure-hunting flying gliders directly. Yiling Feng, who finished writing the blood book and started to write the exercises, didn't know why Su Lang was so strange. But he didn't dare to ask, so he could only continue to bury his head in the book. Class D Flame Fox Area. This fierce beast area is next to the Liulihu area, and it has been touched by Su Lang's clone. At this moment, in a certain valley, a red flaming fox was staring intently at a small tree. This small tree is only a dozen centimeters high, but there is a white fruit the size of a baby's fist hanging on it. At this moment, the white fruit is turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the flame fox immediately showed greed. But at this moment, a white-furred, golden-striped treasure-hunting flying glider descended from the sky. There is a fleshy membrane between its limbs, and when it is opened, 2 wings are formed, which is strange and beautiful. Moreover, its speed is super fast, and it almost flew past the flame fox like lightning. The flame fox was stunned for a while, and suddenly found that the white fruit in front of him had disappeared. Squeak! The flame fox suddenly became angry. This is the treasure that it has kept guarding for 5 days and 5 nights. Its eyes were blood red and its teeth and claws were dancing, desperately trying to find the guy who stole its treasure. But the treasure-hunting flying glider has long since escaped. It chased after the smell and lost it within a few dozen meters. The other side. Ding! You get white flame fruit *1. A system prompt came, and a fruit with a red pattern on a white background appeared out of thin air in the storage space. Su Lang immediately took out the treasure from the storage space that was found by the first treasure hunter. Bai Yenghua! Su Lang's face was filled with joy, his eyes lit up, the main medicine for refining the 6th order Bai Yen body exercise pill. Tier 6 medicinal pills, this is a treasure pill that only martial masters are qualified to take. Even the lowest tier 6 medicine pill is worth at least 5,000 gold coins. And Bai Yen body forging pill, the more precious tier 6 pill, is worth at least 10,000 gold coins. As the main material of the Bai Yen body forging pill, this unscathed Bai Yen fruit is worth 5,000 gold coins. This is absolutely unbelievable numbers for ordinary people. At this time ding! You get blue and white fruit *1. Su Lang's expression changed, and when he took it out, it turned out to be the main medicine of the 6th order blue and white chi gathering pill. Ding! You get loose heart grass *1. Ding! You get golden onstone *2. Ding! You get, a steady stream of system prompts came, almost connected. Lying noisy. Su Lang couldn't help exclaiming. In a short period of time, he obtained treasures worth tens of thousands of gold coins. However, after a series of harvests, there was a certain blank period. Su Lang expressed his understanding. After all, Tian Katibo is not Chinese cabbage, and it takes time for the flying gliders to hunt for treasures. Of course, even so, the speed at which Su Lang made money was extremely terrifying. At least, more than 10 or 200,000 gold coins can't run away a day, which is faster than printing money. Ah, it's so cool. Su Lang couldn't help but let out an excited laugh. In this way, there will be a stable source of funds for upgrading system functions. Su. Master Su. At this time, Yiling Feng, who was buried in writing, raised his head and shouted cautiously. As for Su Lang's abnormality, of course he discovered it, but now he can only treat it as invisible. He even wanted to seal his eyes and mouth, lest he know too much and be cut by Su Lang with a sword. Ha? Finished writing? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and looked at Yiling Feng. Yes, it is. Yiling Feng nodded tremblingly, then handed the book and the blood book to Su Lang with trembling hands. Su Lang put the blood book directly into the storage space, opened the exercise book and read it. Yiling Feng has handed in a lot of exercises. In addition to the ones he has already learned, there are actually 5 exercises. And these 5 exercises are not simple, they are 3 intermediate body forging exercises, a primary thunder attribute exercise, and a high-level weapon exercise. The 3 intermediate level body forging exercises are Beigia forging body art, clouds and smokes wrapping silk steps, and Mianwu body forging art. These 3 exercises specifically increase defense, movement, and endurance, and the increase is particularly large. The advanced weapon practice is a swordsmanship, and the name is only 2 words: chasing soul. The last elementary level thunder attribute practice method is called Lei Gang Jinju, and it is a practice method that comes from the same source as Lei Si Jinju and Thunder Light True Ju. TSK Tisk, it's all good stuff. Su Lang tutored continuously, and then immediately replaced Lei Si Jinju with Lei Gang Jinju. At the same time, Lei Guang Jinju was also replaced by clouds and smokes wrapping silk steps. Less than half a minute. Ding! Smoke and silk steps has reached the entry level. A wave of exercises quietly came out from Su Lang, and Yiling Feng on the side was stunned. And just when Yiling Feng was shocked. Ding! Lei Gang Jinju has reached the entry level. Boom! Su Lang's whole body trembled lightly, and there was a larger wave of exercises. Even for a moment, flashes of lightning appeared in the air. Lei Gang True Art? This is the beginning. Yiling Feng was so surprised that his jaw dropped. How is this possible? It took me 2 years to get started. However, something even more shocking happened to him. I saw that there were strange fluctuations in the introduction of the exercises from time to time on Su Lang, and in a blink of an eye, all the 5 exercises were introductory. This is not true. Although Yiling Feng had already heard Yang Shi tell such incredible things. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt that his cognition was overturned. It is incredible to have practiced the 5 exercises in a short period of time. Even an extremely powerful martial artist can't do this at all. Just when Yiling Feng was so shocked that he doubted his life, Su Lang raised the corner of his mouth and opened the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, peak warrior, attack level, junior general, defense level, peak martial artist plus, movement level, quasi-general, endurance level, peak martial artist plus, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Lei Si Jinju, primary, Xiaocheng, Lei Guang Jinju, primary, introductory, Lei Gang Jinju, primary, introductory, Chasing Soul, advanced, introductory, Beigia body forging technique, intermediate, beginner. Clouds and smokes wrapped silk step, intermediate, beginner, Mianwu body forging technique, intermediate, beginner, 9 elephant stepping mountain technique, intermediate, beginner. Some exercises have been omitted: activated system functions, one-click training function, level 5, one-click martial arts function, level 5, clone dispatch function, level 5, one-click treasure hunt function, level 3. It actually reached the level of a junior general. Even though Su Lang could clearly feel the incomparably powerful energy in his body, he couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the attack level of the junior general level. General! The entire Red Maple stronghold has only 4. And in other big strongholds, it is also a person with a low status. However, after a while, Su Lang looked into the sky and showed a faint smile. The general level is almost the end point that 99.9% of the warriors cannot reach in their lifetime. But for him, it was just the starting point. Above the generals, there are also the martial commander, the martial king, and more powerful realms. That is the goal that should be pursued. Of course, in any case, the road under your feet is the most important. Withdrawing his gaze into the distance, Su Lang took out Yiling Feng's blood book. In the blood book, Yiling Feng begged Yi Feizhang to hand over the ransom to save him, full of deep fear and despair. Pray that Yi Feizhang will take you seriously enough. Su Lang sneered and glanced at Yiling Feng, who had no expression on his face, and immediately dispatched a clone. Inside the Red Maple City. In a dark alley near the Yi family mansion. The figure of a man in a white robe and cloak slowly condensed. Immediately afterwards, the man in the white robe and cloak was shocked, and there was a glint of divine light in his eyes. Obviously, Su Lang controlled the clone with perfect leaning over. The feeling is completely different from before. Su Lang stretched his avatar's body and made a smooth murmur in his mouth. In the past, he couldn't control the clone like an arm at all. If you want to make the clone move, you have to give instructions one by one, and they stammer when they speak. But now, Su Lang felt that this clone was just like his original body, so he could do whatever he wanted. As expected of a system, every ability is extremely useful. Su Lang smiled, and immediately took a step towards the Yi family mansion. The Yi family has always had great prestige, but recently there have been major events. Yi Feizhang was furious, and no one dared to stay around the Yi family mansion. After a while, Su Lang went straight to the gate of the Yi family mansion. Who? Get away from me! The two Yi family guards looked over vigilantly, and immediately showed ecstasy. The person who came was actually a man in a white robe and a cloak who had looted their 3 Yi family stores and was wanted by the whole city. The man in the white robe and the cloak, who the entire Yi family had been looking for so long, was unexpectedly delivered to the door? There is such a good thing in the world. However, they soon discovered that the aura of the peak martial artist came from the white-robed man. Isn't it an intermediate warrior? How did you become a peak martial artist in a blink of an eye? The ecstasy in the hearts of the two guards suddenly turned into panic, and the two of them together were not enough for a peak warrior to slash with one sword. You watch him, I'll report to the patriarch. The two guards' expressions tightened, and they said in unison. As soon as the words were finished, the scene suddenly became awkward. 2 idiots. Su Lang sneered, go and tell Yi Feizhang, just say, Su Lang is here. You wait. The two guards silently dropped a word. Immediately, they got into the gate and shouted and ran in the direction of Yi Feizhang. Su Lang is here. Patriarch. Su Lang is here. The two guards ran all the way, shouting loudly, and the entire Yi family instantly turned into a boiling frying pan. Su Lang? Isn't that the rogue who ransacked our stronghold? How could he come to the door? What a joke! But if that's not the case, how dare those two guards do this? Could it be that Su Lang really came to our Yi family? Many of the shocked Yi family members were incredulous at first. At this moment, a person suddenly pointed at the gate and shouted, look! Is that man in white robe cloak Su Lang? Everyone followed the sound, and suddenly saw Su Lang strolling in the courtyard. That's the one who looted my Yi family's shop and stronghold. The aura fluctuations on his body turned out to be peak martial artists. What about the peak martial artist? Can he still beat the patriarch? No matter what he has to rely on, today he must be cramped and skinned, and hanged on the city gate to show the public. Yes, and this is the only way to save the face of my Yi family. The people of the Yi family were all ready to kill, and they pulled out their weapons one by one, and surrounded Su Lang like a hyena. Is this how the Yi family treats guests? Su Lang sneered and walked forward calmly, just like walking in his own backyard. All the martial masters of the Yi family are dead, except for Yi Feizhang, and this Yi family mansion are all weak chickens. They surrounded Su Lang tightly, and the dazzling weapons in their hands devoured people like poisonous snakes. However, no one dared to do it. Get out of the way. The master is here. A shout came, everyone looked happy, and clucked out of the way. Su Lang looked forward and saw a slender old man walking slowly with his hands behind his back. This man had killing intent in his eyes, but he was not angry and mighty, and everyone around him looked at him in awe. It was obviously Yi Feizhang, the head of the Yi family. Properties panel. Su Lang thought about it, and all Yi Feizhang's information was displayed in front of him. Name, Yi Feizhang, race, human, qualification level, top grade, realm level, junior generals, attack level, intermediate general plus, defense level, junior general plus, movement level, intermediate general plus, endurance level, junior general plus, mastering the exercises, boundless heart sutra, chasing soul, advanced, beginner, lei Sijin Ju, elementary, small gate, thunder light true Ju, elementary, beginner, lei Gangjin Ju, elementary, beginner, dominant armor body refinement. Technique, intermediate, beginner, Yunyan silk step, intermediate, beginner, Nianwu body forging technique, intermediate, beginner, yo, I have mastered a lot of exercises. Su Lang raised his brows, but after thinking about it, he understood. Yi Feizhang has been promoted to military commander for a long time. He must be limited by his aptitude and cannot be promoted to the realm of cultivation, so he will transfer his energy to practice exercises. And his comprehension is not very good, even all the exercises have only been practiced to the entry level. His whole life's efforts are not even comparable to the achievements of Su Lang in 2 or 3 days. At this time, Yi Feijiang spoke up. You really are Su Lang. There was a hint of joy in Yi Feijiang's voice. I didn't expect you to be a peak martial artist. Such a fast promotion speed made Yi Feijiang's greed for Su Lang's secret even stronger. Su Lang's big secret that day, he wanted to get it all the time, every minute and every second. However, his joy soon turned to surprise. No. You are not Su Lang. Yi Feijiang sneered. How dare a mere peak martial artist come to me alone? Besides, my grandson is besieging Su Lang. How could he be here? You are Su Lang's subordinate. Am I right? And the reason why you appeared here is that Su Lang sent you to beg for mercy? It must be so. At this time, Yi Feijiang didn't even know that his son was dead, and his only grandson fell into the hands of Su Lang. He also thought that Yi Lingfeng had already pushed Su Lang to a desperate situation, so Su Lang would send this subordinate over to ask for peace. After hearing Yi Feijiang's words, the other Yi family members also felt that it was very reasonable, and all looked at Su Lang with disdain and ridicule. However, next, Su Lang's words made them all stunned. Begging for mercy? Yi Feijiang, I'm afraid you are overestimating your Yi family. A sneer appeared on the corner of Su Lang's mouth. The reason why I am here is that I have nothing to fear. Now, I have 2 news here, 1 bad news and 1 good news. Do you want to hear it? Humph. Pretend. Yi Feijiang sneered. I want to see what tricks you want to play. The rest of the Yi family also sneered at Su Lang's words, showing contempt. In that case, let me tell you the bad news first. Su Lang smiled lightly. The bad news is that the martial artist you sent to hunt me down and the important members of your Yi family have all been killed by me. And the good news is that your precious grandson Yi Lingfeng is still alive, but he will die soon, unless you buy his life with 5 million gold coins. Su Lang's voice gradually fell, and the scene was silent, as if a hair falling from the ground could be heard. The next moment, it was like a bomb exploded, and the scene became a sensation. What did he say? Is my ear broken? He said that all the martial masters and important members sent by my Yi family died. This is simply a fantasy. Yeah. This person is absolutely insane. How dare he come to our Yi family to talk in his sleep? How many powerhouses did our Yi family send out? 31 martial masters. He actually said he killed them all? He really wants to laugh off my big teeth. Yeah, he alone, Su Lang, can kill a junior martial artist. He is a genius. Killing our 31 martial arts masters? Tell the ghosts, and the ghosts won't believe it. And he still needs 5 million gold coins. Is he crazy about money, and he has fooled into our Yi family? A group of people from the Yi family were talking and pointing, all thinking that Su Lang was crazy. Your master really can't change the habit of being shameless? Yi Feijiang looked at Su Lang with a sneer on his face. I said before that I wanted to enjoy my last days, and now I say these more ridiculous words. I really doubt that you are mentally retarded. Hey, the world is full of wonders. Why can't I kill dozens of martial artists? Su Lang shrugged his shoulders. You can't believe even this little scene when you wait for the frog at the bottom of the well. Well, since you don't believe it, then I'll make you have to believe it. Saying that, Su Lang waved his hand, and a blood book appeared in his hand. Space ring. Everyone in the Yi family was surprised. Yi Feijiang was also surprised for a while, and then his eyes were placed on the blood book. He could feel a familiar aura on it. You must have felt it. This is the blood book written by Yi Lingfeng. Take a good look at it. Su Lang smiled lightly, and when he flipped his wrist, the blood book shot out like an arrow. What? Yi Feijiang caught the blood book in disbelief. Feeling the breath of Yi Lingfeng above, Yi Feijiang gradually grew a bad feeling in his heart. He took a deep breath and looked carefully. The next moment, Yi Feijiang suddenly burst into anger, blushing violently. All dead. This is impossible. Yi Feijiang clenched his hands furiously, his knuckles turning white instantly. Seeing such a scene, the people of the Yi family were dumbfounded and their faces were stunned. They are unbelievable. The head of the family, who has always been poised at the top, would have such a reaction. The blood book was really written by Yi Lingfeng? What Su Lang said wouldn't be true, would it? What the hell happened? Could it be that all those martial artists are really dead? My god, Lord Yi Shangming, Lord Yi Tian, Lord Yiji, and many other martial artist-level powerhouses, although none of the Yi family members spoke, their expressions already showed all their thoughts. No. It's definitely not true. Yi Feijiang's mind was blank, and he staggered back with the blood book in his hand. A generation of strong generals seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Su Lang smiled lightly. Yi Feizhang, you already believed it, why are you deceiving yourself? Ah! I killed you, I killed you. Yi Feizhang's beard opened his eyes, the long sword was unsheathed in an instant, and the sword light and thunderlight were shocking. Chasing the soul, condensate. Su Lang was prepared for a long time, and when he flipped his wrist, a silver and mercury-like sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding slang. The harsh sound of swords clashing resounded throughout the Yi family mansion. After the blow, Yi Feizhang didn't move. Su Lang's long sword broke, the tiger's mouth was bleeding like a gulp, and he retreated more than 10 meters in an instant. All Yi family members were stunned by this result. In their hearts, the patriarch Yi Feizhang is one of the 4 strongest people in Hongfeng City. In their imagination, the man in the white robe and cloak should be killed by a single sword. How could he still be alive? Moreover, the man in the white robe and the cloak used the same move from soul chasing, which is incredible. Not only everyone in the Yi family, but even Yi Feizhang himself was so shocked that his pupils shrank. There was even a trace of fear in his heart. So weird, so scary. A mere peak martial artist could survive an attack close to the level of a high-level general. This is simply inhuman existence. Yi Feizhang, you dare to do something to me, your courage is commendable. At this time, Su Lang threw a broken arm with a sleeve on the ground. As a reward, this is for you. This is. Looking at the broken arm on the ground, Yi Feizhang's pupils shrank, and the whites of his eyes instantly turned red. Yes, this is Yi Lingfeng's arm. Su Lang said coldly, if you still dare to shoot at me, then I will give you Yi Lingfeng's head. You bastard. Yi Feizhang was trembling with anger, wishing he could swallow Su Lang alive. You can't scold me either. Su Lang sneered and threw out another bloody finger. You, what do you want? Yi Feizhang pointed at Su Lang with grief and indignation, and the whole person was so angry that he was going crazy. I said that. Su Lang smiled lightly. 5 million gold coins, in exchange for Yi Lingfeng's life. 5 million. Yi Feizhang's words popped out from between his teeth. I'll give it. Homeowner. Many people from the Yi family exclaimed, their faces filled with grief and disbelief. Yielded. A generation of military generals, the incomparably powerful patriarch, has given in. This is simply a great shame. Shut me all up. Yi Feizhang shouted loudly, almost hoarse. He is the one who gave in, how could he not be ashamed? However, as the head of the Yi family, Yi Feizhang didn't want to let the incense of the Yi family be cut off in his own hands. Yi Lingfeng is of the highest quality, and is very likely to become a military commander. As long as people are alive, there is hope. For the sake of the Yi family, Yi Feizhang swallowed this breath abruptly and endured this shameful humiliation. Very wise choice. Su Lang flipped his wrist and sheathed his long sword. Prepare 5 million gold coins in one day, and send someone to the designated location on the map, so that it will not be delayed. As he said that, he threw out a map, and his figure gradually faded. And just when the figure was about to disappear completely, Su Lang's voice came again. By the way, Yi Feizhang, it's a matter of fact, I will still avenge my parents' revenge. I still say that, enjoy your last days, your death is not far away. As soon as the voice fell, Su Lang's clone completely disappeared in place. Puff! Yi Feizhang trembled for a while, then suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and shouted, Shuzi! Outside the barrier, the glazed tiger area. Ah, it hurts! Yi Lingfeng groaned in pain while clutching his broken arm, and the only hand left was 4 fingers. Su Lang, who was sitting among the 3 clones, slowly opened his eyes. Well, I'm still in good health. Su Lang took a deep breath and stretched. Using perfect bend can control the clone's every move, but it's very awkward. It's like putting an idea into a body without temperature, and there is no sense of the soul and body being in harmony at all. Ah, my hand! Yi Lingfeng was still screaming, snot and tears streaming down his face. Since he was a child, he was treated as an ancestor by the entire Yi family. When did he endure such pain? And the pain is not only physical, but also mental. After all, he will be disabled from now on, unless he takes the precious elixir that can regenerate a severed limb. But the lowest level of that kind of medicine pill is the 9th grade medicine pill. How can it be so easy to get? TSK, don't blame me. Su Lang said with a TSK, if you want to blame it, blame Yi Feizhang Luoli, he even dared to do something to me. But now you can rest assured, Yi Feizhang promised to buy you a dog's life with 5 million gold coins. Grandpa promised to save me. Great, I don't have to die. Yi Lingfeng was shocked, and a strong surprise appeared in his painful eyes. When Su Lang cut off his arm, he thought he had been given up. Hearing the great news at this moment, he immediately widened his eyes with excitement. Oh, don't get excited, the broken arm is bleeding. Su Lang sneered and threw out a healing elixir. Take it, don't bleed to death. Yes, yes, yes. Yi Lingfeng was so frightened when he saw the blood rushing like a broken arm water gun, he immediately swallowed the healing medicine. On the other side, in the Yi family mansion, Yi Feijiang was so angry that he spurted blood, and all the Yi family members were stunned with fright. Homeowner! Yi Feijiang's confidant, Yilin, came back to his senses and stepped forward to support Yi Feijiang. You calm down. Our Yi family can't live without you. Go away, do I need your help? Yi Feijiang swung his arm, and Yilin flew out dozens of meters in an instant. Patriarch, calm down. The people around the Yi family who also wanted to come forward to comfort them all fell to their knees in fear. A bunch of trash, go and raise 5 million gold coins for me immediately. Yi Feijiang pointed at the Yi family members in one place, and said with blood-red eyes, if you can't do it in one day, everyone will be buried with Lingfeng. Yes. The people of the Yi family didn't dare to sweat, and they hurriedly bowed and said yes. Get out! Yi Feijiang roared, and all of them disappeared within 3 seconds. Seeing everyone leave, Yi Feijiang's face was blushing and red, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned to the study. Boom! A small dark room was opened, and there was a stone platform on which was placed a small luxurious box. Opening the box, Yi Feijiang took out a black elixir from the box. Ming Ming Dan! Yi Feijiang held the medicinal pill in his hand and trembled slightly. This is a precious 9th order medicinal pill, which will greatly enhance its strength after taking it. As a price, the user will rot and die after a day, and the process is extremely painful. However, from the moment he made up his mind, Yi Feijiang had already put his life aside. In his heart, Yi Lingfeng is the hope of the entire Yi family, no one can compare. Therefore, it is not enough to rescue Yi Lingfeng, Yi Feijiang also wants to kill Su Lang, firstly to avenge the snow, and secondly to eradicate the future troubles for Yi Lingfeng. Su Lang, I don't want this life, you don't want to live. Yi Feijiang was full of blood, and his eyes were splitting. Immediately, he entered the retreat room with the black medicine pill. After half a day, Yilin came to the retreat room. Patriarch, we have sold a lot of assets and have raised 5 million gold coins. The door of the retreat room opened slowly, and Yi Feijiang walked out. He looked very spiritual, but there was an imperceptible death in his eyes. What about the gold coins? Yi Feijiang looked at Yilin, who was half kneeling, with a cold tone. It's all here. Yilin took out a bulging baggage. You don't have to think about it to know that there must be a lot of spirit stones inside. Yi Feijiang took the burden, put it into the space ring, and said, the order goes on, from now on, Yi Lingfeng will take over as the head of the Yi family. Homeowner. Yilin was shocked, and an unpleasant feeling rose in his heart. You don't need to say more. Yi Feijiang waved his hand and walked towards the door. At the same time, the Liulihu area. It should be almost time. Su Lang glanced at Yi Lingfeng. Let's go to the saber-toothed lion area. At this time, there were 5 clones around him, and it was obvious that the dead clone had recondensed. Yes. Yi Lingfeng endured the pain and nodded timidly. Su Lang stopped looking at Yi Lingfeng and walked forward in a good direction. Yet he had only just taken a step. Ding! Thunder Light True Art has reached the minor level. Readily. Su Lang's face was overjoyed. He felt that his body was a lot lighter, and obviously the level of movement skills had increased. Immediately, Su Lang replaced the Thunder Light True Art with the Overlord Armor Body Refinement Art. At this time, the exercises he was practicing became the Thunder Gang True Art and the Armored Body Refinement Art. The former can improve the attack, the latter make up for the lack of defense. Su Lang thought about it and asked, System, how long does it take for these 2 exercises to be promoted to the junior level? Host, it only takes 10 hours for Lei Gang True Art to reach the Xiaochang level. It only takes 15 hours to reach the minor level. Lei Gang Zhenju has been practiced for about 10 hours, and it will take about 20 hours in total. Su Lang pondered, and the armor body refinement technique only takes 15 hours in total. It seems that the training difficulty of the primary attribute exercises is higher than that of the intermediate fitness exercises. Just when Su Lang was thinking, another system prompt came. Ding! The Sea of Cultivation is full, is there a breakthrough? With the help of medicinal pills and the crazy advancement of one-click cultivation, the white villain turned golden again. Lao Jiao, is this the legendary double happiness? Su Lang raised his brows, and his eyes showed a hint of surprise. Immediately afterwards, he immediately chose to break through. Boom! A strange wave spread, and the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly gathered towards Su Lang like iron filings encountering a strong magnet. This scene fell into Yi Lingfeng's eyes, and immediately made him dumbfounded. This. It actually broke through again. Yi Lingfeng cried out in his heart as if he had seen a ghost. I was promoted from an ordinary person to a peak martial artist in a few days, but at this time I have broken through to the quasi-martial artist level. Is this still a human? You must know that he is of the highest quality, but he stayed at the peak martial artist for a whole year and a half before he could touch the threshold of a quasi-martial artist. In the past, Yi Lingfeng was quite proud of this, but compared to Su Lang at this time, he was nothing like a fart. Su Lang just glanced at Yi Lingfeng's reaction. Immediately, he looked at the changes in the attribute panel. I saw that the realm level was upgraded to a quasi-martial artist. The 4 attributes of attack, defense, movement, and endurance are also improved in all aspects. They have been upgraded to intermediate generals, quasi-generals plus, junior generals plus, and quasi-generals plus. Intermediate general. A flash of excitement flashed in Su Lang's eyes. This kind of combat power, although it is not comparable to Yi Feizhang, but if you use the magical skill of swallowing clones, each clone has the same strength as Su Lang, and swallowing one can greatly improve the combat power. And to deal with Yi Feizhang, Su Lang estimates that swallowing 1 or 2 clones is almost enough to hang him. I don't know what the face of the dignified Yi family's head will be when I hang and beat him. Su Lang walked forward, a faint sarcasm traced on the corner of his mouth. After about 2 hours, Su Lang and Yi Lingfeng appeared in a valley in the D-rank saber-toothed lion area. Here is the point of intersection he has set. At this time, a slender old man was sitting on a boulder in the valley. This man was Yi Feizhang. Yi Feizhang, we meet again. Su Lang smiled. I wonder if your 5 million gold coins are enough? Su Lang. I finally see you. Where's Lingfeng? Where is Lingfeng? The enemy was very jealous when they met, and when Yi Feizhang saw Su Lang, his originally calm face instantly became extremely hideous. It is also sad to say that almost all of his huge Yi family was tossed away, and he only saw the righteous master. However, who made him provoke Su Lang? Grandpa! I'm here, save me! Yi Lingfeng rushed out from among Su Lang's clones and shouted in surprise. Lingfeng, don't worry, I'll save you right away. Yi Feizhang was also very happy to see Yi Lingfeng. Immediately afterwards, he took out a burden from the space ring. Su Lang, here is the 5 million gold coins you want. These gold coins have been exchanged for 200 middle-grade spirit stones and 3 high-grade spirit stones, a lot. Give me a test and then talk. Su Lang raised his brows non-committally, otherwise, how would I know if it was a stone? Don't go too far. Yi Feizhang said with a cracked canthus. It's just a normal request, why are you so angry? Su Lang smiled lightly, if you don't want to, then forget it, this deal is not done. Wait. Yi Feizhang's complexion changed, and he immediately softened. Check it out. Immediately afterwards, he poured out the spiritual stones in the baggage, and then showed them to Su Lang one by one. Well, the number is correct. After the inspection, Su Lang nodded with satisfaction. Now you can trade. After saying that, Su Lang took Yi Lingfeng's shoulder and walked forward slowly. He came alone? How dare he be so careless? Yi Feizhang also saw this scene, and a surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he also walked towards Su Lang with the spiritual stone baggage. As the two sides got closer, the atmosphere became more and more tense. In the end, the two sides stopped at a distance of 3 meters. Yi Feizhang handed out the spirit stone, Su Lang pushed Yi Lingfeng out, and the delivery was successfully completed. Go! As soon as Yi Feizhang grabbed Yi Lingfeng's shoulder, he immediately led him back quickly. In an instant, the two came to the top of the valley. TSK, are you so afraid of me? Su Lang looked at Yi Feizhang, whose eyebrows were burning, showing a hint of sneer. Ha 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 ha. Scared of you. Yi Feizhang looked down at Su Lang with a sneer on his face. Little Su Lang, do you know how excited I am to see you? How much I want to laugh. I originally thought that you would send a subordinate to take over, so I specially prepared a life-chasing bird to follow your trail. But I didn't expect that you would dare to appear in front of me in person. Ha ha ha, you are so arrogant. Without Lingfeng as a shield, do you think that you can retreat from my hands with the help of those white-robed subordinates? Delusion. In order to kill you, I took the Ningming pill. Even if you both go together, I can kill you all. And before you die, I will definitely let you experience all the tortures of the Yi family, making you feel the pain. Life is better than death. The more Yi Feizhang said, the more distorted and hideous his face became. His hatred for Su Lang was so monstrous. Ning Ming Dan? It doesn't sound like a good thing. You must be in pain now, right? Su Lang laughed. It's a pity that all your pain will be in vain, because you are the one who died today. Can you kill me? What a big joke. Yi Feijiang laughed wildly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. In an instant, the entire valley was shrouded in it. Under this powerful momentum, Su Lang raised his brows. See, this is my current strength, stronger than ordinary senior generals. Yi Feijiang scorned Su Lang to his heart's content. Little Su Lang, you can't even run for your life, how can you kill me? That's right. Su Lang's chop suey, just because you want to beat my grandfather? What a wishful thinking. Yi Lingfeng also jumped and shouted, after my grandfather subdues you, I will strip you Lingqi alive, cut you to pieces alive, and then smash your body into tens of thousands of pieces to vent my hatred. Little Su Lang. Yi Feijiang's face was full of contempt. You kneel down now and beg for mercy. I can also consider letting you suffer one or two less tortures. Yi Feijiang, your strength is beyond my expectations. However, do you think you'll be able to conquer me if you are promoted to a high-ranking general? A sneer appeared on the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Tell you, it's you who died today. Dead duck has a tough mouth. Yi Feijiang snorted coldly, pulled out his long sword, and a trace of cruelty appeared in his eyes. But just when he was about to start devouring the clone, Su Lang's thoughts moved, and a clone disappeared silently. In an instant, a powerful wave was uploaded from him. This is the aura of a high-level general. No! How is it possible? How could he have such a powerful aura? Yi Feijiang and Yi Lingfeng were horrified at the same time, and their eyes were full of disbelief. But before they could recover from their shock, another white-robed man disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the momentum on Su Lang swelled again, sweeping across the valley like a raging wind. The pinnacle general! Yi Feijiang's eyes bulged sharply, and the eyeballs were about to fall out. Yi Lingfeng was even more horrified. His face was full of dementia, and his soul was almost gone. This is scary like this? It's not over yet. Su Lang sneered and devoured a clone again, and the momentum on his body rushed out like a tsunami. Quite, quasi-martial commander. Yi Feijiang roared in horror. His voice was hysterical and heartbreaking. On the side, Yi Lingfeng sat down on the ground. A sharp stone pierced his ditch, but he didn't react at all, as if he had lost his mind. God, tell me, it's not true. Yi Feijiang screamed in his heart, hysterical and heartbreaking. He took the precious Ningming pill and sacrificed his life to raise his strength to a small realm. However, Su Lang did nothing, and his strength increased layer by layer, reaching the level of a quasi-martial commander. Yi Feijiang really doubts life. Looking at Yi Feijiang and Yi Lingfeng with different expressions, Su Lang smiled coldly and called out the attribute panel directly. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, quasi-martialist, attack level, quasi-martial commander, defense level, senior general plus, movement level, peak general plus, endurance level, senior general plus, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Chasing Soul, Advanced, Entry, Lei Si Jinju, Primary, Small Success, Lei Guang Jinju, Primary, Small Success, Lei Gang Jinju, Primary, Entry, Beijia Body Forging Technique, Intermediate, Beginner. Clouds and Smokes Wrapped Silk Step, Intermediate, Beginner, Mianwu Body Forging Technique, Intermediate, Beginner, 9 Elephant Stepping Mountain Technique, Intermediate, Beginner. Some exercises have been omitted. Activated System Functions, One-Click Training Function, Level 5, One-Click Martial Arts Function, Level 5, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 5, One-Click Treasure Hunt Function, Level 3, with such combat power, who can stop it? Su Lang sneered and pulled out the purple spirit sword again and again, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Ling Feng, let's go. Yi Feijiang was terrified, grabbed Yi Lingfeng's shoulder and threw it away. Immediately afterwards, he held a long sword and rushed towards Su Lang desperately. At this moment, Yi Feijiang's only thought was to preserve the only hope of the Yi family. It's just that he never imagined that Yi Lingfeng had been beaten by Su Lang to the point that his belief collapsed, and he was self-isolating. Chasing the soul, Suo. Looking at Yi Feijiang rushing over, Su Lang snorted coldly, and the long sword stabbed forward without any fancy. Chasing the soul, condensing. At the critical moment, Yi Feijiang used the defensive sword move and soul chasing to block in front of him. Dingying. A piercing sound of gold and iron clashing pierced through the sky. Yi Feijiang's body was like a puppet thrown by a giant, and it smashed into a huge rock. Boom! The boulder exploded with a bang, sending smoke and dust everywhere. Yi Feijiang vomited blood, his face was frightened and desperate. Humph! Su Lang snorted softly, and the next sword was about to take Yi Feizhang's life. And right now. Be merciful. A loud shout came, and the three figures rushed into the valley. Their breaths were disordered, apparently they had just arrived. Who dares to stop me? Su Lang frowned and looked at the sound. I saw a man with a dignified appearance, a broad chest, and a great power. The other two, one is fat, 2 eyebrows are thick like ink, and the other is 8 feet tall and full of beards. These 3 people exude strong spiritual energy fluctuations, and they are all military commanders. After a second guess, Su Lang knew that these 3 were the other 3 general-level masters in Hongfeng City. Yinzhou Guard. Bao Zheng's patriarch. Yu Feng's patriarch. When Yi Feizhang saw these 3 people, he immediately shouted with joy. He didn't know why these 3 people appeared here, but he knew that if these 3 people dragged Su Lang, his grandson would be safer. Patriarch Yi, how could you? The 3 of Yinzhou approached and looked at Yi Feizhang in disbelief. They never expected that the dignified Yi family's patriarch, a military commander-level powerhouse, would be beaten like this. In the same way, they never expected that Su Lang would become so strong in such a short period of time. That terrifying aura had already approached martial commander. This is simply incredible. But the fact is right in front of them, and they have to believe it. Originally, the 3 of Yinzhou were also very interested in Su Lang's secret. But seeing Yi Feizhang's tragic situation, they all put away their thoughts that they shouldn't have. After all, it is a sin for the weak to hold treasures, and it is a matter of course for the strong to hold treasures. Patriarch Yi, I will heal you. Bao Zheng hesitated for a moment, took out a bottle of medicine pill, and walked towards Yi Feizhang. Wait. The 3 of you are really leisurely, to appear here by such a coincidence. Su Lang smiled coldly. Could it be that the 3 of you covet my secrets too? As soon as these words came out, the 3 of Yinzhou froze for a while. How long has no one dared to speak to them like that? They instinctively wanted to get angry, but all 3 of them held back in unison. Look at Yi Feizhang's dead dog-like appearance, angry? Looking for death. Forehead, Yinzhou sneered. I have heard the name of the Duke for a long time. Today, can you be more straightforward? Su Lang interrupted directly. Do you mean to covet my secrets? Su Lang also knew that the matter between him and the Yi family was so turbulent that it was impossible for Yinzhou and others to have not investigated him. However, the investigation is the investigation, and if I know something, it's okay to rot in my stomach. If you dare to show your teeth and claws, you will chop it up. Of course not. Yinzhou was directly questioned by Su Lang, and he felt unhappy, but he still held back. It's not good. Su Lang snorted coldly. If you dare to interfere with my revenge, I will kill you all. With that said, Su Lang walked towards Yi Feizhang with his long sword in hand. Mr. Su Lang, the Yi family has paid a huge price, and Yi Feizhang has done the same. At this time, Yinzhou stepped forward with a ha and said, Look, can we stop this matter? Yu Feng and Bao Zhang looked at Su Lang at the same time. From what they thought, in Yinzhou's face, Su Lang should give up. After all, Yinzhou's identity is the guard stationed by the Warrior Alliance in Red Maple City. However, Su Lang didn't buy it at all. That's it. Joke. Su Lang sneered, no matter how much they pay, they can't keep my parents alive. What I want is blood for blood. But Su Lang, I have already received a warning from the superiors that there is an abnormality in the first generation of the Red Maple City stronghold, and it is estimated that a wave of fierce beasts is about to break out. Yinzhou showed sadness and lowered his posture again. Every time the tide of beasts, the Red Maple City is shaken by wind and rain, we need the strength of Yi Feizhang. Su Lang, but I beg you to spare him once and let him fight for Hongfeng City, how about it? Oh? Is the tide of beasts going to break out? Su Lang raised his brows and sneered. What about the beast tide? They are nothing more than vulnerable reptiles. After all, Su Lang moved and disappeared in place. Not good. The expressions of Yinzhou and others changed greatly. But it was too late when they wanted to stop Su Lang, and Su Lang had already appeared in front of Yi Feizhang. Go to hell, no one can save you today. Su Lang slashed out with a sword, and the light of the sword came down like thunder, and instantly fell on Yi Feizhang's head. Do not! Yi Feizhang roared unwillingly, and was immediately cut in half by a sword. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying thunderbolt exploded, burning his body to ashes. Ding! You get Space Ring *1, Advanced Spirit Soldier *1. When the system prompt came, Su Lang felt at ease. You actually killed Yi Feizhang. Bao Zheng pointed at Su Lang angrily, his mouth trembling when he spoke. Yinzhou and Yu Feng were also shocked. A generation of military commander-level powerhouses, even if they say kill, kill. What? You have a problem with me? Su Lang turned his eyes and stared at Bao Zhang, and a cold killing intent gradually spread out. Voodoo. Bao Zhang shrank his neck and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Compared with Yi Feizhang before taking Ningming pill, how could he dare to be the enemy of Su Lang? If the three of you dare to say another word, don't blame me for killing people without mercy. Su Lang sheathed his long sword, dropped a word coldly, and was about to leave. But right now, the sky and the earth suddenly darkened, and the clear sky instantly turned into dark clouds. A strange breath permeated between heaven and earth. The next moment, hundreds of blood-red beams of light shot up into the sky, and it turned out that all the strongholds outside the city turned on the warning beam. This is. The expressions of the three Inzhou people changed drastically in an instant. The tide of beasts once every 10 years? Su Lang's expression also changed. This kind of vision had been experienced once before, and he naturally knew what it meant. Ho-hoo! A furious low roar came. Su Lang followed the sound and saw a saber-toothed lion whose size had skyrocketed 4 or 5 times, staring at them with blood-red eyes. It can be seen that under the influence of that strange breath, the strength of this saber-toothed lion has increased by at least half a small realm. Moreover, the saber-toothed lion has lost all reason at this time, and he can't even feel the fear. Ho-hoo! In the next second, the saber-toothed lion rushed over in an extremely tyrannical manner. Humph! Su Lang kicked a stone and directly exploded the saber-toothed lion's head. The dead saber-toothed lion gradually shrank back to its original size. It's really a tide of beasts. Yu Feng's eyes were full of horror. Whatever you want to say, the city barriers are currently under maintenance, and the defense is not at all 80% of the usual. And Yi Feizhang is dead. Bao Zhang didn't care whether he could beat Su Lang or not. He pointed at Su Lang and shouted, "Now, the strength to resist the beast tide is even more insufficient. It's all you. Begging you so much, and you still, don't talk more." Qing Zhou hurriedly stopped Bao Zhang. He knew that if Bao Zhang dared to say it again, the end would be miserable. Bao Zhang calmed down after being stopped by Yin Zhou, and looked at Su Lang with a hint of fear. "Mr. Su Lang, I'm afraid I'm going to trouble you to take action this time." Yin Zhou turned around and bowed to Su Lang with a sincere expression. "Sure." Su Lang nodded lightly. As a member of the human race, he also did not want the Red Maple City to be destroyed by the beasts. "That's great," Yin Zhou is grateful. Yin Zhou bowed again. With the help of Su Lang, it will be much easier to fight the beast tide. "It's not too late." Yu Feng said anxiously, "Let's go back and deploy the defense." But at this time, Bao Zhang suddenly shouted in horror, "Look! What is that?" Su Lang, Yin Zhou, and Yu Feng looked in the direction Bao Zhang was pointing, and saw 5 super beasts hundreds of meters high in the distance. The 5 fierce beasts were of different types, namely a black wolf, a red fox, a giant elephant, a golden tiger, and a cyan giant snake with a single white horn on its forehead. And on the white horn of the cyan giant snake, a large amount of cyan flames lingered unexpectedly. This flame roams through the air like a living creature, and outlines abstract dragon-shaped lines. That's a different fire, Qinglian dragon pattern fire. Inzhou's face was pale, his eyes were lost, and he trembled. It's over. What's the end of it? Isn't it just 5 C-rank beasts with inflated bodies? Looking at Inzhou and the 3 who were fading away from each other, Su Lang asked in confusion. "That's right, it's a C-rank beast, but that crystal scale green snake has a strange fire." Bao Zhang said anxiously, "Do you know what Ihua is?" "Do you know? Okay." Su Lang's eyes froze, and a trace of murderous intent burst out. Bao Zhang only felt a terrifying sense of crisis engulfed him, and his whole body was instantly horrified, and he immediately froze. Humph! Su Lang is really annoying to Bao Zhang, this guy. If it weren't for the current wave of fierce beasts, he would have already fired his sword just now. "Mr. Su, calm down, let me tell you." At this time, Yin Zhou, whose face was ashen and defeated, said, "Ihua is the super flame of heaven and earth. There are a total of 22 kinds of different fires that are known now, and they are divided into 4 levels of heaven and earth, black and yellow. The body of this fierce beast is a yellow-level strange fire, Qinglian dragon pattern fire. But even a yellow-level strange fire like Qinglian dragon fire is very terrifying. Once it is refined for your own use, it is equivalent to mastering a perfection-level advanced attribute exercise. Moreover, it is said that there are other magical things about the different fire, but this is not what I can know." Lying noisy, Ihua is so arrogant? Su Lang sucked in a breath and widened his eyes in shock. Advanced attribute exercises, and it is at the perfection level. How much combat power does it have to increase? At this time, Yin Zhou continued, "Of course, refining the strange fire is not that simple. 99% of those who try to refine the strange fire have burned themselves with fire. This crystal scale green snake is estimated to be more in line with the Qinglian dragon pattern fire, and it is only possible to refine it with great luck. At this time, I estimate that the strength of this crystal scale green snake has reached the martial commander level. With the addition of the other 4 C-rank beasts, our red maple city. I'm afraid we won't be able to keep it. In the end, Inzhou's eyes were red. As the guard of the Red Maple City Martial Artist Alliance, he participated in 3 terrifying wars against the Beast Tide. Every time I managed to keep it. For 30 or 40 years, he has long regarded the Red Maple City stronghold as his home. But now, the home is about to be destroyed. Inzhou guard, we can only use the escape plan. Yu Feng took a deep breath and said tremblingly. Right. Bao Zhang shouted in horror, let's run away while it's still too late. We can only do this, Inzhou nodded sadly. The so-called escape plan is to take a small number of elites to escape from Hongfeng City through the rare airships. This means that they will give up 99% of the people in Red Maple City. Leave the Green Hills without worrying about no firewood, let's go. Bao Zhang nodded fiercely, he couldn't wait to escape anyway. Let's go. Inzhou glanced at the crystal scale green snake again and turned around with Yu Feng to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Su Lang's faint voice came from behind. Mr. Su Lang. Yu Feng was also a little anxious. If he stayed here again, the entire Red Maple City would be ruined. You can't beat that crystal scale green snake. It doesn't mean I can't beat it. The corner of Su Lang's mouth outlined a smile. I will protect the Red Maple City this time. You guys, just fight. What touch? The 3 of Inzhou were stunned, they couldn't believe their ears. Mr. Su Lang, that is a beast with a strange fire. Yu Fenghun said in shock, its strength is estimated to have reached the martial commander level, how could you possibly beat it? Yes, Mr. Su Lang. Inzhou also couldn't believe it, although you can kill Yi Feizhang, you haven't reached the level of military commander. Do you think I'm stupid? Su Lang smiled noncommittally, since I dare to say something like that, I naturally have it in my heart. Just now, he had penetrated the strength of the 5 C-rank beasts through the attribute panel. The black wolf, the red fox, the giant elephant, and the golden tiger are all C-class beasts. Although their strength has increased under the influence of that strange aura, they are only equivalent to the level of middle and high-level generals. And the crystal scale green snake with the green lotus dragon pattern fire has the attack level of a junior military commander and the other 3 attributes of a senior military general. This level of combat power is indeed not something that Su Lang can deal with at present. But don't forget, only after Su Lang swallowed 3 clones, he has the combat power of a quasi-martial commander. If this devoured a few more clones, it would be a proper martial arts commander. Mr. Su, do you really have a solution? Inzhou also didn't believe that Su Lang was a fool. Seeing that Su Lang was confident, he asked with a glimmer of hope. Don't believe it? Then let me keep your eyes open. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth, and instantly swallowed the remaining 2 clones. In an instant, an overwhelming terrifying aura erupted from his body. A violent whirlwind was directly set off within a radius of several hundred meters, and the 3 of Inzhou were horrified, almost unsteady. Martial commander level. What secret technique is this? Is it true that I have crossed a great realm in an instant? Oh my god, this is incredible. The 3 of Inzhou looked like they had seen a ghost, their eyes were going to explode. Su Lang was used to the fuss of the 3 of them. He smiled slightly and opened the attribute panel. Name, Su Lang, race, human, qualification level, turbidity, realm level, quasi-martialist, attack level, junior martial commander plus, defense level, quasi-martial commander plus, movement level, junior martial commander, endurance level, quasi-martial commander plus, mastering the exercises, Boundless Heart Sutra, Chasing Soul, advanced, entry, Lei Xijin Ju, primary, small success. Lei Guangjin Ju, primary, small success. Lei Gangjin Ju, primary, entry, Beijia body forging technique. Intermediate, beginner, clouds and smokes wrapped silk step. Intermediate, beginner, Mianwu body forging technique. Intermediate, beginner, 9 elephant stepping mountain technique. Intermediate, beginner. Some exercises have been omitted. Activated system functions, one-click training function, level 5, one-click martial arts function, level 5, clone dispatch function, level 5, one-click treasure hunt function, level 3, only a junior martial commander plus? Su Lang raised his brows. It seems that after crossing a big realm, the improvement of swallowing clones will also be weakened. It's a pity that I don't have enough funds, otherwise I spend 10 million gold coins to upgrade the clone dispatch to level 6, and then swallow the 6th clone. it is estimated that I can reach the intermediate martial arts level. However, the current combat power is also sufficient. Although the crystal scale green snake has a high attack level, the other three are only high-level generals. Killing it is as easy as the palm of your hand. Thinking of this, Su Lang smiled lightly, turned around and said to Inzhou, "Don't be stunned." At this time, the people in Hongfeng City panicked and were extremely frightened. "You all hurry back to settle your heart, command the martial artist to guard the barrier, and hand over those C-rank beasts to me." At this moment, Su Lang has become a well-deserved leader. Yes. Lord Su Lang. The three of Inzhou were very excited, like a turbulent sea. With Su Lang, a general-level powerhouse, Red Maple City can be defended, and they don't have to leave their hometowns and flee to other places. Go! Su Lang waved his hand, and the high-level spirit soldier long sword obtained from Yi Feizhang appeared in his hand. This sword circulates a deep light, and the blade is like a cliff standing on the wall, and its lethality is stronger than that of the purple spirit sword. Holding a long sword, Su Lang stepped on his foot and rushed out for hundreds of meters in an instant. In a blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the eyes of the three Inzhou. "Lord Su Lang, please." Inzhou murmured, and Yu Fengbao was rushing towards the barrier. When Su Lang, Inzhou and the others split up, hundreds of strongholds outside the city also began to evacuate quickly before the tide of beasts fully formed. 10 minutes later, the tide of fierce beasts in the mountains and plains has formed a trend of rowing mountains and seas. Countless irrational beasts crowded together, rushing towards the towering barriers of Hongfeng City like a tsunami. They are brutal and ruthless, and anything that is contaminated with human breath is the target of their destruction. A large number of human warriors were caught up, bitten, and devoured by them, and I don't know how many people died in a short period of time. Su Lang moved fast in the vast wilderness, and the densely packed beasts were not afraid of his powerful aura, and frantically hunted and killed them. Su Lang took one sword after another. Any beast who dared to step within 3 meters would end up with only one word: death. In the torrent-like tide of fierce beasts, Su Lang forcibly cut a terrifying blood path and quickly extended towards the crystal-scaled green snake. On the other side, tens of thousands of warriors appeared on the general barriers of the Red Maple City mountains. Almost the entire Red Maple City's official warriors have been recruited, even the peak body tempering. At the same time, the 1,000-meter-high barrier in the upper part of the Martial Artist Alliance building in the center of the city quickly lit up with mysterious lines, and a layer of transparent mask gradually covered the entire Red Maple City. These mysterious patterns are the formations engraved by the noble magicians, with powerful defensive and offensive capabilities. However, even with these powerful formations guarding, those warriors are pale. Because this time, there were 5 C-rank beasts attacking the city. Besides, there were countless D-rank and E-rank beasts. The number alone made people desperate. In the past few minutes, the recent wave of fierce beasts has spread under the barrier. Prepare. Shoot. A martial artist gave an order, and hundreds of martial artists drew their bows and arrows in unison, and threw the sharp arrows out. Without waiting for another order, the warriors fired a second arrow. A bow and arrow almost turned into an automatic rifle in their hands, and the firepower was extremely ferocious. At the same time, the more powerful crossbows also fired. The crossbow arrow shot into the wave of fierce beasts like a cockroach, and instantly penetrated a distance of dozens of meters. Almost every terrifying crossbow arrow can kill dozens or hundreds of beasts. However, even such a powerful firepower could not stop the pace of the beast tide. Boom! There was a loud noise from a certain direction of the barrier, and a tsunami-like tide of beasts hit the defense mask. The next moment, the lines of Xian-Ao's formation were bright. A terrifying shockwave suddenly ejected, and countless fierce beasts instantly became meat patties, and a vacuum area appeared under the barrier. Immediately afterwards, dense thunder and lightning erupted from the barrier, and I don't know how many beasts were directly beaten to ashes. However, the number of beasts is simply too many. They rushed forward desperately, and even with the terrifying thunder and lightning, they began to attack the defensive mask. Damn it! Before the sea-level beasts arrived, the defensive mask began to withstand the attack. A warrior's face was hideous, with madness and despair in his eyes. If this goes on like this, the barriers will definitely be destroyed. Yeah. According to the current trend, even if Lord Inzhou and the others take action, they will not be able to turn the tide. It's over. This time we will definitely not be able to hold on. What should we do? Do we all need to be here? The surrounding warriors were infected by the panicked atmosphere, and all began to become desperate. At this moment, suddenly one person was horrified and shouted while pointing into the distance. Look! the 5 C-rank beasts have stopped. Everyone looked over in shock, only to see that the C-rank beast that was hundreds of meters high really stopped. God, what the hell is going on? There has never been a precedent for a C-rank beast stopping halfway before. Are they brewing some terrifying ultimate move? The moment the C-rank beast stopped, there was an uproar on the entire barrier. Almost all the warriors who saw the scene were shocked. As for the reason for this abnormal phenomenon, probably only the 3 of Inzhou knew. Master Su Lang stopped them. Inzhou was ecstatic and couldn't help clenching his fists. Yes, it must be Lord Su Lang. Yufeng and Baozhang also widened their eyes, full of surprises. Quick, hasn't the plan been fully deployed yet? Inzhou turned around and said to Feng Bao, speed up and let someone you trust lead the army for us. We will immediately assist Lord Su Lang. Okay. Let's work together, and we won't let that C-rank beast get close to the barrier. Yufeng nodded solemnly, and immediately went to deploy and prepare to fight out of the city. On this occasion, Su Lang was standing on the top of a rocky mountain peak. His whole body was covered with the blood of the beast, and the blood kept dripping, even forming a pool of blood under his feet. Hundreds of meters away, there are 5 terrifying C-class beasts: the black wolf with demon eyes, the rainbow jade red fox, the ancient giant elephant, the bloodthirsty golden tiger, and the crystal-scaled green snake that is comparable to a military commander. At this moment, the 5 huge beasts were all staring at Su Lang. There was a hint of instinctive fear in the eyes of the tyrannical beasts, including the black wolf with demon eyes. Obviously, they also felt the powerful breath of Su Lang. On the contrary, the crystal-scale green snake looked at Su Lang with a hint of contempt. Looks like you guys are smarter than those idiots. A sneer appeared on the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Unfortunately, this can't change the fate of your impending death. Roar! The crystal-scale green snake seemed to sense Su Lang's ridicule, and suddenly roared in anger, his voice piercing the sky. Immediately afterwards, it swung its body and swooped down carrying the endless blue lotus dragon pattern fire. At the same time, the 4 behemoths including the black wolf with demon eyes also attacked Su Lang one after another, and the overwhelming shadows drowned him in an instant. Humph! Su Lang snorted disdainfully, turned his eyes, and put it on Hongyu. I'll take your sacrificial sword first. In the next millisecond, Su Lang stepped on the top of the rock with 1 foot, rose into the sky, and disappeared in place in an instant. From a distance, a black line passed through the air and connected to the Hongyu red fox. Squeaky! Hongyu only felt a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped his body, his fur suddenly stood up, and he wanted to dodge. However, in front of Su Lang's high-level martial arts skills, it didn't have any chance to dodge at all. Chasing the soul, Suo. Su Lang fell between the eyes of Hongyu, and the sharp long sword instantly pierced through its eyebrows. Squeak! Hongyu's pupils shrank like needles, and a scream of pain and despair came out of her mouth. Boom! A burst of violent lightning shot out from the blade, directly burning its brain into a pile of coke. I saw Hongyu froze all over, and the huge body shrunk sharply like a deflated ball, and finally turned into the original body shape of dozens of meters. This scene fell into the eyes of the warriors far away on the barrier, as if the Hongyu red fox gradually disappeared. In an instant, the warriors on the entire barrier were stunned. Immediately afterwards, countless warriors began to discuss with great excitement. My God, did you see clearly what happened? I only saw those C-rank beasts suddenly get angry and attack the mountain, and then the red fox beasts quickly became smaller and disappeared. It was killed. It was the same when those sea-level beasts that attacked the city died before. Such a powerful beast died so inexplicably. What's not clear? There must be strong people fighting against them. There are strong people guarding our Red Maple City? That's great. A large number of warriors are discussing with enthusiasm. It looks like the oil pan is boiling. At the top of the barrier, the 3 of Inzhou were also shocked and excited, and they couldn't help but talk. I didn't expect Lord Su Lang to kill a C-rank so quickly, so strong. As expected of a military commander-level powerhouse, it's really too fierce to be able to fight back in the siege of 5 such terrifying beasts. Yeah, it's too powerful. It's harder than taking the head of an enemy general among thousands of troops. Our Red Maple City can be guarded by Lord Su Lang, which is really lucky. But at this moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. Look! That ancient giant elephant is getting smaller, and it has also been killed. Not only the ancient giant elephant, but also the magic-eyed black wolf, it is also rapidly getting smaller. XNDNG*. Dan, look over there, the bloodthirsty golden tiger is on the run. God, it's not moving. It's getting smaller. It's also dead. What kind of powerhouse is he that can kill 4 C-rank beasts in such a short period of time? This scene is so shocking, my heart is shaking. Countless warriors stared at the area where Su Lang was, with endless admiration and awe in their eyes. The 3 of Yinzhou were also shocked and froze in place, their faces full of dull expressions. After a while, the dementia on the faces of the 3 gradually turned to surprise. I didn't expect Lord Su Lang to be so strong, I still want to help Master Su Lang. It's ridiculous to think about it. Master Su Lang is so powerful, this time we can not only defend the Red Maple City, but even wipe out the beast tide. Yes. As long as this tide of beasts is completely wiped out, we will be better off in the next 50 or 60 years. Quick, let's go to personally command the martial arts warriors, and we must guard the barriers. Exactly. Just when there was joy on the barrier, Su Lang was also in a good mood. Because he has just harvested the whole body materials of 4 full C-rank beasts, which can be worth millions of gold coins. That's right, C-class beasts are so valuable. Roar! At this time, the crystal scale green snake roared angrily, and immediately brought endless flames and slammed it. Whispering sound. Su Lang pouted in disdain. Now, it's your turn. When he killed the Hongyu red fox and other 4 beasts just now, the crystal scale green snake also launched attacks. However, its movement level is only high-level military commander level, and it was played around by Su Lang throughout the whole process. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the crystal scale green snake rushed in front of Su Lang, and the sky-high Qinglian dragon-marked fire seemed to devour the world. Chasing the soul, Toru. Su Lang flipped his wrist, and the rolling thunder poured down with an earth-shattering sword light. Bang 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 bang! The endless thunder and the Qinglian dragon pattern fire are intertwined, making continuous explosions. Su Lang's thunder is much weaker than Qinglian's dragon pattern fire. Almost in the next second, the purple thunder was completely swallowed by the cyan flame. But in this second, Su Lang's long sword also slashed at the neck of the crystal scale green snake. Gotcha! There was a tooth-crushing sound, and a large number of crystal-clear scales splashed around with blood. A huge sword wound abruptly covered half of the neck of the crystal scale green snake. Hoo-hoo! The crystal scale green snake roared in pain and anger, turned its head and opened its huge mouth like a small lake, and bit down fiercely. At the same time, countless green lotus dragon pattern fires drowned Su Lang fiercely. Lei came. Su Lang turned around, dodging the large mouth of the crystal scale green snake, and a large amount of thunder burst out from his body again. The rolling thunder was soon annihilated by the Qinglian dragon pattern fire again. But at the same time, it also won a chance for Su Lang to make a sword. Chasing the soul, Suo. The long sword in Su Lang's hand instantly pierced into the wound on the neck of the crystal scale green snake. This time, there are no hard scales to stop it. A terrifying sword light shrouded in thunder and lightning burst out from the other side of the crystal scale green snake's neck. His roar, the crystal scale green snake made a miserable and weak roar, and the green lotus dragon pattern fire also dissipated. Its huge body fell down weakly, making a deafening sound. We are victorious. We have defended the Red Maple City stronghold. Great, now we can live a stable life for decades. On the barrier, the warriors who saw the crystal scale green snake fell down shouted excitedly. The 3 of Yinzhou were also excited, and could not wait to scream in the sky. Su Lang is here. After the crystal scale green snake was completely dead, its body began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When its body returned to its original size, it disappeared directly in place. Ding! You got Qinglian Dragon Pattern Fire 1, Crystal Scale Green Snake Horn 1, Crystal Scale Green Snake Eye 2, Crystal Scale Green Snake Fangs 2, Crystal Scale Green Snake Scales * 366, ding. Detected a different fire Qinglian Dragon Pattern Fire, is it refining? Lying noisy. Su Lang opened his mouth wide in surprise. He never imagined that the system could actually help him refine the strange fire. This is simply awesome. System, immediately refine the Qinglian Dragon Pattern Fire for me. Su Lang made a decisive decision and immediately issued an order. Ding! Start refining the Qinglian Dragon Pattern Fire, the remaining time is 24 hours. The system prompt came, and the Qinglian Dragon Pattern Fire in the storage space disappeared immediately. So cool, so cool. Su Lang's expression was excited, this is so cool. It is difficult for other people to refine the strange fire, and even lose their lives if they are not careful. But Su Lang only needs to wait 24 hours to master the Qinglian Dragon Pattern Fire easily. How can it be unhappy that such a good thing falls on his head? At this time, Su Lang, who was so cool, remembered that he still had 5 million gold coins that were useless. 5 million gold coins, how many system functions can this be upgraded? System, deposit all the gold coins and spirit stones for me. Su Lang excitedly said, then upgrade the system functions for me, and upgrade all that can be upgraded. Ding! All gold coins and spirit stones have been deposited. Ding! Consuming 1 million gold coins, the 1 key training function has been upgraded to level 6, and the training speed has been increased to 64 times the base speed. Ding! Consuming 1 million gold coins, the 1-click martial arts function has been upgraded to level 6, and the training speed has been increased to 32 times the base speed. Ding! Consuming 100,000 gold coins, the 1-click treasure hunt function has been upgraded to level 4, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 16. Ding! Consuming 1 million gold coins, the 1-click treasure hunt function has been upgraded to level 5, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 32. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded the 1-click treasure hunt function to level 5, and the treasure hunt efficiency and life-saving ability of the flying glider have been doubled. The wonderful system prompts keep coming, which is even more refreshing than the screaming of the best crush. What? At this moment, Su Lang, whose face was full of joy, suddenly let out a surprise. He found that the strange aura that permeated between heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, revealing the brilliant sun. Immediately afterwards, the beasts who were madly attacking the city gradually returned to their original size and began to flee in a hurry. It's really weird, it's like someone is behind the scenes. Su Lang squinted his eyes and looked at the sky, then shook his head and put his eyes on the crowd of fierce beasts. Such a dense population of beasts is a good time to harvest. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and rushed into the ferocious beasts with his long sword in hand. The next moment, a terrifying river of blood reappeared among the scattered beasts. With the power of one person, Su Lang turned out to be like a giant ship that pierced the waves, moving fast among the ferocious beasts. All the beasts standing in the way were killed by his sword. Ding ding ding, system prompts kept coming, and in a short period of time, there was an extra hill of beast materials in the storage space. At the same time, the warriors on the barrier also discovered Su Lang's figure, and they were immediately excited. Look! That's the one who killed 5 C-rank beasts. So young. It looks like he is less than 20 years old. This adult must be a super evildoer who has not been seen in 100 years. I've decided that from now on, this adult will be my idol, and I must know his name. I adore him so much, I really want to fight bloody battles with him. The faces of many warriors were excited, and there was deep admiration in their eyes. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came. Oh my god, did you find out that this lord looks exactly like Su Lang, who is wanted by the Yi family? When everyone looked closely, they were instantly horrified. Almost all warriors of the Yi family have seen the wanted order, so there are many people who know Su Lang's appearance. At this time, someone reminded everyone that Su Lang was immediately recognized. It really looks exactly like Su Lang. Could it be that this lord is the one wanted by the Yi family? It should be right. You found out that the Yi family is dead now. Yes, many core members of the Yi family, including Yi Feijian, did not show up today. Look, why is the Yi family's warrior's face so ugly? Could it be that this lord is really Su Lang? I think it should be. The Yi family dares to provoke this adult, and dare to issue a wanted order. It is completely courting death. Yes, I think so too. Yi Feijiang and others did not appear. They must have been cleaned up by Lord Su Lang. It's up to you to take the blame. You take the blame. There was a lot of discussion, and the truth was quickly analyzed. Everyone obeys. At this time, Yin Zhou's voice suddenly spread throughout the audience. Follow the footsteps of Lord Su Lang, chase down the scattered beasts, and do it immediately. As soon as these words came out, Su Lang's identity was immediately confirmed. All the warriors sighed, that's true, and immediately again expressed contempt for the Yi family's oversight. And the warriors of the Yi family were pale and almost desperate. Offending a powerful man like Su Lang made them want to sentence the Yi family directly. Next, the barrier defense mask gradually disappeared, and the warriors rushed out excitedly. They hunted the scattered beasts in groups and expanded the results of victory. The beasts were defeated like a mountain, and their combat power was greatly reduced. Under the pursuit of tens of thousands of warriors, they died in pieces. At this time, Su Lang also killed himself under the barrier. His fierce slaughter of fierce beasts, and the river of blood that represents death, aroused the admiration and awe of many warriors. With his young and handsome appearance coupled with his incomparable strength, he instantly won the hearts of many girls. Suddenly, ding! The duration of the swallowed clone is over, and the swallowed clone falls into the cooling time. The terrifying military commander level aura on Su Lang gradually disappeared, and finally fell to the military commander level. Immediately afterwards, the general level aura slowly hibernated, and Su Lang suddenly had only the quasi-martial master level aura fluctuations and a deep feeling. At this time, Yin Zhou, Yufeng, and Bao Zhang walked out of the barrier in person. When they noticed that Su Lang only had a quasi-martial master level spiritual energy fluctuation, they were immediately stunned. When Su Lang killed Yi Feizheng before, he exuded an abyss-like quasi-martial handsomeness, and they thought that Su Lang was at least a military commander. Even if they were given 100 heads, they would never have imagined that Su Lang's real realm was only at the level of a quasi-martial master. This, Lord Su Lang is only a quasi-martial master realm. That is to say, Lord Su Lang almost straddled two great realms, beheading the powerful crystal scale green snake. This is too perverted. Is this really something that humans can do? My God, am I dreaming? Injo's three people's brains were blank, and their thinking was almost stagnant. What are you stunned for? Su Lang reminded. A faint smile appeared on his face. Ah! No! The three of Injo came back to their senses and hurriedly saluted respectfully. Although Su Lang was only a quasi-martial master, this did not detract from his tall image in the hearts of Injo and others, but made Injo and others even more afraid to offend him. After all, at the quasi-martial master level, a character who can easily kill a martial commander level vicious beast is almost all right to become a martial king. At present, King Wu of Blue Star is the figure standing at the top of the pyramid. How dare they offend a future Lord Martial Lord? Lord Su Lang, you really worked hard this time. Thanks to Lord Su Lang, our Red Maple City can be preserved. Lord Su Lang, Bao Zhang has spoken disrespectful many times before, please punish Su Lang. The three of Yin Zhou saluted Su Lang respectfully, with expressions of gratitude and sincerity. Bao Zhang even bowed 90 degrees and apologized for his ignorance and offended words. When such a scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding warriors, they were immediately amazed. After all, Yin Zhou and others have always been the masters of Red Maple City, but it is extremely rare to bow and salute others at this time. Ha, it's really hard work. Su Lang laughed, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. If the three of you really thank me, give me thousands of gold coins. As soon as these words came out, Yin Zhou and the others suddenly smiled. For one thing, it was because Su Lang didn't look down on them from above, but instead felt approachable. Second, they had also investigated Su Lang before and knew that Su Lang had a strong attachment to gold coins and spirit stones. This is a very down-to-earth hobby. Lord Su Lang, it is entirely your credit that the Red Maple City survived this time. Yin Zhou smiled and cupped his hands. If it weren't for you, the Red Maple City would no longer exist. Therefore, whenever you need it, the Red Maple branch of the Martial Artist Alliance has it, please feel free to use it. Yufeng and Bao looked at each other, and nodded solemnly. Our two families too, please feel free to use it, Lord Su Lang. If they choose the escape plan, the family's century-old heritage will be lost. At that time, if you go to other places, you will have to rely on others, and you will be suppressed to the point that it is difficult to turn over. How can you still live the high-spirited days before? And what Su Lang wants is nothing but property. As long as the lifelines of the two of them are kept, they can take as much money as they want. Ha 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 ha. Then I'm welcome. Su Lang smiled gracefully. However, even if you use it, you can give me some gold coins and spirit stones, and then give me what you think I can use. By the way, last time I went to the exercise shop in the Alliance building for a while, and there are quite a lot of good things in it. Ha, Lord Su Lang, I understand now. Yin Zhou smiled gracefully, and Yufeng and Bao Zhang also nodded smugly. Okay, then you go to work. Su Lang nodded with a smile on his face. I'm going to rest. Okay, Lord Su Lang. Yin Zhou nodded, then smiled, and handed out a purple card. This is the door card of the VIP Reiki training room commonly used by the Alliance. Please accept it. You have a heart. Su Lang smiled and accepted the door card, and immediately entered the barrier. The three Injo wanted to send each other off, but he refused. After entering the city, Su Lang went directly to the Martial Artist Alliance building. At this time, there were relatively few people in the Warrior Alliance building, and almost all of them were female civilian staff. However, the good news of the defeat of the Beast Tide has already passed, and everyone is ecstatic, so it is rather lively here. Su Lang walked into the martial artist hall and immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's a young quasi-martial master. Looking at his bloody appearance, he must have killed an unknown number of beasts. So handsome, the key is so powerful, it would be great if I could marry him. I don't have any self-knowledge at all. I just hope that he will be satisfied with one more look at me. I don't know how many young and beautiful women looked at Su Lang like an nympho, and some even scratched their heads in an attempt to attract his attention. However, how could Su Lang be interested in these vulgar fans? He didn't even bother to look at it, and went straight upstairs. At this time, a young woman in high-grade overalls came to him. This quasi-martial master. The young woman blushed and asked softly, "Do you need any help?" "Oh." Su Lang glanced at the young woman and took out the purple card. "Do you know this card?" "This is the VIP Aura Practice Room door card common to the Alliance." The young woman's eyes widened instantly, shock written all over her face. This precious card can be used in the VIP Reiki training room of the Warrior Alliance at any base. Anyone who can own such a precious card is extremely valuable. "It's good to know, let's lead the way," Su Lang said and walked forward. "Yes. Your lord." The young woman ran forward and led the way in excitement. The whole person was as humble as a slave girl. However, the other female staff were very, very envious. After all, he is a very big man. If he climbs on the thigh, he will fly up the branch and become a phoenix.